Welcome home, gamer, and welcome to, I guess, a static piece of art, where we are going to be just chatting for a little bit. The embargo limits on the hour, so I'm not allowed to show you any content until about 10 minutes from now. Do have a couple of shout outs. Well, I got a couple of shout outs on various channels, so much appreciated from you folks who do that. Want some attention to the channel. So because of those, we got follows from Nat Beta, Somnivirus, Izanobu, and Raul BZH during the time that we were off. You were accidentally sent an invite to a beta server. I saw what was coming in the future. I didn't tell anyone though. Ah, well. Yeah, okay, fair. Fair. I mean, you're in theory you're supposed to be under a formal NDA before you get to see what's on the beta server. uh, if an accident happened, an accident happened. Um, yeah, so I I can put you in touch with the correct person if that is something you intend to do or want to start streaming, etc. Your beta rights got taken back away. Okay, fair enough. Somebody went, whoa, 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 wait a minute. Hold on a second. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, mistakes do happen. I appreciate that you kept things, despite being under, no legal obligation to do so. Appreciate that you supported the devs by keeping things under your hat. I'm excited about it. I have not been talking about it. I haven't been hyping it up on channel. I thought this year or this season it might be fun to just kind of keep things a little closer to the vest. Maybe I don't know how to say that, but here we are. I have had a bunch of cool feedback on things. We're talking about a whole bunch of stuff on there is like a whole QA balance and team and all of that. So we've had a lot of a lot of cool conversations there. We did want to say a welcome to Blood, who has joined the QA balance team. It's pretty darn cool. He's been very active on it and really sunk his teeth into it. So major props to Blood for the work that he's doing. Great. Just give folks a few more minutes to trickle in and start at 10, I guess. Okay, now why isn't Chatbox showing up? Not working. Hmm. Right. Yeah, I don't know if they'll. I don't know if there's an issue or not, but we'll certainly. We can certainly put you in touch with the right person and see what goes on there. I thought I was adding a the chat box to here. Did I hear flying hackets? Hackers. Maybe it'll be flying hackers. I did it. I won in twos using Fangang. Let's go. Why isn't chat like showing up on? It's supposed to be a. Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if we can figure out a different way to do that then. I was trying to put you guys on screen. I used to do that. I used to do that. Huh, try that. Somebody chat something. Trying to put you guys on screen. Nope, still not happening. Burn. Hello, Momaro. What's up? We will be showing you content live from the test server as soon as the embargo lifts, which should be something like 5 minutes from now, 7 minutes maybe. Ferrosarg with the awoo. I love it. There you go. You get your howls the other way. Aha, wait, I show up, but you guys don't? There we go. Test server stuff, yes. Test server stuff today. Okay, now chat is showing up. That's better. Yeah, we are just waiting. I hope there's cool new techs. There is a new tech. There are a couple new techs. But I do agree. I have asked, one of the requests I've made is to flesh out the techs on some of the base units that only have 4 or 5 techs at the moment. And one of those, getting one of those units that only had 4 or 5 techs is getting another one. You want jetpacks on crawlers? I was thinking, jetpack rhinos that can do the rhino Goomba stomp multiple times around. Of course, they keep taking damage every time they do it, so eventually they blow up. Jump drive. It's classic. It's classic Mech Warrior to have jump drive, right? Jetpack item for a jetpack item for every unit. Ooh, right. Jump drive. Jump drive item. Need Sky Vulcan. Oh, okay. So it's more like the Angel suit from XCOM 1. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Sky Hacker. Now, I'm just gonna say, just kind of a reminder when we go out to the test server, there is, things that are there are not necessarily final. Um, they you don't necessarily have a, like for example, last night when I was on it, just making sure I had the stream all set up and ready to go. Um, there were some things, for example, a new tech that was just reusing art from another tech. There was some, I think it was text also. There was some text that the language was in Mandarin, it wasn't in English. I mean, shock, they put in the default. Their default isn't our default. Um, but yeah. We got about a minute or so, maybe 2 for if Sam is not dead. Takes a moment. Typing up the embargo is lifted. I'm going to fill my cup. Correct. Off it in hand. Let's go. We there yet? Okay, it officially says 10 o'clock. I think the embargo is lifted. I'm going to give Sam a moment to type out the or hit return on a post though. All right. Here do be. Picking this up right. Welcome to the test server, where you ought to be picking up some new music. Bit in the background there. That is one of the first things you'll notice in the new update. The entire musicscape has been reworked, and there are different musics for different different tracks for different content during the game. So the as you are getting down below, you're getting down into danger, you're gonna have a more intense soundtrack. Games that go deeper are gonna have more intense soundtrack. I think that's pretty cool. And I understand that Hawk is here on the test server. So Arctorius and Blood have already gotten out. They've got one going. I'm just gonna queue in, and we'll see what we see. Now, maybe we should, it'll take a moment. So, oh, wait, no, we have a match. Well, we've got a match with Hawk. Let's go. So again, this is live off the test server. We'll see some of the things that have changed over the next couple of minutes. Hope you guys are enjoying your morning if you're in the West Coast, afternoon on the East Coast, evening in Europe. Of course, we are live on the test server. So, no new. Thanks for jumping in. Appreciate it. All right, so no new specialists is the one thing to know, but you'll get to see in a moment. See in a moment some of what we will get. Okay, he is in a Tarantula start. That's all right. You guys hear the new music? Is it loud enough? All right. Hello, Azil. How you doing? We're just going to have a very standard formation, Hawk coming out aggressive. And we will see in a few moments. We'll start to see some of the things that are available as part of the new deployment, I guess. What we have, honestly, we've got two new units that are part of Core, and I think one of them is going to dramatically affect round 2 of games. Well, I mean, neither of them are new units. They are both units you have seen before, but they are now part of the core deploy that's available. to let us, I'm sorry, I'm gonna drop the music a bit. Alright, round 1 to Hawk. We're in trouble. We're down to 3680. I'm gonna skip both of these because of what I want to show. So, first thing that you're gonna notice is that a certain unit now has a 50 cost unlock and is available at all times. So, a skip on round 2 lets you unlock a Farseer and deploy another unit on round 2 of any game, which I think people are going to be doing a fair amount. I think that's going to be a pretty common set of plays. Hawk, who was a training specialist over there, has an intensive training and a redeployment, so he is not opting for the round 2 Farseer. It does take the classic, current classic meta, which is a round 2 Phoenix, but your ability to throw out a round 2 Farseer now gives you something that will counter that. So we just have to win the rest of the board, minor detail, and our Farseer should clean up the Phoenix. Easier said than done when there's some big beefy tarantulas out there. Uh-oh. We don't think we're going to get it done. Now, one of the other things, Farseer has a new tech available, which is Burst Mode. It's working much the same as Burst Mode on a... on the other missile unit that's got Burst Mode. So, as you can see, our Farseer canceled out his Phoenix, prevented an insta-win. Now we get... Well, I do like Electromag Impact. I also like Photon Emission. Yeah, Ray, thank you. Thank you, Uncle Lazy, you are exactly correct. Phantom Ray is what I was looking for there. Let's see if you... You know what? I don't necessarily need you guys right now. I do want... I want something more like this. We have a new photon provider. Well, other than, obviously Farseer is going to provide photon, and you have it unlockable from fairly early. So I think that is going to be, perhaps, the source of Phantom for a lot of people. We should probably take Fang. Now he's going to try to trap our little Farseer down in the corner. He has gone to another Phoenix. Fair dat. Fair dat. Wow, that's a really good lock for those Phoenix. That's very unfortunate for us. That's probably going to cost us the round. Hello, Zalex. Welcome to the test server, where we are showing off a couple of things. The Farseer has been added to the core units, so you can now bring those out from round 1, as quick supply. Round 2, if you are anybody else and you take a skip, you can even get your extra deploy. I think that is going to be huge for supply specialist, right? Having the plus 50, being able to take the Farseer and a free drop on that round. Yet again, we wind up barely breaking even on the Phoenix with our Farseers. So you can see already just how impacted that Phoenix meta is going to be, right, by the existence of the Farseer as a round, potential round 2 add to somebody's board. Now we are getting towards our real intentions. narrowing in on what I meant to do. What I'm intending to do overall. You boys probably need your range as well. Was something removed from unlockables? Yes. This Farseer was moved from the specials over into normal units. Always be chapping, exactly. Now we have a different answer to our Phoenix. Hawk has also taken the... yeah, he's running away from the Farseer, huh? Hawk has also taken the Mustang. Since he's got the intensive, he's able to turn one of them into level 2. That's fine. We're floating 200 for a very good reason. Because round 5, we're going to want to have 1,200 or so. Oh, welcome home, Toast. Was something moved to the specials? No, nothing was moved to the specials. So, if you're looking at the special only can be unlocked as a rare unit. There are only 2 at this point, and those are the Typhoon and Fire Badger. Everything else is in everything else is down in with the main build here. All right, Hawk, you may have won that round. You guys have been here a while. I think you pretty much all know the song. I like big forts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. Mountain is now a core unit available in all areas. Of course, it is a Titan. It has the upkeep costs. So we're going to take this one. Please continue. Now, a couple of interesting things to show off, maybe in terms of the way this one works or doesn't. So let's put, just watch the crawlers that come to the right side of this tower, I think, for now. We're going to have additional crawlers kind of running up its backside here. Mountain has Wraith targeting. I mean, I think the left shoulder and right shoulder target independently is the deal there. Now, Hawk has been showing us classic Tarantula Phoenix. Straight out of the box. And we've gotten to show you guys a round 2 Farseer, a round 5 Mountain, and you can just see there is so little DPS on his board overall. Those Phoenix are in a lot of trouble right now. Mountain is 7x7, baby. It's a Titan. It's got the same deployment rules as anybody else. And thanks for feeding some levels to the Mustangs with your leveled Phoenix. Now, Zalex, I think this is probably a 200-point MMR bump for you, since you're the one I know that's been pranking with Mountain in. Yeah. Anybody over here gonna have a tech? Or should we just turn off this? We probably just turn off this one. You, why don't you come forward? All right. Got any smaller, it would just be a hill. Exactly. All right. Why don't we add some text for it? I'm gonna block 1,000 damage. I'm gonna do gun launched missile. Then it does also have a new tech. It has an anti-air tech, so you can aim those big guns up the sky if you need to. But let's just pop tarantulas with one hit with that big missile, if you don't mind. Um, break out you and you. I think pretty obviously we're going to be putting that over it. Hey, A-Tech on it. I know. That armor seems broken and blocks 1,000 damage when attacked. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help against something huge like a Phoenix or a Scorpion, but it sure helps against a lot of things. It also means it takes a while for melters to even begin scratching it. Of course, every attack is reduced to a minimum of 1 hit point. It better have footstep sounds. Oh, it does not. All right, I'm not hearing big chunky footstep sounds from it. Hello. Hello, I destroy the board here. Would anybody else like... Oh no, there was a melt. Well, okay. We have gone down to the melter. It doesn't have its own theme song. Alright, I'll make sure that gets in. I'll make sure that gets into the Discord right now on a different spot. Go with button. Alright, what do we care about here? We will add another one for the man. Give him another. Sure, he needed another. Now, what else? We need about 600 to start throwing saturation bombs. Alright, he's got some air now. We are pulling that guy kind of forward slowly, EMPing some of our friends as they arrive. This is War Veteran Grandpa Mountain. I know, Sarg. that is probably the very first bug I dropped with this guy. Was that needed to exist. All right, let us toss some smoke for now. We're done having you down in the corner. You get to be over here. You get that. And I think we want a bit more of the... bit more crawler coming, probably. But yeah, this, 100%. I think that needs a through the legs. Some of you guys should just run backwards and arrive at different times. Blue! How you doing? Welcome home, brother. We are showing the new things on Branch. We've got a brand new Farseer. Well, not brand new, but an updated tech for a Farseer. And Farseer exists on the as a main core unit. And then Mountain is available as a core unit in 1v1 and 2v2 as well. No, we are getting melted. Despite throwing out smoke? How are we getting melted despite having smoke? That is not right. Ah, disaster. Disaster. Yep, yep. All right, we're gonna go show the show some of the texts that are available. So we're gonna jump out into the text screen. Where let's go look at that. Let's go look at the mountain, shall we? If you don't play a whole lot of 4-player free-for-all, you may have forgotten what mountain is and does. So you can increase range by 160. Sounds like a plan. Suri wants us. You've also got Photon Loop. You've got the anti-air tech. We saw some of the ones we had equipped. Apparently, we are going to be charged to... Ready when you are. That is so. All right. Have fun. We're going to... Can I... Got... Insert. Okay, well, we could, Send the, good luck, have fun. Yeah, good luck indeed. Good luck indeed. Yes, Zalix is the one with actual experience here, right? So, that's why I was saying it's probably a plus 200 boost for his MMR, right off the rip. We just keep him from getting a melter drop. We just keep him from getting a melter drop, right? I already know how to break 1v1 with Mountain. Let's go. Diana's wasps outranged your marksman carry. I love it. I love it. And I am not telling. Fangs still do not have the elite marksman tech. No, it's very sad. You want that 200 MMR one day boost, day one boost? Let's go. Zalex for 2k MMR. All right, all right. None of these help, right? None of these help. Particularly. I mean, Missile Strike can help there, maybe. Drop a pair of, oh noes. We added a crawler into the thing. Zerg Rhino Wasp, yes. It would be funny to slap down the whole wasp flanking against Suri, wouldn't it? Hello, brother. We are here on your flank. Well, he has brought out the Wasp, so this will be a good game to bring out our, maybe around 3 Farseer as our anti-Wasp. What I would do is a known strategy. It was just never very meta. Okay? But no upshoot. And no point in waiting this one. No, you cannot run Rhino drop on top of opponent's tower on round 1. Love it. Well, we kind of need to have the ability to redeploy units against Rat. We're not actually going to unlock a... not actually going to unlock a... Farseer, because I think we need something more like this for covering flank shenanigans. Now he goes straight to the middle. That's decent. He's going to pull this also. we come back. Oh yeah, no, Brad is amazing. He's he's very, very good. I like this angle for the round 2 attack. I was totally predicting outside of towers, but he knows that I know him. I know him too well, maybe, from having seen so many of his games, played against him a couple of times on the on the test server. I have yet to beat him. So betting should be heavily on his side. But we will see what happens when we get our... We will have jump drive rhinos. I like him too, but I dislike playing against him because of the beacon style. Yes, his beacon usage is amazing. Love it. He's got coverage and leveled it. I love it. He knows I'm seeing that. Hello, hello, Roxas. How you doing, brother? Doing well. Life's good. Excellent. I'm glad to hear. We are on the test server, showing off the new music, the new key units. Farseer has moved from the rare units to a core unit, so you can pick that up on round 2, no matter what your specialist is, even if you don't have drops. It's a 50 cost unlock. It has a new tech, which is burst mode. Lightning is very good. Do we want it? Is anybody back here? I want it screened. Let's see what Suri does with this. All right, Mountain v Mountain. Let's go. Well, we're gonna want gun launch missile first, I think. Poor Rhino deleted. Oh god, mountains in 1v1, indeed. Be still my heart. Uh-oh, we might be in trouble there. He's built a much better formation supporting it. Problematica. Well, what are we gonna do? He's got AA, saturation, mountain plating, gun launched missile. Alright, alright. We'll throw down bunches of chaff on that side, I think. Something tells me forts are doomed. Poor forts. They had a good run. He has jump drive mountain. That is a little crazy. Nope, there's one there. And what is this from him? Smoke bombs, okay. Alright, our leveled one has gotten the lock on the other side. He's doing great work. Not our leveled, but he was the one that already had some techs. Gun launched missile as well. Turn on the engines, gang. It's time. Are the mountains immune? They should be taller than the smoke bomb. That would be hilarious. They are not. The smoke bomb does land. Sure, you know what? At a guess. At a guess. We want that and that. We're gonna bring you to about here. What's the minimum on the smoke? Minimum of 60, so 20, 40, 60. We'll put the smoke... We put the smoke on you guys. Now let's just put the smoke where opponent is trying to run units from. And go out that way, right? I think, do we want to do mountain plating or, no, we're going to do the saturation bombardments. How much health does this monstrosity have? 170,000. Our rhino's only got 38,000. So, bit of a problem there. We'll get ours up to R there. Opponent has gone drill crawler, kind of a decent shout for trying to finish things. And has a level 2 out that side. seem to be in trouble. Perhaps melting point is a better answer. Who knew? Who knew melting point might be the better answer? I'm Aiden the Demon Hunter. Welcome in. How you been, man? Aiden, a friend from another channel. Let us see here. Actually, you know what? Can you do... You go hit that one, please. You get this. Come back over here. You get a level. Do we need a level 2 dog? Hello, King Dark Turtle. Welcome in. We are showing content live from the test server at the moment, for those of you just joining us. What we are showing is the existence of the mountain now in 1v1. That will be the big update for the start of Season 2. See what we can do over there. It is way too crazy. Exactly. I love it. I really wish they didn't bring King Mountain into level... Or, bring Mountain into level 1. Into 1v1. Yes, indeed. Well, it is here now. Whether we want it to be or not, gang. This guy's having a pretty good round. Is he going to bring down a level 2 in a moment? Only if our worm gets the job done right at the right time. But I think we are done. I think the level 2 mountain gets the win here, although it is stuck. Was stuck in the smoke for a long time. Hold on, it's only going to do 500. It's the last surviving thing. We got 75. Oh, we have 75 hit points in a dream against one of the greats. So King Dark Turtle, I know you're relatively new to the game. You guys don't know King Dark Turtle. He is famous from another game, and streaming his run into Mechabellum only just started. So he's well, when I checked in on him, he was right on that median 950 MMR or so. So let's see here. All right. Guess what, brother? You're gonna be hanging out in your own smoke and oil for a long time. That is the whole idea. The whole thing we were thinking here. Is blocking 1,000 damage useful? Nah. We're gonna take that. We're gonna take that. We're gonna go with those. See if we can pull their chaff off of them for a bit. Actually, no. Let's just destroy that guy. Let this group come over here. Oh my gosh, he's gone around. He went right to, but we dodged it. To get over to the shield bubble. Any of you going to play with the wasps at all there? No? Oh, we have defended the one side. Maybe they will play with the wasps. They do! They go play with the wasps. Good work, team. Get there. Get there. Nah. You don't get... I'm sorry, you don't get to destroy my tower. Get out of here. $75 hit points more than I needed. Well, 74 more than I needed, right? We got this. We got this. I mean, it kind of has to be, right? You guys get range. You get level. Going here. Going here, because he can jump drive. Going, up here. We're taking that. Lone range speed. Missile out this guy again. I think we have to sell you to have that, because he's got a lot of has a lot of answer to let's have you on the main board, please. We're not clipping much, but he has pivoted sides. He's added more wasp. We're having the most honorable of mountain versus mountain fights here. We actually bring down a mountain. I think we brought down a mountain with Mustangs, guys. He didn't take the armor plating. Excuse me, sir. Can you direct me to the smoking section? Looks like we have a mountain range. We do. And guys, that is the first time I've ever beaten Rat. Held on with 75 hit points in a dream. The first time I've beaten Suri ever. That was fun. And of course, we were just trying to build the world's most solid defense. But this looked like a battle of titans. It literally was. It literally was a battle of titans. Okay. That was a ton of fun. And, we get a tech point. We're just going to, oh, nope, Suri wants the rematch. Hawks facing Castalia. Fair enough. I'll just, take the rematch. Thank you, Salmo Scenarios. What's the upkeep on it? Now, I am not going to answer that one because I think my answer would be wrong. Because that they have been going back and forth with on that one. The balance team is talking about it actively, so. But it has the same cheap upkeep cost tech to make it, to reduce the upkeep by 150. And I actually think that's kind of what we, how we won that last one. Was on the, and War Factory. Yeah, War Factory, Mountain, Abyss, all are also... No, they actually are. They are Titan class units. Kill cannon. That's literally the class. It's already the class. Already the name of the class. Like if you look at it, if you look here when you're on one of them, it says Titan. Well, what it is, yeah, where it's at in 2v2 currently isn't hyper relevant from the perspective of we know that it might change due to the balance team being actively talking about it. Where it belonged for 2v2 versus where it belongs for 1v1 could be different. I know, right? What would the Overlord become if it were a Titan? A Mustang Void Eye start. That is spicy. We get a round on well, somebody needs to find out how good Improved Melter is against the Beast, right? Oops, all sabers. Indeed. Welcome in, Jerry Hattrick. King Dark Turtle is here. Was hanging out and taking a look at this. Joe just gave us the follow. Thank you very much for the follow, King Dark Turtle. That was what I was I gave him the shout out. He had King Dark Turtle last night had an amazingly fun game. He was he just basically said, "Oops, all sabers," and just kept buying sabers. And opponent never bought anything that flew and lost on round 4. At which point King Dark Turtle had King Dark Turtle had a zillion sabers by then, and he was just disappointed that he couldn't get all the way to more than that. I wanted a zillion and 2. Does put us, if you're new to the channel, by the way, that does put us 22 followers away from 2,000. Would love it if somebody were to help push us towards that direction. Ooh, improved wasps. How waspy do we want to get, gang? All right, we're just sitting back, letting him come to us right now. Might lose this one by about 4,000. I think we kill that one tarantula before things get terrible with the tower debuff. Uh-oh, we do not kill it. Okay, so we lose 750 or so. We'll be at about 3,000. We have a crowd surfing staying on the right. We're down at 2988. We get our Typhoon. We get 3 Stormcallers. Taking the steel balls, right? Does the steel balls work as a Rhino defense? We expect Rhino outside. Hello. We know Rhino can't drop. We know we're going to want Rhino. Opponent goes boat. He does have a splash boat. That could be a problem. Ah, yeah. Listen to the music pick up a little. Turn up the tunes. Yes, indeed, Leaves of Lothlorien. We are facing Surrey. He should definitely be thinking that. Give you a hand over there. Level this fellow, I think. Let's see what we got. So this is the official new soundtrack. Should be great. Should be very entertaining for everybody. It is really tied to the game state, so as you're, as you're rocking out a little bit, you're like, we're gonna lose this round, so we'll be down a few hundred We'll be down into the thousands. 8. 12, 18. We are gonna be... We might have none. We lose. Well played. Crushed. Well, if you've ever wondered how to answer the cast flank, or the cheese flank, there it is. You're bringing out a pair of wraiths. You're bringing out some crawlers on the ground to tie them up. Bringing out a rhino if you can. All right. That was short and quick. But it was way less fun, because it didn't have mountains or Farseers. I hadn't gotten to the rhino yet. I was a turn or two behind. I was late because they were improved. I almost gave them AA. I don't know if AA would have saved them that round. Because I expected the overlords over on that flank with Splash. We're early enough to get it established before the wraiths are a possible answer. I think is one of the other All right, let's see what we got here. Thank you all for joining me on what's kind of a lazy Friday morning. I do want to remind folks that we've got the Mecha Mini Masters coming up tonight at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. So today is actually a 2-part stream. We're going to be on for the test branch for about 5 hours. This morning, we're going to take some time off. Come back for the Mecha Mini Masters this evening. So, have an interlude, an intermission. I'm going to use that time for, getting dinner, etc. Feel about a haste module. We like haste. What do we feel about chaff? We like chaff. We like chaff clear. Somebody got into the darn mobile beacon. Might need some chaff clear. Might need some chaff clear. This is opponent, by the way. Suri EZ on YouTube. Speaking of a little bit of chaff clear. We could have, but not blue stangs in range. Look at that, look at that. Yep. But his don't range. He's got one more of them. He's got his 1-1 already. We need the 1-1 soon. Probably step 1 of next turn, because it's slowing down the rate at which our Mustangs are getting through crawlers and such. Bit rough. That's probably 1-1 and blue stangs is my guess. Actually, don't mind. Just, drop those fellows straight down, right? 1-1. Blue stangs. Blue stings it is. Better, much better. Very good. Let the storms keep doing their work from behind. See what he winds up in here. That is not a bad point. A little bit of armor would go a long way on the steel balls, wouldn't it? Man, we took a round. We took a round. Good. Oh, we got in and got the tower under that mountain? You kidding me? Let's go, team. Let's go! Get that mountain! Get that mountain! Rip stream, we back. Uh-oh. I don't see any frame drops, so that's either on the Streamlabs side or the Twitch side. We are golden from headquarters. Actually, yeah, I think you're right. Right? Stream timer reset, really? Alright, well, that does make it, pretty much yeah. Twitch side economics there. So let us drop you back. There's a Vulcan destroying my chap on this side. Problematica. That's okay. I don't think the melter's gonna get it done this time, guys. Problematica. These are not orange mountains, they're just level 1. This one's about to be blue, though. Could be a problem. Could be a problem. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. There's the, you're in danger music. Make your deployment phase all the more stressful. That's probably a reminder to go rapid resupply, right? Nuke up, nuke down. Mountain can't hold items. No, it's true. Smoke and upkeep. They're just trying to pull all those outside units on over to the nuke zone. Clear off his chaff. Finish him off. Alright, like all units, the Titans, like all Titan units, they do have problems with melters. Raid boss down. Let's go, team. We're on 13. Well, he's on 1381. We're at 1954. We'll give him the new music. Aha! Take that, sir. Level all of our Mustangs. They are doing a lot of work. I think we're going to give this guy the level. Let those guys have a little bit of a run, maybe? Melter at least moved through it well enough. Yeah, Ion Beam wound up where it needed to be. That was what I was hoping for from it, but his was very good also. Gave us a lot of problems, and I think that's probably GG's. Barring a miracle? No miracle? Was a noble effort. It's not time for miracle. Exactly, Genminade. Exactly. Salmo Cinerinus. Thank you for the follow. I'll be in queue for now. Oh, hey, we can unhide This is going to be released on the 4th of July. It's the Freedom Update, as far as I understand. Now, again, we can go over the unit stats for those that just don't know the mountain very well. Yeah, you do. You've only got a couple more days to get to the Pink Phoenix. Woo, America! Exactly. All right. So, Mountain, 151,000 hit points by default, 58,000 attack, 100-meter range, 5-meter splash, attack interval of 2. It feels very much a like the. Excuse me. We don't need to rock out quite so much anymore, thanks. It's a Giga Fort, right? It feels very much like the Fortress. Thank you, mods. Appreciate that. All right. So, you've got your, typical efficient maintenance. Gun-launched missile is a rocket from the arm cannons with 180-meter range, causing 22,500 damage. It's basically like a rocket punch. Yes, Fab4, welcome in. Welcome in, man. We've got Mountain is coming to all roles, how to describe this? It's coming to all all modes, right? All modes, and it's a core unit now. So it's got mountain plating, which blocks 1,000 damage when attacked, increasing with each rank. For each level, it blocks another 1,000. Saturation bombardment, right? Which we've seen previously, 40 meters range, and all right, I'm getting a whisper. Over on the Discord side or on the Twitch side? Oh, there's a whisper. Over here. Thank you, King Dark Turtle. We're going up against this man again. Right. The armor could get insane against anything that's not a Titan. Half tempted to try Elite Mountains. How dumb is that, right? How dumb would Elite Mountains be? Elite versus cost control. Oh my god. Red Blood farts here. Beautiful. Lad. Mad lad. Love it. Yeah, it's a Titan, same as the War Factory, same as the Abyss. And it is just a huge fortress. Yeah, having a little conversation. Yeah, early seer, very good, but now it's available, and now available to everybody. It's really strong, right? You didn't see Mountain getting an ER card? No, sir. I did not see Mountain getting an ER card. I think I agree with you there. Twitch is struggling. Alright, which one of you jokers DDoSed Twitch today? And could you knock it off, please? We're trying to do things here. Another one. Another one. Arseer spam. Well, Abyss doesn't even have one yet. Yeah, improved Mountain, let's go. That would be wild. Toki fired Most of Amazon server operators. Let's go. I didn't think Amazon was a government entity, but okay. You know, it's certainly possible. I need them all. Are there skins for Hound on the test server patch? I hadn't noticed that one. I hadn't seen that one yet, no. Well, we can take a look in a moment. Hound skins. Burp? Oh no! Sakura Hound, let's go! Jedminade, thanks for pointing that out. That is going to be ridiculous. Pink Hounds. Let's go, team. Are you trying to drive by my tower? Am I getting a drive-by shooting? What is this? What is this? What is even going on out there? Oh, it's gonna just draw all my stuff away from me. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I've seen somebody do a running Farseer instead of the running Crawler. It's so adorable. Classic. Was it him? Run a ball alongside it. Oh, that's a nice pull. I like the pull. Pull play. Pull all my chaff out into the fire so it dodges the shield we've thrown down. The sacrificial crawlers for Rat. Doing a lot of work over there. Let Farseers burn, gang. That anti-missile device did not have a great day. Thing's a level 2, even though we have a... Even though he has the running thing? You guys couldn't have focused fire on any one of those and tried to stop it? Ay-yay. Can I sell something, please? No. Not permitted to sell anything. Let's see. We're in a lot of trouble. That is my guess. Wait, he's transitioning out of the Farseers. He's expecting me to counter them. I've done nothing to counter them. Why would you come... Why would you go out of something that I haven't answered yet? Where are you going with it? Oh, dear God. Well, then. Remember how I said we were in a lot of trouble? I think we are finished now. So, truck is one of the answers to Farseer spam. But, yeah, Lucars are the answers to trucks, I guess. But the, Oh, get in there. Yeah, baby. Let's go, little guys. Did they just save my bacon? I think they did. Oh, yeah. Aye. Increase DPS, please. Yeah, taking down a factory was huge. For sure. Same Z's. What's he got this time? Range and sledges. Clash of the Titans again. Time to see what works and what doesn't. That's alright. That one crawler's got this mission. Oh wait, no, the rocket punch has got this mission. Hi. Hi, I'm here for your gang. Really, I am. Get down, Mr. President. You're in danger. Don't let them do this to you. No! Laughing my butt off over here. This is so much fun. You know, this is probably... These are some of my favorite days. To get in and run. Mountain! Meeper, yes indeed. The mountain is coming to Maine. Just coming to 1v1 and 2v2. It is a core unit now. Not a rare unit. You'll notice that there's only 2 rare units left. That is because the Farseer has also joined the ranks of the commonly available. Hello, hello. I should remember to slowly picking up my cosmetics on branch here. Alright, 2-minute break, guys. We'll be back. Enjoy the new tunes. Which, why? Why? You turned off the music. Did Twitch turn off the music on you guys? Are we back? Are we back? Did we make it back? All right. Rank that back down. I'll have it so you guys can hear it, but you might have to concentrate for it. What are we going to do here? I don't think we're doing Elite Specialist again, gang. Let's just take 5,100 hit points, Hounds and Stangs. Will there be a feature to turn off the ticking sound? No. And especially not for streamers. That way, when you're playing your game and you're listening to a streamer, you're not sure whether it's coming from your game or the streamer. So, that's as designed, of course. I know. Sorry, Meeper. I mean, very least they could let us customize it, right? Oh God, right? Turn it off in the testing grounds. I mean, yeah. I mean, testing grounds has the 9,000 second countdown, anyways, right? Oh, every time you hit ready, it ticks anyways? Oh yeah, that's silly. It's funny, you can almost tell the ages of the QA balance team by their opinions of the music. It's pretty hilarious. Those of us who have been aged to perfection all agree. It's it's class. The risk of rain, yeah. I can totally see that. This is a contribution from the new publisher, by the way. This is straight from DreamWorks. It's their ad. Dreamhaven, sorry, not DreamWorks. Tell which one I say more frequently. So that is their first big contribution. Let's see, what all is coming up that you guys need to know? Obviously, this is the Season 4 preview. Season 4 launches July 4th. So you've got until July 3rd to finish up the, whatever you're planning to get out of your season, combat power, etc. Crank out some games this weekend. Remember, if you are shy on a combat power reward, you get extra combat power from matches in the tournaments. This weekend's tournaments are the season championships. Enter 2 of those, and you should be up like 10,000, 15,000 combat power by the end of them. So you should have a good time. Unless you're one of the unfortunates that goes 0-3, somebody has to. And No, there's no shame in that either. I don't really want subsidized anything. Shield airdrop is fun. Sure, let's shield something. How about you, sir? How about Zeus? Zeus? Just kind of keep slowly building some things out here. There is. So King Dark Turtle, the tournaments are seeded by MMR. So, and then they are broken into groups. So the midweek tournament, which also gives increased combat power and MMR rewards. So the midweek tournament is broken into groups of 16. So basically, you know, the top 16 players in there, the 2200 plus are all together as Advanced Group 1. There'll be something that's probably like the 2000 to 2200, maybe 1900s to 2200. That'll be Advanced Group 2. There might be an Advanced Group 3. All the way on down to, you know, like last time out, I remember there being a Rookie Group 5 at the very bottom that was basically 0 to 400 MMR. And you don't choose that coming in. It's based on who registers, who else registers. But you almost always see a couple of people who are in with like literally one MMR for the, you know, trying to get up off the bottom of the bracket. On the weekend tournaments, the groups are 128, and they will potentially break 2. You know, we've had if there's exactly 128 players, you get one group of 128. That is all players from all skill levels. You had 100 and let's say you had 140, you'd get 2 groups of 70, and it would break right around the median. So 1K is so actually it's more like the tournament group is about 1400 plus, tends to go to the advanced group, and 1300 down tends to go to the rookie group. For some reason, it just seems like more of the higher level players want to play tournaments, which I guess that makes some sense, right? But if there are 3 groups, which is common for those end of season tournaments, you'd probably be an intermediate. So you know, you may wind up finding yourself thereabouts. All right, Rhino. We are expecting Rhino, right? Don't know where Rhino is. We're gonna play our hard shot Phoenix to try and answer Rhino. Nope, no. Oh, Rhino's back here. Okay, that's fine. Time to tank my MMR so I can get placed with the rookies. There's actually a pretty good, you know, so you know about smurfing, of course, right? Like, plenty of people are running alts. But the MMR variation in Mechabellum, the algorithm's set to move you pretty quickly. If you're on a winning streak, it runs you against higher MMR players so that you can gain more MMR more quickly, which is kind of neat. So typically, people who are running multiple alts, unless there's one that they're not playing and it's got the end of season degradation, it'll be pretty low MMR. They'll all be about the same MMR, I should say. And then even if they're not, people tend to be really, really good about not running their alt all the way to the end of the tournament if they do wind up in a lower division than they feel like they should be. Like, I've seen people who are like, oh, you know, I played the first round match, figured out that I was in, you know, intermediate 2 instead of advanced group 2 where I belong, and they just surrender or abandon the tournament at that point. So, all right. So we have stopped the Rhino. That's solid. Not even a week into the game. Let me have one easy mode tournament. I know, man. I know. I feel ya. Just about the time I was starting to feel competitive in the weekend rookie group, I promoted into the advanced group 1. And of course, the way that the tournaments work, round 1, the top player is facing the 51st percentile player. The number 2 player is facing like the 52nd percentile. Number 3 is facing 53rd percentile. And then at the bottom side, 50th percentile is facing 49th percentile. 48th percentile is facing 47th percentile. Right. So as you go down the bracket, the bottom half, you're playing somebody that's right at your level in game 1. But in game 2, they get seeded high-low. So you actually wind up with, oh dears, now I'm in troubles. So, you can be, let's say you're, 1320 MMR or something, and you're the very bottom player in Advanced Group 1. You win your first game. Great. Congratulations. You're into round 2. Your round 2 opponent is whoever the number 1 seed was. Congratulations. Of course, you lose that one, and then you're back out of the high-low bracket seeding, so it's fine. But, you do get some kind of rough ones. If you're interested in all of that, King Dark Turtle, I do weekend tournament casts, so you can find some of those as VODs, I think, from previous streams out. Let's see about Mountain from Standard, shall we? Take a look at some of that coverage if you're interested to see what what a tournament looks like, or what it how the coverage looks. You can also see some high level play from there. This is definitely shaking up the meta. And yeah, the tournaments, if you're East Coast, weekend tournament is 9 p.m. Eastern. For the Americas, there's the 3 p.m. for the European. Welcome in, Bimpy! Yes, it is the Mountain in 1v1, baby. We even beat Surrey in an honorable Mountain v Mountain. Oh, I bet you are, Zalix. I guess my 2-ish week break will be coming to an end soon. Yep. Cancel your 4th of July plans. Plan to be here with Amarok on stream all weekend. All weekend. Of course, other thing coming up that I should announce, the Mecha Mini Masters is tonight. Starts 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. That was an invitation-only tournament for 1,900 plus MMR players who are just underneath the Mag 1. We're in the third and final week of it, which has 4 players remaining. 2 are on the winner's bracket side of things. They will have a best of 3 to start. Then we'll follow the loser's bracket side. They have a best of 3 for an elimination, followed by, winner of that match faces the loser of the first match. Winner of that match rematches against the current first place, whoever that is. All right, we are going to try. We're gonna try it. We're just gonna sit back here and dunk from long range. It's a plan. Right. Gonna need to range the Phoenix to deal with this junk. Hey, Ferrosarg. Well, so potentially, but I'm thinking, I'm planning to run give you guys this demo, new users, preview stuff for as long, maybe 5 hours or so. Then I was actually planning to take a break and not stream. We could conceivably, if you guys want to run it, you guys want to run the in-houses the way we did the week I was back out of surgery, where I'm not playing, but you guys are kind of in charge. That can definitely be made to happen. Mountains, outrange the marksman. Exactly, let's go. I'm detecting a slight problem. We do not have the AA tech. How shoot up? Yeah. Minor detail. Who needs upshoot anyway? Air is a lie, gang. Air is a lie. I know, Mountain can shoot up now, but we don't have it. We don't have it. It's a problem, gang. It's definitely a problem. We get efficient Titan manufacturing. Yes. Efficient giant manufacturing stops working for Titans. Kill cannon, I love it. Well, good luck, team. This seems to be our best shot. Trying to keep the level 3 Phoenix alive, if possible, back here. I did not mean to actually pick up the mountain over here, either. Yep, the ranged Phoenix not enough. Be right back, changing my text. I don't need to watch that. Hopefully. Wait. Drewski's out here facing a Godog. Godog's a really fun guy. So, by the way, these are basically, you're seeing a lot of the top players in the game. Rooster, Sparty. Rooster and Drewski are two of the best streamers. Drewski runs the other family-friendly channel. We do the no cussing and all that. Rooster, of course, is one of the casters for the Mag 1, and has been the voice of some of the official Mechabellum videos. Hawk and Castalia are the the German team. I don't recognize this number. One moment. I shouldn't answer a unknown number, right? Let's just screen call. Forget that. You guys can go. Let me know who you are. Okay. Yeah, but I don't think you. I know you get to play with you. Closing in on 2000 MMR now, so maybe someday I'll cue you. You. Hello. All right. German team. Yeah, no. Woot is Austrian. So there is actually an Austrian team in the works if Woot can get Anabolica trained all the way up. And of course, Surrey here is Finnish. Rooster is Dutch. You actually could put together a legit Olympics style 2v2s with each player is all over the place, from each national teams essentially. Put Sacco on the Canadian team, have him face a Poochie. All right, let's this is getting a little loud in my ears, honestly. You'd need to find a turtle, then we can crush everyone. So I am going to point out, if you're looking for a 2v2 partner or something, we do have a invite-only Mechabellum guild here that's basically set up to help you find 2v2 partners, have a little Discord call. Obviously, if you've got your own buddies playing, etc. Mechabellum guild is... let's see, what are the rules? No racism, no sexism, no homophobia, and be a gentleman, win or lose, be a good sport, win or lose. And, if you can manage that, if you can manage to lose with grace, then that's the place for you. And then, obviously, I think the forum rules kind of add, we're not running like an off-topic politics channel or, obviously, like nothing sexual or anything there. It's just, it is, and it's not a channel. This is not affiliated with Amarok's channel. I am one of the founders of the guild, but it's not a channel-specific thing. It's and of course, anybody who's in it, if you've got a buddy that you want to grandfather in, and you're willing to explain the rules to them, that you guys are welcome to do that too. I'm going to take just a moment, run a longer ad. Since we don't have a match going, I'm going to run a 3-minute ad and maybe make myself some lunch real quick. It's just afternoon here in California. Pharaoh Sarg would like an invite. If one of the mods can take care of that during the ad break, I'd appreciate it. And of course, anybody else that gets into the queue for that request. We'll be back after about 3 minutes. I'll have a sandwich, and we'll if we can't queue into somebody, we don't have somebody to queue into, we'll just play against the AI. See what we can do there. Be right back. we are back. Hey, Thonix. Thank you for sending the links out, Zalix. Much appreciated. I'll mark those as redeemed. I gotta get those 10 rocks back out of the economy. You know what? There's nobody in the queue. We could do a 4-player brawl thing. No new maps or anything. Able to spectate Drewski for a minute. All right. That seems fair. A lot going on this one. Baller's gonna go ham with them on Siege. Oh my god. Siege shenanigans with those. The ultimate hyper range unit, right? Welcome back to those of you that saw an ad. We are spectating Drewski and Godog. They're in round 8. Drewski's a giant specialist with the now 4 Farseer on the far left. Godog, an aerial specialist, dominating with 3 overlords, range and launcher overload. As the no toast. People don't play Siege outside of tourneys. All right, we got Vulcans for Drewski. That does not seem to answer his anti-air problem. But maybe it will let him have the chaff he needs. Why do we have a 120-meter range Phoenix opposite a 160-meter range Overlord, sir? He's going to try to clear the chaff to get a little bit better locks. That'll help. Watch the oil. Oil should drop somewhere on your board and get the things lit on fire. So you know your opponent has oil up. It's generally going to be some shields over your mid-chaff line. Right, so like, I'm basically thinking a shield here, at least, and we'd have blocked some of that, and it wouldn't have lit on fire. So, gonna be painful for Drewski. Oh! Last second shield, let's go, and he got it on the right side. Helpful, but this left side is just collapsing. There's nothing. The four Vulcan went down so quick. Because these rapid reload overlords shoot every 2.3 seconds, but they don't shoot once. They shoot a volley of 4 missiles. So that's doing. This level 3 guy is doing 64,000 damage per volley, and be out here where we can. We will create a 1v1 room, maybe. Anybody wants in? I'd jump over to Drewski's Discord if I can. Where did I have? I've got it hidden in here. No, there. Oh, he's not. Yeah. Hey, hey. I don't want to talk to Hawk. I was talking to... Not that I don't like Hawk. Not that I don't like Hawk, but I was trying to talk to my opponent here. Bye, have fun at SeaWorld! A raid from Surrey. Hello, hello. Here we go. Oh, you already got the shout out. Here we go. There is the link to Surrey. I highly recommend following him. Not only is he, one of the top players in the world and has been for a long, long time. He plays a really unique style. Saw somebody, I think it was Soja earlier, say it's always really frustrating to play against him because his style of mobile beacon usage is just so solid that he is going to find whatever little gap you have left in your defenses, exploit it, and punish you for it. And, really appreciate Surrey taking the time to give us some games today. That was a lot of fun. There is also, he's also got a YouTube out there, and I highly recommend, especially to somebody like King Dark Turtle, who is thinking about trying to get up to the 2000 MMR. One of the skills in getting to 2000 MMR is the mobile beacon, and the and I really think of mobile beacon play as probably one of the key skill elements that distinguishes high tier from mid tier players, and then the S tier grandmasters of it are the two Finns, Cast and Surrey. But the reason I'm shouting out his YouTube channel is because he's got two great videos. One's kind of an intro to the mobile beacon. Here's the core mechanics you need to know. And the second one is, here are 45 minutes worth of different strategies you can do to make mobile beacon pop. And it is absolutely, I would say that is required reading, I mean viewing, for anybody at the highest level, or who's intending to make it to the highest level. You've got to know how mobile beacons work, and some of it is slightly unintuitive. So it becomes intuitive once you know it, once you've watched it. And all right, War Factory cannon line of sight has been nerfed, but it was not 360 degrees previously. All right. This is what we're thinking. I think this is what we're thinking. Great lunchtime material. Yeah, exactly, right? That thing. That yeah, it's a 45-minute video, right? It does fit perfectly into your lunch break. We'll talk about a couple of the subtle things we're doing right here. Both legs of the mobile beacon are different, and then the unit in the mobile beacon goes to the exact quadrant of the end point of the circle at the end as it does from where you started it. So this rhino is going to go to exactly that line, which means it's going to run right through the tower and have to punch it. That's our goal there, is to create some create a challenge, create an overload on this one side. There are waspidas. My toxic trait. I want to get better, but I refuse to spend any time watching informational videos because I'd rather just be playing. You are going to be fighting a lot of institutional knowledge then. There is so much depth to it that you know, and just so many little details like that, like exactly how that mobile beacon works. You'll see people who don't quite get it run a rhino to right about here. It doesn't even swing at the tower, and then it runs off this direction. Somnivorous, thank you very much. Appreciate the follow earlier. Found us through Baru and just wanted to say hi. Nice to see people streaming Mechabellum. All right, well, what you are seeing right now, sir, is the a sneak preview off the test server. The embargo has been lifted so we can show you some content. The couple of things to know for you folks. Noobs for the win, exactly. We have the Farseer is now a core unit, available to all players. And the Mountain has moved to 1v1, so a new Titan unit, or if you've only ever played 1v1 or 2v2, it'll feel like a new Titan unit to you. But yeah, that should be. Hey, wait. Can I just shoot you? I can, right? I just popped this guy. Okay. This whole group shows up over here. Any thoughts on the Mountain in 1v1 so far? Okay. I loved it. Facing that nice dodge with the little mobile beacon. So there's one use of the mobile beacon for King Dark Turtle. So completely dropping going around my little missile call in. Unfortunately for him, that was not the side that the main attack was on. I love it. I think it's going to be great. I think it's really going to shake up the meta. I think AA on it is probably a really good answer to Abyss, or even potentially a preventative to Abyss. Yes, Fort's my favorite unit, and it might just be dead in the water right now. I am not sure. I just filed that one over to the QA side, Toast, and pointed out that you'd filed it originally. Alright, well, we are doing Flanky Shenanigans. What kind of man would do Flanky Shenanigans against a friend at this time? Is it too soon to ask for a Zerg Tyranid faction? I think what you're looking for there is drill replicate crawlers. Hawk! Hey! So this is the other fellow we were playing with on the branch. Hawk in space. Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. And thank you very much for the games. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad you found Castalia to play with. Castalia, of course, is Hawk's I think frequent 2v2 partner, correct? All right, now let's see if we can do something fun and special here. See what we can do here. Let's just bring you this direction and then straight to that tower if we can. And see what happens. No. That's not going to be enough. Hello, Punk This Studios. What sneak peeks on Season 4 did I miss? Well, first off, the one we can show you right away. There is a new soundtrack. In fact, there are multiple new soundtracks, and they are tied to the game's scenario. So if you get down to under, I think it's about 2,000 hit points, you got to start getting some tension music, etc. So it's very, yes, exactly. You can actually tell the age of the audience by who thinks this is cool, and I definitely agree. Definitely agree that it is super cool. Having a lot of fun with that. It is. It's epic. Exactly. Now I am gonna have to turn it down. Oh, here we go. We get this one. We get this version for a minute. That is beautiful. You come on over here, probably. Wait, am I old? Exactly. This is actually the second music update. Rutrow! There's some mountain plating out there, boys and girls. We're gonna have to ping this guy 300,000 times, because nothing we have does 1,000 damage yet. Oh. Well, hi! This might take me a minute. Actually, no, wait. The rhinos will punch him. Rhinos can do 6,000. Content! Exactly. Okay, tower debuff. Go get him, boys. Now we're doing some real damage. Now we're doing real damage. Rhinos cannot scale mountains. There's the title. There's the stream title. Let's go. Ah, those Mustangs are gonna slowly feast on my entire board here. Oh wait, no, he walked out of range, so somebody retargeted on something else. I don't think 59 seconds is gonna be enough, gang. Now this is like a huge level for these guys. Alright. We're gonna adjust audio for just the moment here. Get back to the main round. Oh, sure. Don't mind if I do. Mountain standing there menacingly. Right? Don't mind if I do. Alright, you can get to be right. Yeah. You get to be right here. We sell you. This fellow gets to clear out any issues. You guys can go that way. Let's give this thing that. As you get your level. Take that guy out again. Mountain is in 1v1 now. Yes, it is, Punk This Studios. You're gonna missile the rhinos? Okay. I mean, alright then. We get Imp Melter versus Mountain. Oh dear. We are going to need some more chaff clear there in various places, I think. This Melter to be able to get to do what she needs to do. Get your lock, baby. Get to work. You notice how slowly it starts. Like, that Titan isn't even scratched because we haven't ramped up to doing 1,000 damage per attack yet. Gotta finish up the last hour of work. Okay, man. Enjoy. You are welcome, and welcome to the gang. Like I said, we do try to encourage the kind of people that we want to keep in the game. Specifically the non-toxic, the folks who are just generally good peeps. You know what I mean? All right, let us. I don't really need you if we've got Vulcan Melter, right? Surely that's what we need here. That gang can run off that direction, right? Sounds like a plan. 2,100 apiece. Pretty even match. He's gone to the AA cannons front row. Sure, the AA cannons are getting good work done. But there's also some problems out here on the other side of the board. We get the tower this time. And we've got some folks going off to the other tower, which is what I was hoping to accomplish with that mobile beacon. Send them around the problem. Melt that big guy. Get the tower debuff. Destroyed. Let's go. I don't need to. He's overcommitted to the flank, right? Alright. Let's see what we got out here, gang. Wasps and everything on the back corner. I almost put it out there, but that's just going to be a problem. Definite problems over there. He does hit that level 2 tower. Did he change this to super deep? He did. But with the low attack, it's not killing the melter anymore. Look at that. Improved melter for the win. Let's go. Woohoo! Last time we were out on the test server, Drewski beat me a zillion times in a row. That's why he's got way more MMR matches. What the heck is a mountain? Yeah. What the heck is a mountain indeed? Oops. Where is my ult? There we go. So what the heck is a mountain? It is the big bad brother. It's what every fortress wished it could be. So it's a Titan. It's got 150,000 hit points. 100-meter range, does 6,000 damage per attack from each of 4 big cannons on the pieces over there. It's got the ability to add a rocket launcher out of the arms, mountain plating that blocks 1,000 damage per attack, saturation bombardment for increased range and more attack kind of in general. Smoke bomb, which is kind of like the missile bombard off of the abyss, except it's smoke. And photon loop, so it can give itself photon not just at the start of the match, but every 30 seconds. Each 30 seconds of the match, it's giving itself 15 seconds of photon. Anti-air targeting now, and of course the efficient upkeep that you're used to. So that is the mountain, folks. Big beastie fort. No unit spawn scam, exactly. Now, we should be in a match by the time you get back from ads, so I'm going to run one right now. Should spawn a fort every 15 seconds. Alright. Hold up. Nofty, thank you very much for the follow. And of course, for the Raiders coming in. Excuse me, I do want to announce we've got a we've got the Mecha Mini Masters coming up tonight, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, or about plus 5 hours and 20 minutes from now. That'll be one of the things we're looking forward to showing you today. That is not, of course, on the beta test server. That is in production. I'll have to log out of this and log back over into the production server. And then tomorrow we're doing tournament casts. Kiddo's not around, so I'll be casting the season championships from Europe, and then probably playing in the Americas myself. Full 2v2 schedule on Sunday as well. And then Monday, probably an MMR day, I think. We're gonna see. We're gonna find out if Fortress is truly dead. MMR donation day. I mean, right now I'm at an all-time high of, wait, 139. No, 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 no. That's not right. There we go. I'm at my all-time high of 1940 right now. All right, now we are queuing into the pastor. Let's see if we can steal some of our MMRs back from him. Oh, sorry, Stuv. Your all-time high of 1630 is still right on top 10%, 90th percentile. That is nothing to be ashamed of. 1900 is 99th percentile. 2000 is about 99.5. So if you've reached 950, you are right on the median. If you've reached 1150, I think you're top 30%. So. Gonna see if we are able to outdo the mountain here. Try to outduel the mountain from long range. It's actually really nice to see the mountain losing in various places, because that is one good indicator that it's not overtuned. We've seen the mountain player lose a bunch. It does seem to come down to your text versus what opponents' chosen answers are. Yes, I am, Toast. Is this the day? Is this the day we've been waiting for? All this time, we've been waiting for Fort to become the dominant unit from Standard. Is this the day? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. How dare you? How dare you read me so transparently? Alright, I think it's going to be fine. It's not great this round. But I do has a plan. That was not actually what I wanted. Well then. Rip me. How many streams do I have to do to get a test server invite? Well, let's put it this way. Some of the people who have been streaming a very long time have not received test server invites. It is specific to it is chosen. It's picked and chosen out of streamers and stream content that I think Bearlike has been kind of personally curating that list. There is, I believe, the ability to apply to the QA balance team, so you don't even have to be a streamer. Just have to be a reputable member of the team in good faith. Anything I want to add right now? Probably this. Nah, okay, good enough. He's gonna be armored? Nope. We have a date for Season 4 start. July 4th. Freedom! You will be able to fight for democracy. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong game. Sorry, my bad. Liberty! Soon.tm. No. 4th of July, baby. Right around this, I think it'll be right around 10 a.m. on the 4th. And, should be great fun. Very much looking forward to it. It is going to share America, something or other. Yeah, exactly. Bearlike doing his best to avoid tariffs, I think. No, you don't think that's it? It could have been it. It sounded legit, didn't it? Totally expecting Fortress from him. Sorry, thingy. Four cannons, 4th season. It's all tying together. Mount Rushmore, 4 faces, 4 cannons, 4th of July. Yeah, like, definitely run with that. Main counter walks on 4 legs? Exactly. More along the lines of big unit go boom, America. It uses oil, America. Close enough. You need a forklift to get it anywhere. Wait, no. All right. What are we selling? We're selling you lads. Soda Poppin' is playing Mecha. Let's go. Bet he's not expecting that as my answer here. Okay, he did bring a marksman over there. That's kind of reasonable. The marksman will do a bit to it. Nothing else is touching it. He has also taken a scorpion. Honestly, wasn't expecting that from him. It's okay, though. Let's just gonna play a totally standard game of Mecha, no mountains, just like a live game right now. It's true. It's true, no mountains. Just jamming out to the new tunes, exactly. Well, I'm trying to counter his mountain before he's played his mountain. That's all I was trying to do here. I think you want to be more like that, right? Like that. Okay. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Both the streams open. All right, we are pre-countering the mountain or trying to bait the mountain. One or the other here. That's gonna hurt, but okay. It's highly entertaining and confusing to watch both. Love it. Opponent's weak side is going to be in a lot of trouble. Of course, we love our ion beams on this channel. That's what we were talking about for King Dark Turtle when he ran a S tier ion beam yesterday. That was great to see. Off we go, stompita stompita. It was 2,500 apiece when we brought out the forts. Did we? Oh, I don't think we quite floated the 400 because I think I put down the oil. But that is going to hurt. And maybe we can even finish this off before the... Oh no, look at that. Boom, boom, boom. No reason to touch that back corner. Right? Nothing to do here. Don't touch anything, Amarok. War Blaster, there it is. There it is, folks. We've got the matchup we wanted. Sport from Standard against the Mountain. Let's go. As anti-missile war factories with Phoenix behind do absolutely bully AA forts, it's true. We baited out the mountain. Now we just need to punish it. We outrange it by a lot. We do 8,000 damage per shot. Got the popcorn just in time. Let's see if it's enough. One of them in the smoke. One of those poor forts is in the smoke. The next one is fine. He really needs to bait Mountain when people are just there to test it. Hey, hey. I'm testing something, okay? What I'm testing is whether this is the day that Amarok becomes S tier on ladder against the Mountain. Is July 4th the day? And the answer is not Mountain, but Fort. Get that thing out of here. Smoke. Yeah, right. Okay, he's won the round. But wait. Oh no, he's leveled too. That's gonna hurt. Just take the best sell option, right? Take all the levels. It is probably time for double tap. And 2 more of them. Surely more forts is the answer. Probably also... Who did great over here? You guys all did about the same. Dang it, I forgot. They're full orange forts. Forgot something I wanted to do this round, though. We need the smoke out here on the line for the fort. Protect the forts. There they are with another one. Sure. He's taking saturation bombardment. Hello, Whoop. Welcome in, my friend. We are trying to beat. We're trying to beat Mountain with Fort. We are also trying to bully Pastor Drewski for some MMRs on the test server. Because test server MMR is critical. Very important. Mountains are insane. But look at this. I like big forts and I cannot lie. Let's go. Let's go. That was phenomenal. That was so much fun. You love using them as forts, even killing Abyss with them with the AA. Finally able to talk about it. I can't believe it. Yes, this has been such... I couldn't even bring it up on stream, whooped, because I knew I was going to break the NDA if I did. I literally couldn't even bring it up. Let's run our ad while we're in queue here. We'll be right back. For those of you that see ads, it's such a huge change. And it is just so fun. It's so fun. It's just such a fun unit. I'm gonna run it next one. Still can't get tech points. Learn not to spend them all. Whoever from Rooster Stream, it seems pretty bad. Whoever built Mountain lost. I mean, honestly, egophobic music, that is not a bad sign, right? That means if you are forcing it, you can get crushed. But if you're building it into the correct boards, it's going to be strong, right? Yeah, it's very good. It's just not OP. And that's a really good sign. just for the overall health of things. Is it that the level 3 War Factory beat the level 5 Mountain, but the were they bought out at the same time? Were they, who was winning the Chaff War? They don't spawn any air units, not your mom's mom, but they do have an anti-air upgrade that they did not previously have. And Drewski used that when I went with a full Wasp flank over here the other round. So he's a quick supply specialist and took the 4 Tarantula start. All good. Come on, bring that thing down so we're not off. Yeah, we're not off to a terrible start. We'll be fine. Less fine. Still fine. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Of course, we are back in a rematch with Drewski. Improved fort. No, that's not what we're doing here. Yeah, AA shells. Yeah, exactly. I think it's the same as the Spider and Arc version. Oh, it reduces attack. Okay. That's why that thing was completely useless. Because he had taken the 2 things that reduce attack together. That's why that one was not working for him. There'll be one over here. He's going to Spider Cage us for now. Distract the storms with these early crawlers. Are those level... No, they're not level 2. They're just level 1. Yeah, he tried to answer the... so he had a level 2 in the corner and took the AA one to answer a Wasp Rhino flank. And then I bought a ranged improved melter down straight on the line. And he threw down the extra range that reduces the attack by 75%. And it was like tickling the melter from downtown, but it wasn't killing anything. So, yeah. Yeah, it went poorly. Let's say. But our positioning's right. For this, what is the unlock and regular cost on the mountain? Mountain unlock is 200, purchase cost is 800, and as you can tell, we might be buying one on round 4 here. I'm sure you might have guessed that from the amount that we're floating. Of course, friend here has no anti-air on the Tarantula. That's why I took the Wasps. He has taken the Phantom Rays, so we're going to have a... I think we lose on air out here. We're planning on selling this fellow. Cash out. Take 1,000 damage real quick. Shake it off, Amra. You can walk this off, buddy. Nothing like taking 1,000 damage and still bringing, or nothing like taking super supply and still bringing out the mountain that you intended to bring out all along. Yes, they were doing 18% damage. It was like totally nothing. Also, welcome in, first time chatter, Sepwall Nefastus. Appreciate it. We are 20 followers away from 2,000. So if you're new to the channel through Raid or just finding us today, please do give us a follow. I'd love it. You Magic Mountains do love their levels, don't they? Alright, now... there's not much left that shoots up for us. These guys luckily are running away from the Mustangs. That's kind of what we need them to do. Get there right now. Yeah, baby. Let's go, let's go, let's go. That'll do. Mustangs are dead. Wasp Mountain. Let's go. Leveled Mountain. Let's go. Skip that. I want you, we want you, we want you. I mean, you know, like let people draw conclusions and be wrong, you know. Whoops! You can prove them wrong on ladder. Who would play War Factory like that? Or am I wrong? And I'll be cannonballing off a cliff. Exactly. It's definitely a verb. Every 8-year-old knows cannonballing. So it's got to be a verb. If it's a verb to an 8-year-old. I guess it's every 8-year-old that's ever has seen or had a pool, maybe. Have anything that does 1,000 damage, sir? Oh, the Typhoon and Fire Badger's recruitable like this. Only the Farseer right now. Typhoon and Fire Badgers are not open to general recruit yet. You get to see some of the separate targeting for the cannons here, where one shoulder's shooting one way and the other shoulder's shooting the other way. Don't run at the pool. Walks calmly until 6 feet away. Cannonball! Runs to jump in. Exactly. I don't think I like Acid Blast. Make sure there's no shield breakout here. I'm just going to want to keep something off of this spot too, I think. Locked, baby. Get out of here with that. Well, that'd be interesting to find out. I mean, acid is 250%. Wait, it's 3% of hit points. So 3% of 151,000 would be 4,500. We'd block 1,000 of it, so we'd take 3,500 per level. Right? So both of them scale. It would be 3,500 per level that we're blocking. Got it. There's certainly some changes happening. There have been some balance changes came in late. Some of the things are balanced different than they were yesterday. I wasn't going to call out much of that yet because I think they're still working on it. We'll see. Trying to get things balanced to each other. I'd level you if I could, buddy. So sorry that I can't. There's a spot about here. No, it won't. That'll pick it up. Best thing we can do is just nuke something over here. Not even nuke, really. Ooh. Now that'll just go off to this thing. Okay. Where are you guys going? You going up that way? Okay. You know what? I can get that guy. Let's see where it goes. Okay, he's got air now. That's great. We'll be able to shoot up now. This round, it's not going so well. I think that's ionization. Yeah, ranged ionize. It's gonna hurt. Of course, we have jump driven out of some of it. Ionize, if you don't know, does 70% of a unit's current hit points. So it is pretty solid against a Titan, for sure. But we have done enough that we'll get another round. And with another round on the board, we're going to be fine. We can tech AA. But I don't really want AA on this big guy. Yeah, ionized is very crazy, for sure. But we can also just turn off the ionized. How's that sound? Sounds like a plan to me. If I'm him, I'm mobile beaconing them this way. Let's go there-ish. You guys get shields. You lose 70%. Lose 70% of your damage. So, if I misspoke, I apologize. But you know what? Maybe you want this guy. If I'm him, I'm thinking about bringing these over here, right? Opal Beacon this way. Beacon this way. Maybe even straight across. Maybe even straight across. Oh, he sold literally the one I was kidding. Oh, man. Great dodge. Or wasps get too far out in front, they're gonna have a bad day. And I think it's GG's. We should have taken the AA on the fortress or on the mountain anyways. Now I have to go test if I would have won with AA on that. So, yep. He gets some of his MMRs back. We'll test real quick whether we would have won that with AA or subscribers. The rest of you will get to see an ad. We'll be queued again. While we're in the queue, go just check this one real quick. Alright, we took that. We dropped it here for better or for worse. So all we're testing right now is AA there. Throw these guys out. I don't remember if I did shields. But I probably should have. Oh, that's right. I put them on these. That's okay. And that's about it. Not all we can afford. If we're going this way, maybe we sell you to bring out 3 more fangs, because fangs are good. It's a slightly different path. We're no longer leaning into the wasps as our AA. We're leaning into the these guys as the AA. We've shielded, but not on the spot we needed to. We again miss the 1 unit. Sure. Hello, welcome in, Slippery. We are... I don't get to find out the answer. I don't get to find out the answer. It is on July 4th, sir. July 4th is the launch date, as far as I understand. I believe that'll be around 10 a.m. Pacific. And welcome in first-time chatter, Slippery. Appreciate you folks hanging with us on your Friday night, your Friday afternoon, Friday, well, if it's morning, you're in Hawaii, so, you know, appreciate you guys too. Saturday morning, New Zealand. All right. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Enjoy your coffee. Enjoy your day. Slippery is visiting us from the future. Of course, that means it'll be like close to July 5th for you, right? It's out on the 4th for me. It's out at the 4th. My 10 a.m. is your. Gosh, what is it? Your. Oh, no, 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 no. Wait. Shoot. Yeah, you're 8 no, 7 behind me from California. I remember. How far is it? You're 7 behind, but on the next day, right? Something like that. Oh, sorry. It's not 7, it's 5 behind. 5 behind and then the next day. So it'll be out 5 a.m. on the 5th of July then for you. It's the scheduled launch date. 5 a.m. on the 5th of July. Um Looks like a crash here. Welcome in, Nash. Did I miss the sneak preview? You guys have not missed sneak preview day. You have not missed sneak preview, but we appear to be missing this match. We're gonna Alt F4 out of that, and we are on the closed beta. We're on the beta server. We just had a little bit of a crash bug jumping direct from a replay into a game. So apologies. If somebody can somebody jump over to Drewski's channel and tell him we just had a crash bug and requeued. So we'll hit him again. Oh wait, can we join that? Here, we'll just here we go. All right, so sneak preview. We'll talk about that real quick. The two big things: Farseer, no longer a rare unit. It's a core unit with a 50 cost unlock, so you can slam it out on round 1 if you're quick supply, round 2 if you're anything else. And the other one is the Mountain. Our Titan is from 4-player free-for-all, is now available in 1-player, 2-player, and survival. So you can get your big old Titans out. Mountain can dunk from a long way away. Oh my god, I'm such a Farseer lover. Yes, there you are. You are going to be able to Farseer all the time, anytime. Rip rare units, that idea is going away. It does seem like it. Farseer plus Chaff on turn 2. Yeah, I actually passed. First game of the stream, I passed on round 2. I hadn't told people that Farseer was out, and it was like 4 great cards. And I just jumped straight in without even previewing anything. It was just like, we'll show you as we play. We managed a round 2 Farseer and a round 5 Mountain in the same game. And, unfortunately, it wasn't a huge group. But, I was definitely going for some minds blown. Grave Raven, hello, hello. Responded in all instead of whisper. Thank you very much, sir. Do I have that? I don't have that blocked or anything. All right, well. Somehow I didn't see it. But, if I managed to block Drewski, tell me I haven't blocked. Okay, no, I've not blocked him. right? No. My bad. My bad. I did. Sorry. Hey, Castalia, how are your games with Hawk? Welcome in. Castalia, German streamer, one of the top. Castalia, are you top one world female player at the moment in 1v1? Is that about right? Maybe Sunny's got you. Anyway, she's very, very, very strong player. One of the great 2v2s, German streamer. Definitely recommend a follow. And fits the be a good sport, win or lose. So highly recommend her. She's very entertaining. Sunny's a bit better than you? Okay. So, fair enough. Stopping by because I can't waste my Prime sub. Very busy with moving, but I'll be back to annoying you and playing Mechabellum soon. Well, that very YOLO guy, after a tough day of moving, I do hope you'll sit down and enjoy the VOD. So, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Folks like you keep us on the air all the time. Really, honestly, could not do it without you guys. So I deeply appreciate it. Oh, hey, we get around to Farseer without having to unlock it. Just like the old days. Strange. And you're going to be offset on this side, huh? I'm okay with this. I can kind of work with this side. Side setup here. And Drapnir, thank you very much for the follow. Puts us 19 away from 2,000 followers. Closing in on it. Maybe we will get there today. Maybe it'll be tomorrow when we do the... Might be tomorrow when we do the weekend champion, or the season championships for Season 3. Of course, you have until July 3rd to finish out your season accomplishments if you're closing in on your 100,000 combat power and trying to get that Sakura skin for your Phoenix. You're running out of time. Better get some games in this weekend. I will remind you folks that the tournaments do award extra MMR and combat power bonus and swings, in fact. So you can lose more, but generally you stand to gain more in tournaments than in other sources. We're on 4720s on 4900. It's all good. How much do we care here? No. Just go bother his backside here. Range that junk. Yeah, often see you with Hawkins Space and one other player, I think, right? I'm trying to remember who else I've seen you two with. One other German player. But they're always a really solid team to run into. And Castalia and I have run into each other basically round 1 or round 2 of the 2v2 tournaments almost every week, it seems like. And never an easy match. Chemtrails, Hawk, Illuminati is who I was thinking of, yes. Carrying them in twos. Sometimes they have a big backpack. Nah, Castalia matches up really well against me, particularly, it seems like. Especially when I was struggling with tempo early part of this season. I was definitely feeling it. Kind of a lot of pressure anytime I played her. It was like I was getting tempoed out from standard, like a noob. I mean, excuse me. Yeah, it's I mean, that's just a sign that she's got a really good economy, a really good grasp of the fundamentals, really good grasp of the counters to whatever I was doing. Um, we have been giving away. Who's a noob? Say it ain't so, right? We've actually been giving away the tower snipe on either tower all game. So let's change that up a little bit here. Well, I think in general you're a little bit stronger if you are able to do attack, defense, and standard, pre-standard, all really well. You're predictable and you get rushed. Yeah, because she would rather play the range war than play defense. Castalia, if you are looking for coaching on, defending a push, I would say Alpha Titan. First off, the guy loves coaching, and then second, he's that's probably his strength, is getting defense to a push out really quickly. Yeah, he's insanely good in defense. So that would be the person I would ask. And I know the guy likes to and enjoys it. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. So you've disconnected. You're getting legit server issues. What time is this? 1:33 p.m. Let us go with okay, bug reports. Server disconnects. Server connection issues. Twice. Circa 1:30. No, this would be circa 1:20, 1:32. No, let's make that 13:20, 13:32. Pacific Daylight Time on 6:27. One in loading, one in mid game, where both players saw their player disconnected message. Check logs. Make sure we don't handle that's causing that. That is the best I can report that one. Today I got done coaching someone to 1800 MMR. His MMR is now higher than mine. Ferrisarg, I coached Yeswin Big. His MMR was has multiple times gone to the top of the table. Wow. Negative time to disconnect. till I win. I win, yes, I won 20. um, uh, Follow up, the second game where it crashed in game. Continued indefinite countdown on both clients, eventually showing. In negative seconds eventually. Says you winded. We're gonna try to upload a chat. Sorry, we're gonna try to upload our replay real quick. We can start matching. I mean, I'm a little bit wondering if we're just having some server instability and it might be time to bail on the test server for the night. But guess it helps. There we go. Okay, bug filed. Third time's a charm. We're back in queue. If it drops again, may switch over to main branch for Mecha Mini Masters tonight. All right. All right, hold on. What else? What all have we had going? Been happening to Spade, Arp, and I. Posted in the general chat. Okay. Blood, I've put a bug in the QA bug reports so you can add your information to it as well. And then Toast says that's the mark of a good coach. 2 months ago, Whoop says I coached somebody higher than me in MMR, but I beat him 10 times in a row. That's pretty cool. Ferrosarg, you previously coached a Dota 2 team for a couple of years. Very nice. Yeah. In fact, Ferrosarg, that could be a really fun stream. Or Whooped, that could be a really fun interview to have. Like if you guys do a Discord call, like almost kind of in the style that the style that Stony and Bear like do for the engine room chat, right? Like, and just really, like get it out there as content. Because I would totally watch that. Like that's a 45-minute podcast. I would sit down and watch and rewatch. Yeah, play a game or two, ask questions between them. Yeah, but like the topic of conversation is on coaching. You could even like grab somebody, coach. Oh, I know, I am too at Longfire. I did put a whole bunch of questions in. If you guys don't know, Stony does post something on the Reddit. Let me see if I can cue that up somewhere. So if you guys haven't seen it, our Mechabellum does have a Reddit here that is worth a follow with your your Mechabellum account. You can find me there under Amarok, of course. We're having a whole lot of stuff, a whole lot of fun things there. But you get something like Where is it? It's way back a couple of days ago. Blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Oh, it's pinned. I see. You get things, he does ask for questions here. It's probably getting a little bit late. You'd be sliding in right under the wire. But you can get your questions in. And I've got a good long list of questions in there. There's a whole bunch of other there. It was really hard to write those questions, by the way, guys, without referencing the changes I knew was coming. Oh, I like Phoenix. Phoenix, good unit. Plan was always to add some more chaff. Always love doing esports stuff. Nice. It's very like a therapist for your fire trauma. Love it. Okay, the evil Phoenix out here. Of course, neither of us has the Sakura skin because we didn't get it unlocked. Because, we don't get enough combat power on the test server to get anything. That's the longest round, but okay. 100,000 combat power for this season is what's required for that. Alright, Nick, hold up here. Want you shooting the wrong direction for a bit? Was it 120? Is it 120, Castalia? I'm sorry. Sorry if I misspoke, folks. Thank you for the correction. Trust Castalia knows what she's talking about. Zamorak was just making it up off the top of his head. Off of remembrance. And of course I can't go find out because we're in the Season 4 rewards. Gonna see what we've got so far? Love the little hounds. Puppy emotes. Puppy emotes are coming. Just my new favorites. I want them. I really want them. Avatar frame's a must. Puppy emotes are a must. Sakura's 100k. You're almost there. Thank you. I thought I had that. Look at that smoke and little draw out there. That went so well. I'm pleased with that. Good question, Last Endo. When does Season 4 start? July 4th at 10 a.m. Pacific. If you are in New Zealand, that makes it July 5th at 5 in the morning. And elsewhere in the world, it'll be late on the 4th of July, or midday on the 4th of July, maybe. And if you're East Coast, it'll be like 1 p.m. on the 4th of July. So, kind of your answer, 4th or 5th of July. Gustalia missed looking at the season pass. Well, that's why you're here. You knew, not again. Well, we weren't gonna get back out of that. Last 1 week left. I have to play more. Yeah, you play this weekend. Get into the tournaments this weekend, Last Endo. The you get the benefit of some improved MMR and combat power gains during I'm off out then. Off over to main branch. Thank you for the games, my friend. I was going to say the tournaments are increased MMR swings and combat power gains, unless you're top 200 world, in which case it can be increased combat power swings. We are going to have I'm going to have to download the branch, so let us kick in a little bit of words on stream for a moment. If you guys see ads, you're going to see ads. So yeah, enter the weekend tournaments this weekend, Last Endo. You can gain more combat power than you normally would per match played. So it's increases in gain over time. All right. We'll do a quick little words on stream. This is mostly to fill the time while we are switching from the closed beta over to the main piece. If you've never done words on stream, where have you been? But also, you basically type words in chat to guess what's going on. If I've got this right, you guys will actually be able to see each other's chats on screen a little bit. It is a fromage, a cheese. Wait a sec. I'm excited. No. You've got the letters up there. Okay, I see. Lit. I don't know. Hello, you see a little bit. I mean, lit maybe? Oh, haha. Come pick mine. Come pick mine, Parasarg. We can talk for sure. Okay, so everybody has a little how is a lit the past tense of a light, not a word? What? Fine, I'll just go get the big one. Okay. Yeah, come pick mine. We can chat a bit. So you once you've guessed one correctly, you have to wait until the timer reaches the unlock thingy. You can see the little lock next to my name right now. That will unlock. I can't submit any words successfully right now. I can type things, but they just don't process. Now I can submit again as soon as that thing has unlocked. So We have made our goal. We're as a team. We are all scoring points, so we've got a net of 47 points out of a necessary 30 to move on up. So we should be in better shape for next round. That chat box needs to be maybe a little bit bigger. What do you? That's not quite right. Let's put it up like this. How's that? That's a little bit better. Title was a great one. I'm not bothering showing who's who there. I guess that's also a bit of a problem. So, huh. All right, we are on to the next round. All right, there we go. That seems to be working a little bit better. All right. Okay. I think there's just server side. I suspect there's a full on issue there. Hmm. Oh, I see. I see. Siri is unfortunately a proper name. We're not going to get that one. But, and can I disable? Huh, why is it? Got my word in. My work here is done. There you are. Iris, that's a great one. All right, so we were plus 3 levels. Uh, looks like the game has finished downloading. So as soon as this match is over, we'll get back out onto our standard stuff. Dredge is a good one. Everybody does have a different delay until they see it, of course. Edged. Ah, thank you, Viking Raider. How I saw Edger and not edged, I will never know. But All right, 3 more levels. Toast is using a dictionary, because who knows what the heck a geed is. All right, congrats to Ferrosarg, Toast, and Viking Raider had the best rounds there. Puts Toast and Blue and Ferrosarg in close contact with each other at second, third, fourth. Let's go on to the next round. One of these letters is fake, folks. One of these letters is fake. All right, ferret. So the G is the fake. Blue just jumps straight to the correct word right off the board. G is fake. G is fake. Do not bother with a G. The G is fake, madman. There's no G. Welcome in, first time chatter. We've just moved off the beta branch. We've downloaded the main branch. So back over to the old music. In fact, I'm going to turn the old music all the way off. I don't think we need to hear it. Congrats to Castalia, Toast, and Blue, who had the best rounds. That puts Blue a close second, with Toast and Ferrosarg following. But as a whole, we are through to level 14. Let's go. We have a fake letter and a hidden letter. So good luck on that one. So help and poll give us some ideas of what the real letters are. People is in, Pope is in. So there are, yeah, people. That makes either the F or it's got to be the F is the fake. Don't bother with the F anymore. Is that right? Yeah, that's definitely right. We found that the hidden red. No, it's just another F. Oh. Peephole. Let's go, Ferrosarg. That's amazing. All right, 3 more levels puts us on level 17. Good work, team. With Blue and Madman Quail and Ferrosarg having great rounds there. That puts Blue into first overall. Ferrosarg and Toast following up. On to level 17. Our record is level 29. So with a active group playing, could be closing in on that one. We've got, again, a fake and a hidden. Need a 5-letter word, guys. Need 5-letter words. Clasp didn't get in. Flips didn't get in. Spiral did. So the hidden is an R. The fake is the C. Hidden is R. Fake is the C. Game, please. I know. There's no E, though. Sorry, Toast. So, there you are. Your hidden is C, or your hidden was R, your fake is C. There's no E, Toast. Still no E. LARP. It needed to be 5 letters long. Okay, we barely squeaked through that one. Contributions from P Nova, Madman Quail, and Faustenberger. That's still got Toast second, or Toast third, Ferrosarg second, and Blue Feral top of the table. We go on to level 18, barely sneaking through. With again, we're gonna be 5-letter minimum now. 5-letter minimum with at least one fake and at least one hidden. One fake, one hidden. Taint. There is a second T, guys. And the S is real, so... And the O is real. J is fake. J is fake, 2 T's. Toast! Toast gets toast! Let's go! Titans, Madman! Okay, that is the best... That's the best guess of the day, because, of course, it's a Titan patch. Love it. Love it, love it. Two T's, no J. It's moving too fast for you. Well, whatever the early piece was, we missed that, but we made it through. Up another 2 levels, puts us on level 20. Closing in, guys. Closing in. And that was great rounds from Toast, Madman Quail, and Faustenberger. Puts us at Toast and Ferrosarg in the 50s, Blue Feral in the 70s. Well, let's go. I don't believe Uegerferberger or Uegerferber was a real word there, Toast. Back to work for Faustenberger, so we might be in trouble because it's getting harder and harder. Faking a hidden again. Kilcannon. Kilcannon was correct with stored. S-T-O-R-E and D are in there. Ferrosarg got destroy. So the hidden letter is Y. The fake letter is J. Hidden is Y. Fake is J. Hidden is Y. Well, that will bring our run to an end. But we had a good fun time, and that'll put us back over to some regular Mechabellum. Congratulations. We had great rounds from, well, anybody who found a word on that had a great round. So that's Castalia, Pinova, Kilcannon, Ferrosarg, and Saul Greatman jumping in. Gets us our top three. Number 1, Blue Feral. Number 2, Ferrosarg. Number 3, Toast 94, with a whole bunch of others contributing. We had a total of 14 people getting different words through there. So really appreciate you guys jumping in. We got to level 20. Our overall record is 29. That was a pretty solid round for us. But we shall switch it back over to Mechabellum. Now, you guys want to do Fun Friday? Or should I queue up on stream? Do we dare open a queue here? Of course, keep in mind there's no free Farseers. No what do we do on Fun Friday? So Madman Quail, the way this works, let's wait, I even have a little thing for it. Hold up. We do a little round robin. What did I call this? Bang round robin. There we go. So we do these little round robins. You type bang Q to join the queue for a round robin of 2v2s. You get 3 games where A partners B, A then partners C, and then A partners D. All right. Who do we have? It gives us 3. Gives us 3 right now. Balak, are you still around? Because you were in before. Toast trying to moderate the queue now. Whooped and Madman Quail are in. I think we are actually going to remove Falak. If he's around, he'll have to re-add himself. So we're looking for 2 more. Join. Here we go. That should give us our a little queue of 2. It'll be Whooped and Madman Quail. Whooped, like we did last Friday. Do you mind running this? Because I do want to take a little bit of a break between now and the weekend tournament, the Mini Masters, Mecha Mini Masters tourney action, mostly to rest of voice get some food in me, get some liquid in me, and be a little bit off. So much appreciated. We'll, if you want the, believe you've got permissions in the broadcast booth, so you can jump into there if you want to add voice or not. And that gives us 3. I think you've got the full set of commands for running the queue if you need to. Here, let me set that to moderator. And what else do we need? All right. I think bang next should work for you, pulling somebody off of the queue if you need to. Anything else out there? We're just looking for one more that is not me. We need one more player to start off our first group. Madman Quail, thank you very much for the follow. And we're looking for something in the 501 chat so that Whoop can find you. And of course, if you'll have to invite me as well, Whoop, so I can watch. Just type something in the main. There you are. We'll make sure I've given you a follow as well. There we go. He's just typed in the 501 for you, Whooped. We need one more. Sure. That way people can't check stream to see what's going on. Spectator delay is probably right. One more, anybody? Type bang Q and get yourselves in. No, Toast. You're already there. Thank you, Whooped. And you've got to get the rotations right. There you go. So, Toast, you're A. Madman Quail, you're B. Yes, Pinova, this is on main. It's just for fun. No MMRs on the line. You're in for a 3-game sweep, a 3-game set for yourselves. There you go. Pinova, you are the 4th. So that leaves us our group real quick. And then I'm just going to clear it because you guys have all filled yours. Anybody who adds the queue now is anybody who adds into queue from this point on, you're into the next match. You're just queued up for the next match. The next match will start in about an hour or so. And I'm just going to stick around. I'm not going to narrate this. If anybody who's got broadcast booth privileges and wants to hear their voice on the air, that includes, for example, I guess a Toast and a Whooped out of this group. You guys can jump in and narrate or something. You were theoretically supposed to be B with Madman Quail as A. Yes, that is correct. But so if you want to switch down to red team and have Madman Quail switch up to blue, that's fine. Because technically you and Madman Quail are in the back, the opposite positions, but it's fine. Nova, you're up. You just need to get yourself into. There we go. Like, all right, we're just gonna go. Toast is the A. Whoop. Madman Quail is B, and P Nova is C. As soon as you guys are readied up. Off you go. P Nova, you got to click ready. I think it's right about here that you should have it. And there you go. Off we are. Now, MMR is a little bit meaningless in this because you're going to play it 3 times. No worries. No worries. I love the wolf avatar, by the way. I don't know if I've told you that. One of my favorites. It's brilliant. Channel point predictions are up. For those of you that want to bet on yourself. Oh, you have 2 wolf tattoos. Let's go. If you are if you're all ready to bet on yourself, you can go all in on your own side. If you are confident that you're going to lose, you can even bet rocks on the other opponent. So go ahead and bet on yourself or against yourself. It's current bets are on Madman Quail and P Nova. Nothing bet on Toast and Whooped yet. Whooped, you got to at least throw 250 on you. There we go. That's more like it. And then, depending how confident you are in P Nova, you can vote either side. Good luck, have fun. And I'm going to step away from the mic as soon as I have given you guys the camera angle. Correct camera angle. I'll check in from time to time, but it is, we are, I'm just going to try to save the voice for the casting tonight. It's also hot as sin back here, so needing to get away and cool down a little bit. Of course, for those of you who've enjoyed the no worries, Woofed. For those of you who enjoy getting the previews, the tournaments, and all of that, there's a buy me a coffee if you want to give donations and such like. Always appreciated. And I do have a special announcement. We're going to be doing some discounted gift subs this evening for the Mecha Mini Masters. I'll let you know more when that is enabled. So, but all throughout the tournament coverage tonight, there'll be discounted gift subs. So, for those of you that enjoy the spirit of giving, probably be doing that again for Christmas, and maybe a couple of other times during the year. Celebrate certain milestones, like the first stream, the day we hit partner, some things like that. We'll have some discount gift subs on those days. Toast thinks they're gonna win. Let's go. I like the optimism. Get a bet in. So they're playing on the compact map. If you haven't seen 2v2 before, there's 3 different maps. This is the classic one, in my opinion, where there is no flank. On this player's left side, there is no flank. Instead, basically, everything from here to here on this side of the board has been cut off. So you get two towers smashed together. And you wind up with either there's a huge fight over getting the two middle towers, or there's kind of like a, I'm going to hold the middle, but not really commit to it, and then push the outside and try to like kind of circle around and hit these things from the all the way through a flank. You can also, use mobile beacons to just, we're going to completely abandon this furthest tower and just fight over 3 of the towers. Level this thing up to level 4 or 5 so it doesn't hurt too much to lose it. That one's a lot of fun as well. We're going to get off the auto camera, back over to the manual camera, just so that we're not losing most of the match. Lots of the match will happen off screen, that's fine. Chunks of the corner flanks will happen off screen. Not much I can do about that, but there we go. That is me done for now. I'm going to be stepping away. I do believe if I have things set up properly, I do believe that you may hear the might hear the voice of whooped GG in a few minutes, but potentially not. Oh wait, no, he's here. Do you want to give me a check real quick?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
All right, that is the root. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. How are you doing today?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I cannot wait. I know you've been bursting to talk about the mountain being in Maine. What are your thoughts? How excited are you? What are you about? What are you feeling about it?
So my first thought was the plating was going to be ridiculous, but it wasn't as strong as I thought. It was really, really strong.
Right.
But the melters are still a big problem.
Yeah. I love that it has enough of an armor that if it can kill the melter quickly enough, it essentially escapes unscathed, right? Because it's been taking 1 per tick.
Yes.
And then, if the melter ramps up, then you can start seeing the damage go through just like for any other unit.
Yeah, it was really funny. Like, if you get a leveled up mountain and then they have steel balls, you're like, oh, that's nice. Like, that's a cool lock on.
That tickles. That's fun.
Going against Spade, I think he had production steel balls. It was like, yeah, this ain't doing any damage. Literally no damage.
Oh my god.
Ion didn't do any damage. Roxas tried to Ion me one time. Literally no damage.
Oh my god, from an ion beam, of course. Oh god. That's amazing.
I'm curious about these War Factory changes, though.
I did not talk about those much. Do you want to talk about them, or do you know them well enough to talk about them?
I don't know them well enough. I know they got a damage buff, but
yeah, we'll look at them in the next time we get out there, I think. But then I know the team are still working on the balance there. So I didn't want to highlight it today. Give them a little bit of time to get closer to release.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
Friday night, Mechabellum.
Friday night, Mechabellum. Let's go. Wait, what time zone are you?
Pacific.
Oh, okay. Same.
Cody Fly and Park, man, they have quite the journey if they want to win.
Oh god, yes, and terrible times, right? 5 in the morning for Cody.
Yeah, I messaged Park. I'm like, get some sleep. I'm like, drink water, eat food, and make sure you get sleep.
Yeah, get a big dinner and then go to sleep. Lots of protein to make sure the brain is on fire there. Somnivorous. No, you cannot put units on your friend's side. You can use a mobile beacon, as Ferrosarg said, to move into the friend's side. Other maps have different forms of interaction. For example, there's a map where these 2 towers are back out at the normal distance, so there is 2 flanks between them, and then you can really mess with your partner's opponent's board by, having a flank that's, essentially, let's say you had another flank here, except it's between the two boards, right? Because your board is off to this, is way out to the right. So like you could get something here that pulls a bunch of aggro and makes some space for your partner. And I think all three of them, it really becomes very important to have some good communication with your partner. Make sure that your placements don't mess up their something that they're counting on, among other things. Or in this mode, it can be a lot of. I suspect it may have happened here that Whoop said, "I'm going to go fight out on the outside and trust Toast to hold the middle." You can see how much stronger Whoop is on the far left. Of course, he's not saying anything about that particularly.
Well, that's something I probably should have told Toast.
Maybe. Toast is doing fine in the middle right now. The anti-missile does mean that she's not really going to want to run anti-air barrage against Toast Phoenix. That's a little unfortunate. Really anti-missile from Pinova.
Did you have a good day off yesterday?
Yeah, I did. Kiddo is, let's see. So Wednesday night, I had like a good 2-hour phone call with an old friend, catching up a lot, and made plans to see each other the night of the 3rd. So, looking forward to that. Yeah, and then
Did you go sailing?
I did go.
today?
I did go sailing on Tuesday. That was a ton of fun. We went out whale watching on a old. It's like a replica of a 1840s era wooden schooner, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. Didn't see any whales. Saw a whole lot of other sea animals, including had dolphins come and play, jumping in and out of right next to the. Right next to the vessel. It was really cool, and it's just gorgeous. That absolutely beautiful vessel. Had a ton of fun. And then
That sounds awesome.
yesterday I had Kiddo, so we went and did kid-friendly things with Kiddo and Kid's friend. So
Was it scary being on the ocean?
oh no, I'm a really good swimmer, so I've been around the ocean a lot. So. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't even really have much seasickness. Some people who are definite landlubbers got pretty severe seasickness, so they were not enjoying it as much. There were a couple of people that just went down and laid down amidships, but most of the folks were, you're out on deck. You've got the all sorts of, also just look at the horizon if you need to, or whatever. It was good fun. It was about a 3.5 hour, like a 3-hour cruise, if you will.
Nice.
No shipwreck, no Gilligan. What else? And then yeah, yesterday was mostly Kiddo stuff. They have a friend in from out of town, so we took the friend all over the place. And then they're off to SeaWorld today with Kiddo's mom. So I get to be with you guys. Kiddo's out of town next weekend, which is why I get a whole bunch of extra time. I even get to be around for the Americas tournament. So, PV2 tournament.
Oh, right on.
Looking forward to that.
Playing with Alpha Titan?
Actually, I hadn't told him I'm around for it yet, so I need to sort that out. Are you my number 2 if that doesn't come to pass?
Yeah, I can be for sure.
Right. Let me. I'll make sure I talk to him and then let you know as soon as I can, so that you've got plenty of time to find a partner. Of course, for those of you out there who that is one of the things that we do in the Discord, the Machiavellian Guild Discord. there's looking for partner, and there's plenty of rooms, and moderators are set up to be able to create more 2v2 rooms at need if we ever have like a 2-player tournament, 2v2 tournament day where all of the 2v2 rooms are full. We'll just make some more. It's fine. Really, but what it's supposed to be for.
So back to the boat thing. I grew up on the Oregon coast.
Mhm.
So I'd fish on like rivers, lakes. Sometimes I'd go in the ocean.
Right.
And I was never seasick. Always, around water.
Right.
Fast forward, I went on one of my friends had a boat and we took it on the lake. Oh my God. I was so seasick.
Oh my God.
Seasick, I guess. I mean, we're on a lake, not a sea, but I'm like, what happened?
Right. What happens to me? I mean, I do know for me a little bit if I'm dehydrated, I'm much more likely to get seasick. And I don't understand why that is, but there you go. All right, same group should be up for another match that we just kind of rotate. We just rotate a little bit where Madman Quail will be Whooped's partner. Nova will be in the number. Madman Quail's supposed to be your partner, Whooped, and then so. Or did we just rotate the other direction?
Yeah, I just rotated the other direction.
Yeah, if you rotated the other direction, that's fine. You're all good. Go. As long as we don't wind up with
Oh yeah, everybody plays each other.
Everybody has to play each other once. It
once.
actually matters what order you do the second game. The first game can be anybody.
I just shifted down and then put down up.
Yeah, rotate down or rotate up is fine. Yeah. Any kind of crisscross applesauce stuff is a real problem. Yeah, my dad was Navy, so it's kind of the same. Where I grew up with on the water all the time. We would go to the beach all the time. Learned to, I was playing beach volleyball by the time I was like 12 or whatever, body surfing all the time. And, kind of goes from there. But yeah, it never went away as the feeling immune to it anyways.
That's good. That's good. The last game, those little buggers hit me with fire twice and then oil twice and ignited it. It was pretty painful.
Yeah.
It's a good move though.
Yep. Well, speaking of, let's get you guys a predictions up, and there you go. So game 1 paid out. Game 2 about to start with Nova and Madman Quail each on 1 point. Whooped and Toast and each needing a win here to keep themselves in contention for a title. They can win their second game. Of course, the way we do this, there's either 3 first place finishers or 1 grand champion. And
What do you think about the Farseer change with the burst?
I didn't actually get to try burst. I equipped it, but never found myself needing it. But I like it as an idea, right? I actually feel like without burst, the Farseer's in a really good spot for just kind of continually having missiles in the air. And
yeah,
I'm really excited to have it available as a round 2 buy. Kind of thinking of it as being part of the meta almost immediately, that we're either going to have round 2 Phoenix or round 2 Farseer or both. Yes, Farseer has a new tech. It's got burst mode. Same as a Phantom Ray, Toast, as of the Season 4 patch. Of course, that was all in Mandarin, so I couldn't read to you exactly how it was working. Onyx is in, joining Whooped and Nightcrawler for the next one. We need one more to finish that out. One more for the next game set. And of course, even if you're in the current game, Farseer is no longer a special unit. That's the other piece, right? That's why it's going to be part of the round 2 meta, I think. To have the either round 2 or round 3 Phoenix or Farseer as kind of the answer to the Phoenix. And it's going to also kind of mitigate some of the Wasp play, right? Where round 2
sure.
Wasp is really strong, but not anymore if people are going to be in Farseers a bunch. So
yeah, I think it's a really, really good defensive stabilization unit. So having access to it early can help a lot of boards not get tempoed out.
Right.
Speaking of Farseers.
Yeah. Of course, we're 90 seconds behind you, so no idea what
Yeah, I don't know.
nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, I was looking at the stream. I'm like, speaking of Farseer, I was eyeballing it.
Yeah. Farseer will always have a special place in Thonic's heart. Well, Thonix, from July 4th, you're going to be able to actually unlock and play it on round 1 as quick supply. So you don't even have to sell anything. Round 2, you can get it out without even giving up a deploy, no matter what specialist you are. All you have to do is skip things. Speaking of Farseer, and I did give you the in Discord stream so that you can have an idea what your voice is matched to. It goes out.
Right. Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's you're seeing exactly what almost live what your voice, what stream will be seeing that is next to your voice. I'm going to step away for this match. So you've got the con. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, gotcha.
Do that.
We need one more for the queue. You guys want to join the queue? Type exclamation Q or bang Q, as Amarok likes to say. I'm already in, Donix. Saber and Farseer, I think. Is that a strat? Probably not a very good one. What's up, Captain? Faro, do you want to join us? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Sabers and Farseer here. Pull up the Saber, but I don't think this is gonna work too well. Not against Mustang. Captain, is that Amarok and cheese or in cheese? Because right now it's Whoop talking. A 1500 and 1900. My goodness, man. Nice job. Okay, yeah. Amarok's been running that a lot and destroying people on ladder, so that makes sense. I run a variation of the cheese strat. I call it cheesy potatoes. Basically, I make Raise or Race like a co-primary along with Rhinos. Yeah, so no, I'm sorry, man. I'm getting absolutely destroyed here. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Alright, let's go Smoke Bomb, see if we can hit Toast with Smoke Bomb. Hopefully she doesn't shield. And then the question is, are we also going to get Smoke Bombed? I have to assume yes. Yeah, so I played the Mountain in the test server about a week ago, and this was prior to War Factory changes. So I have to test it again. But when I did test it, Mountain was actually real. I had a lot of fun playing it. I'll say that. I went into it thinking that the armor plating, like reducing damage by 1,000 per level, was going to be way too OP. And there are instances where it's really strong, but didn't feel OP as a unit. It actually just felt really fun. What's up, Sir Limbo? Yeah, so if you're gonna go against it, Captain, melters are still a really good counter for it. What's up, Somni? So Farseers, I like Farseers. I call them a bridge unit. My classification for them. What I like to do is stabilize my board with them. So they're really good early game. They're really good for stabilization. They counter things like Wasps or Wraith or early Phoenix, things like that. Basically, it's just a really good, well-rounded unit for your board to have early. You generally don't want to make them your carry unit, like your main DPS. Although you can sometimes have Farseers that get high levels and items. Drewski with the raid. How's it going, Pastor Drewski? This is Whooped currently speaking.
Hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the games on the test server, Pastor Drewski. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Raiders, we are planning on casting the Mecha Mini Masters at about 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. That'll be about 3 hours from now. Until then, we are doing 2v2s in-house. You can join that set of shenanigans. You can join that set of shenanigans here at, oops, not that. Help if I spelled round robin correctly. By typing bang Q, join the queue, and get into games there. Kept hitting that bug round 3-4. Yeah, that's a little frustrating. So, right now I'm turning the stream over to Whooped GG, who's currently playing the bottom left in some 2v2s, facing up against Toast. They're in round 5, as you can see.
Currently the one getting destroyed.
Currently the one getting destroyed again? Oh dear.
Yeah, terrible.
I mean,
but it's okay. I'm having fun.
It is hard to entertain chat and to play well at the same time. Huh?
I wish I could use that as an excuse, but I got destroyed last game too.
True. Yes, but you were trying to get everything set up so that you could get into chat.
Ah, there we go. All right. Got my back with the excuses.
Of course. I'm an expert at that. Type bang Q-U-E-U-E. Exclamation mark Q-U-E-U-E. Gets you in. There you are. And that will be the set of 4 for the next match. It'll be Raging Jim G, Nightcrawler, and Thonix to go with Whooped. I am resting voice for the cast this evening. I wanted to do I was basically thinking I'd do 2 4-hour streams or so for the day, and then everybody was like, no, you gotta do Fun Friday for us. So Whooped volunteered to step in.
A Fun Friday is an Amarok staple.
It is, and I really appreciate you picking it up both last week and this. I'm going to continue taking the break. Thanks for the raid, Pastor Drewski, and Rage and Jim G. Welcome, glad that you've joined it. How long till tourney? Tourney is plus 3 hours and 10 minutes or so. The break hype.
Break hype.
Yeah, tourney is at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, plus 3 hours from now.
Is our first match Park and Cody Fly?
No, the first match is the winner's bracket side, so it'll be
Red Scarab and
Odyssey. And Odyssey. It should be great. Ooh. Really looking forward to that.
I'm about to be ioned here. Ghost hitting my Farseers. Oh, Cody Fly is crazy good. I mean, I know you're good too, Sir Limbo. I'm not saying he is or isn't better, but yeah, I know Cody Fly. Like, I get what you're saying. He's insane. You're washed. Yeah, that's how I feel too. I was never good not to be. I mean, like, I don't even think I qualified as washed because I was never good in the first place. I feel washed. Let's add some more Farseers because why not? Now, I do not recommend doing this. It's terrible. but we're gonna do it anyway. I went with armor on the race because of the Mustangs, but I'm thinking maybe I should have went pair because of the marksman. Also have a nano on a repair saber that I'm not particularly thrilled about, but I also don't want to sell the saber. Yeah, Mo. Super classic Farseer Donut Saber build. When Scorpions, you know, Thonix, that's a good question. I should build Scorpions. Nice, Limbo. That means you are first in the queue. So it won't be this queue because I'm going to be hosting. But you're first in the next queue. So next set of games after this one.
Just quick little shout out to that girl Tam, who's if you enjoy this style of community, but you're looking for other games, that girl Tam's a bit more of a variety streamer than I am. Do a whole lot of Mechabellum, as you guys know. That girl Tam is currently doing some Elden Ring Night Rain, but also doing, I think, started The Lies of P today. So you get a whole lot of entertaining things from her. She's very much focused on the same style, building a non-toxic, positive, supportive community. Definitely worth a follow, and tends to stream on a different time zone than I do. So if you want to give her the shout out there. Apparently,
Chat, what do I do? I'm bottom left. Sorry, go ahead.
Said apparently the words on stream is actually correct at the moment.
Last seen playing words on stream. Nice. That game catching fire?
No, not really. I don't think so. But
did you get that game from her?
Yeah, actually, spotted it. I knew Rooster used to run it, and I used to enjoy it there. But I'd kind of forgotten about it. Didn't really think about it.
This is a random question. It has nothing to do with anything, but you hate JavaScript, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. Loathe it.
I'm starting to feel that way too. I was working on something last night and I just scrapped hours worth of progress. I'm like, just go back to the beginning. I was on deployment like 100 and something, and I went down to 50. Like it was.
God.
I just got rid of it all. That was my restart.
Wait.
I had experience with Python, but I can't use Python because I'm using Google Sheets.
Right. Okay.
And AppScript only allows CSS, HTML, and JavaScript. I'm limited to that. Alright, new plan, Melters, because there's no way I can kill the fortress without a with Farseer. So I'm gonna Melter and Pray. Ghost has EMP Race though, so maybe I'll get on a mission my Farseers to use. Top right is Madman Quill. Alright, this round wasn't horrible, but it also wasn't good. That must be a Smurf. It's kind of hard to tell, honestly, with like the Vulcan marksman strategy, because it's so solid as a composition. It's really difficult to tell sometimes if they're smurfing or if they're just playing a really strong comp. Or they, honestly, it could just be a really good player. I mean, they don't necessarily have to be a Smurf because I'm not sure what their 1v1 MMR is anyway. Alright, Thonix, here are the Scorpions. Not gonna lie though, considering the rating. What's up, Nix? Right now it's Whooped talking. Rock is in a little bit of a voice rest and getting ready for tonight's New Masters tournament. Alright, chat, you see the boards? Bottom right is good, top right is good, top left is good, and bottom left is awful. We got into Melter because I couldn't eliminate the Fortress. They're too big and it had nano. It's like there's no way I could take it down with Farseer. My sabers were even worse potatoes than I am. Toast. That's amazing. Toast just roasted me.
That was pretty amazing. Well, GG's all. Toast getting the W there, with along with Madman Quail. That puts Madman Quail on 2 games. Toast is Toast on 1, Enova on 1, and Whooped on a none. You lost your rocks by betting against yourself. You deserve it. You deserve that. Goof. Utter goof.
Well, I think I'm down. I think I'm down 7,000 rocks betting on myself, so I don't feel too bad. Admin Quail will carry me though.
Fair enough.
Toast. Fortress Mustang is incredibly strong, so if you keep doing that, you'll have a lot of success.
Yeah, Fort Staying is really good. For sure. And now that you have the ability to go AA Abyss to cover, or AA Mountain to cover the Abyss empty, the Abyss answer, it'll be should be even better.
Because Donix, if not, I might stream snipe so I don't get beat as badly as I have been. Oh, I forgot to put it on a compact.
Happens.
Alright, so this time no Farseer, Wraith, Saber, Scorpion, Melter strategy.
sounds like a plan.
It's P-Nov though, and he just beat me in the tournament, so I have to go. I don't have a tryhard mode, but I have to go a little bit more tryhard.
Gotcha.
Mechabell and Mini Masters? That's 1v1 tournament. And Farseer Stormcaller though, Donix, it's kind of hard to force Mustang Scorpion. I still could. I do like having Arclats for chaff clear. Mo. See here. Know of his missile specialist. Oh, Amrock, if you can hear me, I think you need to do the dynamic camera thing. Or the zoom out. All right, what do you guys think about a standard composition and 2 spiders? Like that doesn't sound too bad, right? Scorpion Mustang is the way. It's probably my it's probably tied for my first favorite composition, Donix, but I feel I like to try other new things too. Now, somebody mentioned in the chat earlier about the Farseer and range and how sometimes it hits the same unit. Actually decreased its attack interval, so now it's less likely to hit a corpse. I try new things when you can have scorpions. You know what? That speaks to me. That's facts right there.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Hey, what's up, Julia? My partner's getting hit with 2 missiles. Alright, chat. 2 storms or 4 spiders. Who wins? Sensei Scorpion. I like that. It'd be a new nickname. Should make an account called that. I have an alt called Love Scorpions. I should make one called Sensei Scorpion. Gotta have to up my Scorpion game though. Can't remove. You know, I feel like their dynamic camera is a really, really cool feature. I don't use it.
I really love it.
A whole heck of a lot. Yeah, it's really awesome. I tried using it in my games and my MMR actually went down. It was really hard to get used to.
Wait, what? How did your MMR go down by using it?
Because I like move the screen a lot and I click on so many things that I think I just wasn't doing that as much, so I wasn't getting as much information. It could have also just been a coincidence where I just, hit one of those losing streaks.
Right.
Oh, busting out the crawler shuffle. The crawler dance. Rage, and I saw Roxas stream. He was sharing his screen and it was completely top down. I'm like, how in the heck do you play like this? like an actual chess master, like I am. Hey, what's up, Alpha Titan? It's like my teammate is carrying me. Madman Quill. Amarok is resting his voice a little bit for tonight's tournament. Yeah, it's a long stream. That's a long time to keep going. The games are probably going to be so intense too. A unit called Amarok that shoots fire in all direction, has 200 range, shield, launches acid, 1,000,000,000 health, and burrows and heals. Is quite the unit, Quacktack. Question for you is, can the Scorpion also get a buff if Amarok is introduced? If so, then I agree. Sounds balanced, tell me more. Nightcrawler, Thonix, Raging, y'all are going to be running after this match. Let's see, what should I get? Probably not Marksman, but I'm going to go for Marksman anyway. Like my teammate is still carrying me. I think at this point, chat, I have to make myself as light as possible so I can fit in his backpack. It is a 1v2. So I feel like I have juicy targets to missiles, so I'm gonna shield. What do I do here, chat? Alpha Titan, Quack, Thonix, Raging. How do I get out of this mess?
Right, so
All right. Teammate carries again. 3 rounds in a row.
board with you. Okay, you're in mine. I see you. I see you. Okay, I'm coming.
That would be my nephew.
There you are, bro.
Alright, so Pinov has a lot of crawlers, and the crawlers have loose. I only have arc lights, and I panic added storms. So it's not looking good. Set the board on fire. I think that is probably my only move, right? Hmm. Really glad Madman Quell is having a game, because oh man,
Please
a ball
carry,
and chain right now.
please carry me. Please carry me, teammate. It's been there.
100%. Alright. After this round, I'm going to take Ragen's advice and get some fire. Actually, didn't do too bad this round, technically. You're right, Limbo, but he's been consistently winning. And if he's not, then we have no chance, so I'm just not even going to worry about it. Yeah, that one crawler's doing some work. Alright, here's the plan. Chaff, so he doesn't missile me out. Although, thinking about it, I probably should have just got more Vulcans. And then a Vulcan. Next round, my oil? Or should I just help my teammate out? Because he wins, then we win. But if I oil, then has to carry. And these loose crawlers are just getting through though. Alright, teammate. Yeah, those Phoenix. High level spiders and Phoenix. Alright. We got Vulcans. We got oil. All we have to do is kill the crawlers. Why not Fort AA? You know what's funny is I was literally just thinking that. Why not Fort AA? This is when I want to carry like fire on my storms. Yeah, I think you're right. Another problem is I just don't have any chaff. Actually, that's probably my biggest problem. All right, teammate coming through again. Oh man, the spiders are so level too.
That one hero Phoenix gets his close up. I love it.
Got his time to shine. Alright, I'm confident if we can handle the crawlers, then our missiles will take care of the spiders, which will allow our marksmen to take care of the Phoenix. We just need to take care of the crawlers. That's the linchpin in this whole thing. Domino effect. I know that Mustang counters loose formation, you goof. Fire also counters loose formation, okay? Alright. Hopefully partner can land this missile on the wasp. That'd help a lot. Up the marksman. And now my partner's opponent, host, having all these melters, he's starting to build up. So I really have to do something here. Not at all, blood. It is the exact opposite of that. Whoop, just kidding. Alright, here goes nothing, I guess. It's not lethal, unfortunately. Got him to under 300, and I finally won. I mean, I think that's my first winning round, actually. All right, new plan. Well, not new plan, but continued plan. More Vulcans, right? More Vulcans, more chaff. Raging. Well, most of the rounds just ended with me. Sometimes I slowly died, and other times I just got destroyed. The last round was okay. What was happening earlier is all the crawlers would get through, so all my storms were just hitting the crawlers essentially, and then the Phoenix would just mop up. Alright, this is the final round either way. As you guys can see, with the well played. I don't normally take acid, but I took acid this time. I'm like, hey, maybe the spiders will walk into it, scorpions will walk into it. You finally stabilized, Chad. Only took 10 rounds, no big deal. In-house 2v2s, fun Friday. And that is a GG.
Hey, nicely done. Does that mean Madman Quail? Does that mean Madman Quail went 3-0 in this?
I think, yeah, Madman Quill
So
carried every
Madman
game.
Quail is the champion. Lowest 2v2 MMR on the day on the board. Goes 3-0 and takes the title. Let's go, Madman Quail.
Yeah, what a boss.
Gets it done.
Yeah, he beat me in the finals. It seems to be a reoccurring theme. I think Limbo, you were in the queue, right? The new one after these games. Think we have time for another set of games, Rock, after this?
Depends on how quick. If you go 10 round epics like that, you know, maybe not, but yeah, we should. We should have, we've got 2 hours 20, which would be about 5 matches generally. So does depend how quick they are, but like some 2v2s can be very quick. So. And you've got Thonix, Nightcrawler, and who? Who's the fourth?
Raging.
Raging Jim G, that's right.
Yeah, this is quite the lineup.
That is amazing. An amazing group. Hey, Madman Quail, you are very welcome. Congratulations, 3-0 and champion. That is pretty amazing. Yes, it is always series of 3. That's the idea. But again, you know, as we said, we'll be breaking out of this to do to switch over to the cast, even if we don't get out of that series of 3. But it would take you up till about +2 hours, and +2.5 hours from now to finish out your group of 3s. So. And you guys have the voice of Whooped GG. Huge thank up for to Whooped for covering in, saving my voice for the Mecha Mini Masters, because y'all know I'm going to be very excited, and I'll probably lose my voice by the end of it. Yes, Spider Mines are considered units, but they don't have a cell value, so they don't deal damage to the hit points at the end of the round, I don't believe. So. Oh, it does one, Nightcrawler says. There you go.
It is a tiny, tiny amount. I think the question is, am I going to get nuked by my own teammate this game? And if so, should I shield in preparation of getting nuked by my own teammate? Have a good one, Faro.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being here, Farasarg. Good night.
Those are okay. I think, they just kind of fell in my lap composition wise. Onyx coming out with a round 1 Raiden. Maybe I should just mirror him because I am aerial. Alright, so I'm bottom left. Nightcrawler is bottom right. Onyx is top left, and Raijin is top right.
We'll adjust camera in a moment.
I didn't decide if I should go Farseer or Marksman. Level 3 Marksman's kind of nice into a Raiden. Let's take the Farseer though, because I am aerial. I can get something like Raiden or a boat, like Alpha said, or Phoenix. I was considering taking the Fire Badgers too. I've just been liking the Fire Badgers lately. Alright, the plan is Ace module on the Farseer. Chaff.
It is
Hope
always a good
Nightcrawler
one.
carries. You can't really go wrong with Chaff, right? If you ever aren't really sure what to do, Chaff clear is usually a good answer. Farseer on demand is going to be awesome. little bit of a trap unit because they give you a false sense of security because they're so good early. So Tonix came out with a Raiden on round 1, a Worm on round 2. See what shenanigans he's up to. Gonna be up to next round. And look at Raging's board. It's crazy. All the Phantom Rays. That's actually really tough to deal with too. So wild, it's good.
Only you had Farseer on demand to answer this.
Oh man. Raging is kicking butt right now. And no worries, Sir Limbo. It's Fun Friday. Onyx dropped gosh darn War Factory. What kind of... Whoa. Who does that?
Very, very rude. Although, to be fair, Rat did that to me too. So...
actually game. It's crazy.
Smack.
Raging, you gotta leave the game so I can invite you. You're out? There we go. I hear the rules. No rays, no Vulcans, no fortress, no war factories. Only things that I can counter easily. Yeah, Thonic's board was definitely going to get punished if that game lasted. Just the lack of foundation, lack of economy, but my goodness, was that something else. But it's not very cash money. Not in round one. Hmm. Out they sailboat going to mountain. The mountain builds that are going to pop out and the war factory builds. Going to be Titan Central. Then I wonder where Abyss stacks up to. And so for this game, I'm bottom left, Thonix is bottom right, Nightcrawler is top right, and Raging is top left. Void Eyes, huh? Void Eyes are pretty good in the spiders. But I don't really have chaff clear right now. Opponent has a lot of chaff. Sell the Abyss and go into a war factory. kind of have an idea, chat. I don't think it's going to be good. What do you guys think about Sledgehammer, Void Eye? Sledgehammer for the chaff clear, Void Eye for the damage, I guess. I have range, charged, trail, and shield. So the options are Raise, Phoenix, Typhoon. I took the Typhoon for chaff clear, and then I'll sell it. So I'm hoping for like early chaff clear, and then use it as an economic boost. Probably go into Mech Rage or something. Or I just keep Typhoons and I go Typhoon Void Eye.
Taking over the voice for Whooped since he's we're picking up that static off of him. Got 3 orbitals coming in. Of course, whooped shields. Nobody else did. Both blues taking the orbital. Should be a pretty good round for blue. Oh no, whooped. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. I appreciate having about 2 hours of spell there. Much appreciated. All right, gang. Gonna announce something else that we have going on today to celebrate the Mecha Mini Masters and the end of the season. We are putting on a discount, so you'll get 35% off if you pick up 5 or more 5 or more gift subs from here till the end of stream. In fact, it's 8 hours, so it's from now till midnight on Pacific time, 4 a.m. Toasts time. We'll have the gift subs on. Somebody's going to need to check that and make sure it works for them. You might want to F5 before you head off into it. Banner should automatically be appearing in a gift sub area and below the channel at this point, so... Joining us in the booth now, Alpha Titan. Thank you very much, sir. How are you doing today?
I am good. Hello, hello.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Pleasure to have you. Looking forward to tonight's Mecha Mini Masters. That's in about 2 hours.
Yes, indeed. I'm very excited.
Me too. Me too. What are your thoughts on the mountain? I know you've gotten to take a look at it a little bit, and
Yes. It's tricky. It's got certain very transformative techs, and so you can either lean into one use case or kind of be able to plan for multiple contingencies, but it's hard to take them all. And what I mean by that is, those who don't know, it's got a tech that adds something like 160 range, but reduces its damage by 75%, so that it's like a long-range super bombardment. It's also got a tech that lets you be able to shoot air at the price of 40% of your damage. If those combine, however, suddenly you're doing less than 1,000 damage a shot for a Titan class unit.
Yes!
It's very difficult to take both.
Drewski did that. Drewski did that once
no.
against me. I did the big old wasp flank on him, and he was like, "Okay, great, I've got this." Boom, boom, boom. You know, like anti-air mountain in the flank, and then I have improved melter show up on the main front. So he's killing the wasps, no problem. But the melter is hitting him from a zillion miles away. He's like, "No problem. I'll hit it from, I'll give it the extra range."
A zillion and one.
And then all of a sudden, I mean, it is barely tickling the melter. It was amazing.
So it's very interesting, but you do need to be mindful of that. It is a unit of extremes. Right now, as is, the armor tech as well is absolutely devastatingly powerful against a board of medium units. I think that round 5 is the hard minimum for a real DPS unit to be on your board. And I think something like Mountain is going to categorically brick Vulcan Marksman unless it gets scaling very quickly.
Right. I mean,
Because a frontline tank style Vulcan, Mountain is going to be taking tickle damage from the Marksman and taking 1 damage a tick from a level 3 Scorch Vulcan for context.
right. And ignite damage could work, right? Off the Vulcan.
Yes, but you never really want that to be like that. That is the like if you can force them into that early, then that's
Right.
incredibly strong for you going into them. And of course,
Mhm.
the Mountain is also just good, and
Right.
the smoke bomb on Mountain is insane. Once you get the first wave of shields down, first of all, I actually think that smoke is one of the best ways for you to pay for your own Mountain
Right.
in forcing the opponent to pay the economy tax of shielding every turn.
Right. That makes good sense.
And even then, the shields will go down.
Right.
And so I think armor and smoke are going to be the 2 highest impact techs and will be incredibly dangerous. However, Mountain loses hard to Abyss. You can take air on it, and if you're winning the ground game hard enough, then it can kill an Abyss head-to-head, potentially. But honestly, I think that with all of the Titans sharing the Abyss's maintenance change, their base 150 cost, and then
Right.
the tech makes them free maintenance, that's only going to improve Abyss, ironically, because of how good it plays into other Titans.
Yeah. Okay.
In my testing games, I found that I was winning a lot of games off of Abyss into the improved War Factory with the maintenance change.
Right.
And into the Mountain because it can't be smoked. And it's just really, really high damage into those big profile units that have so much room to swipe.
Right.
Speaking of, though, we have quite the game going on here. Battle of
do,
the
thank you.
Mediums. We have a sledge flying charge shot Void Eye build. And honestly, I actually think that flying Void Eyes might be a low-key counter to Rays. Because you get the 3 bodies each. Which is honestly really valuable.
Right.
That said, everything's just dying too quickly here, I think. In that tower, do we still have the chaff to protect it? Oh, almost, but no.
Agent Jim G and partner are down to 2,000 or so.
Did you drop?
I have not dropped that I'm aware of. Check, check. As far as I can tell, I'm going outbound.
The stream is showing that the stream ended. Oh, it's back.
Yeah, Twitch has been having a lot of issues today. And, yeah, it looks like an F5 is required to get people back. Twitch, that's about the 3rd time, and Twitch has been actually restarting the stream duration. So I don't know if that is a between me and, between Streamlabs and Twitch. So it could be on Streamlabs' side, because it does look like Streamlabs is dropping, right? Because
right.
Twitch restarts as though it's a new stream.
So I lost the Discord feed.
I see. So whatever happened was a little bit rougher. Okay, we'll stop that and restream the Discord. There you go. A big shout out. Thank you for the follow to Snowkey. Snowkey's a regular over on. In fact, Snowkey's an artist, and not normally a streamer, but they are a regular over on That Girl Tim's channel.
the ion beams are brutal.
Yes, quite. That puts us at 1983. We're 17 followers away from 2,000.
Oh boy. Uh-oh, sad tower timing. All right. Got some wasps coming.
So I don't know if you caught this the other day, Titan. You may have been busy, but I hit a all-time high at 1940. Managed to end stream on an all-time high at 1940.
Nice.
Off of the
I saw a couple of
the
times
Wednesday
you were hovering.
minis.
I saw you hovering in the low 19s, where you
Right.
were just shy of it.
Yep.
So, congrats to you for
Thank you. And
your new ceiling.
ended on a 3-game win streak, so felt really good.
Nice. Very nice. Oh boy, spells. We have some orbital, we got some oil, we got a missile strike.
Be one more orbital from
Lost.
blue team, I think.
Yes, that coming back is going to be big.
There it is.
If the wasps don't die to the orbital, then that's going to be very bad news for the Void Eyes. There are, of course, Typhoons, but I think the Typhoons are locking something like a Saber or a Spider beforehand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
We've
that
got the
Typhoon's a bit
Tents.
far forward. Well, are the Wraiths far enough back to handle the... No, they'll be on the Phantoms.
Do they have range? I don't even know if the Wraiths have range.
Yeah, just field maintenance.
Yeah.
First,
So
Neuronimo.
then they're
Close.
definitely not.
Close, mate. Close.
Range on the Rays was the Void Eyes, excuse me, was really big though. And that worm just popped up and got melted by all those Void Eyes.
That looked a little painful for it.
I wish there was a way to see all 4 options here as the
Yeah.
spectator or caster.
Yeah, spectator and caster should see all 4 for sure.
I'd like to see more crawlers played by Ragin against Whooped here. I think he needs a little bit more chaff to help get in. I also think, honestly, some Scorpion would go really hard here with how clumped he is on the ground, or some Storms to punish his positioning.
Okay.
But as it is, these Void Eyes are honestly putting in serious work. Oh, it's going to be Missile Central. Ragin has been doing this to me on the test server. I'll have an advantage, and then like he just does 3 rounds in a row of like 4 missiles, and it's just enough to try and cross some threshold, or else he just breaks because the economy isn't there. But he's been definitely leaning in hard to use missiles as part of the comp. That Typhoon, though, at level 4 is just an absolute menace. One of them was distracted by the saber, but it's still going to take a minute to go down. Under debuff, maybe. Good hold. Yeah, that Typhoon is MVP at the moment on your board. Woofed. It's, you can't afford to sell him. Uh, yeah, but War Factory, obviously it's too late for Efficient. I'm curious what techs are run on it, but I think Anti-Missile goes really hard on it into that many storms. To get range. If there's not Anti-Missile on the War Factory, I'd really like to see some Anti-Missile devices. Okay, so we're most likely undoing that. And we're getting some anti-missile devices. I wonder if he's listening. Are we delayed?
I think we are, yes. 90-second delay.
Okay, so he just completely agreed with me in the that's hilarious.
That was pretty awesome.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it'll do something, Baller. There's 5 of them or 6 of them. It may or may not be enough. But I definitely think that it's a necessary part of the solution. Did the tarantulas have splash? Because if not, that would definitely have helped.
Is game to Ragin and Nightcrawler. Congratulations, guys. I think that puts Ragin at 2-0, right? I've got that right.
Yes, Ragin and Thonix had round 1.
Yep, so Ragin's got 2. Thonix has 1. Nightcrawler has 1. And Whoop will be sending out invites momentarily for the final match. No, not me. Get out of there. And there we go. Put channel point predictions up for those of you who want to get your gamba on. The Nightcrawler held the line. There you go. Channel point prediction is up for this one. Of course, if you're just here for my voice, I apologize. We're saving voice for the Mecha Mini Masters. So Alpha Titan is carrying the lion's share of the load right now. I'm actually going to step away and go grab a big jug of water. I have a big jug of water around here somewhere, but I can't seem to see where I put it. So I'm going to go make another one. And then I will
Sounds like a plan.
inevitably find the first one. You guys know how that goes.
Mm-hmm. And then you'll forget to drink it.
I'll forget to drink one of them. Yes, it's true. So good luck, have fun in the third and final. And of course, we have the discounted gift subs from here till the end of stream for anybody that is considering gifting to somebody who wanted to pay forward a gift you got from Toast, something like that. Panzer Beaver, thank you for the follower. You are officially follower number 1984. Congratulations.
Nice.
We are at 16 away from $2,000. And thanks to each and every one of you. Much appreciate you guys being here. And that's you then. Exactly. First time chatter. Welcome in, mate. How you doing today? You a long-time Mechabellum player, or are you just here for countdown screens? You're probably just a fan of countdown. He's just gonna leave as soon as we get to the one, right? Yeah, he's done now.
Boy, that would be such an anticlimactic niche to have a fad for, is just countdown screams that you don't complete.
Oh God!
Abandon at the one.
Jeez. Of course, if you're new to Mechabellum, feel free to ask lots of questions. We're totally legit to answer anything. Countdown fan, exactly. And of course, you end every stream with the final countdown. No, nobody. I'll see myself out. You got the con, Titan.
Sounds good. Enjoy your water. All right. Sledge Arc. Great, just a great pack in general, very flexible. If I'm looking at a Saber Crawler start, there's a world that I add marks here potentially, but most likely I add. Goodness, I probably want to add Fangs, honestly. Slow Chaff, try and force the arcs to walk forward. Fast Chaff just kind of runs in and dies. Give the sledges and Arc a chance to clear. But this is definitely a lose round one start unless you want to try and cheese air, which you can't really do with Typhoon Specialist on round one. And it'll be a mystery surprise what's happening on the other board until Emerok gets back with control of the comms. The camera. A relatively good clear on the arc light on the right, but the center arc light for the opponent is going to clear up our remainder of the crawlers. Also, if you know you're facing against Nightcrawler, then you should be anticipating Mustangs getting added. It's his favorite unit, and is very common for him to add on round 2 or round 3 of a game. Although into an Arclight Sledge, that's certainly less common. Blood has been on a kicker with just loving wasps and stacking speed and doing crazy things with mobile beacons. A little surprising. I guess it makes sense to take Orange Man as upshoot potential against the possibility of a bird so that you can build out your Saber line, but this is a huge tempo play from Baller and is very dangerous. Obviously, these Fire Badgers are... Okay, never mind. I was going to say these Fire Badgers aren't going to stay behind the sledges, but they are. That is strange positioning. They're so far back that they're a little late engaging, and they're incredibly clumped up for possibility of boats or sabers. Sorry, boats or storms or scorpions. Yes, Baller. I mentioned that your quad saber play is a high tempo play that is likely to do a lot of hit point damage on round 2. And we are just observing the tail end of this round where 3 of them survived. And we get to watch the very slow march across the map with a zoomed in picture. Looks like there's a phoenix on the other side shooting from the sky off screen. So the marksman will have something to shoot. And Phoenix might clean up some of this, but honestly Orange Man's gonna make short work of them. If you're whooped here, it's a little tough. Wow, redeploy on offer, only one player takes it. That said, it's in a standard v standard match. There's the Mustangs that I predicted would be on board for round 2 or 3. And you're facing against Baller, that is something you can like set your watch to almost. Also, the heavy armor on the level 2 Saber is quite strong for tempo, and there's nothing on Whoop's board that can really answer that. This Beacon Rhino is certainly going to be solid. I think that the Saber is going to be distracted by these fangs and therefore not shoot them. Also, these forward fangs will certainly do a good job of slowing down the Sabers. A little surprised that the Mustangs are as far back as they are in a push like this. If they were closer, then they would also help against these forward fangs. The Saber is going to be distracted. It looks like under debuff, even the blue Saber goes down low. Very nice. Takes forever though. Yeah, we are. Whoop could certainly use a bit of punch on his board. A nice stabilize. Well, and keep in mind, Raijin took the redeploy. So what we're seeing here is the power of what I suspect will be a redeployed Rhino from another direction. Oh my goodness, and there's the deploy module on top of that. Onyx with the improved Tarantula in a standard v standard. A bit strange, but the extra splash is kind of insane. Yep, there's the beacon with another location for his Rhino. And with redeploy, he can even move the chaff that screens it at the same time.
That is really, really good, right? Gonna go very well.
Notice there is a saber that was deployed to intercept the previous angle by Baller. I'm curious if it aggroes to the new Rhino position or not. It does currently. I'm also curious, did he level that Rhino? Is it level 2 or is it still level 1? It is level 1, it didn't quite level the last round. I will say, with both of those Badgers having levels, I would really have liked to see the level taken and take Scorch. I think they are very respectable DPS, and the amount of damage that the cost for the tech is very low, because all of the techs are only 200, so it's very cheap, even as a second tech. And the Badger levels also afford a degree of tankiness that will help against Mustangs, and Scorch on the Badgers means that they will absolutely devour Mustangs as well. Having into our own fire a little bit, you have the level... Oof, almost. All right. Farseer drop. Always spooky, although it's a little bit mid-game at the moment, so it's not the end of the world. Although when you know that there's a Ray drop on offer, the Farseer becomes even more valuable. Not a lot of things efficiently kill a Phantom Ray. Yep, and he does use the redeploy on the chaff, although I think that Crawler would be better positioned to deliberately intercept the blue saber that's next to you from his... Yes, exactly. And then he's going to draw that beacon to the left. Raijin's deciding what he's going to do. Okay, so he's going to go to that tower. Raijin is in a little bit of a pickle in the sense that since his board is standard positioned, he's not exactly in the best position to capitalize on a tower take, although his units are fast. They won't be too slow. I don't think this Rhino gets in, though. Farseer is just so good as a flank guardian, particularly against somebody who's doing a bunch of mobile beacon shenanigans with redeploy. Yeah. I think that Rhino was wishful thinking from that position. It did steal the Saber onto his own board, which might buy Whoop an opportunity to make something happen. The Mustang's getting pulled to shoot down the Phoenix is not the best. A lot left. Uh-oh, this is looking like a quick one. Gotta turn it around and stabilize. Another redeploy. Okay. Regent's just gonna rebuild his board. Yeah, Thonix makes the observation. Baller loves playing Spider, and so does Thonix naturally, so for them to have neither one taken it is funny. We have forts now. Level 3 on the outside tower, double tap on the opponent's sabers. Missile strike on one Mustang. Burst on the Rays from Baller is spicy. I assume the others are on the flank that we can't see. Oh. Well, the beacon plays have definitely given Whooped a possibility of being in a carry position. Suspect there's a lot left from Thonix's board, however. The forts, I don't think the forts have range yet. Without range into improved Spider. Oh, the forts do have range. That's going to be huge. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it's going to be huge. Badger's also putting in a ton of work. This oil, ironically, slowing down the leftovers. These forts just clean up. I should have looked. Did the forts, are they, I don't think they were running elite. If they were, then this could be an absolute forts runaway with the game. Orbital is quite strong into the Mustang player. There's a lot of steel balls forming on Rachen's board. This is definitely looking like an abandon his board kind of play. I definitely think that if you set the ground on fire, that can be quite strong and kind of join the other side. Mech div on those balls is likely to come at some point in the near future. Well, you gotta shield that on Baller's side. And anti-air. Into what? That is a surprise. The anti-air on the forts is quite strange as a choice, I think. There's not a lot of upshoot showing, or sorry, air showing. Yeah, any round you're on 574, you have to take your temps. And if you have to loan for them, then that's just worth it. But not shielding that fire is going to be brutal. Not shielding when there was an orbital on offer is also Just wild to me. Ah, your elite spec. That can definitely make things difficult, but I don't think you loaned this round. Curious. I guess we're not seeing the animation for it on your tower. Yeah, it's not showing that you loaned this round. Yeah, this is going to be too much to clean up, even for a level 3 fort. Yeah. I definitely saw where you were going there, and I think those forts had the possibility to run away with the game. It's just the fire play was backbreaking. Also, improved Tarantula eats hounds very, very efficiently. Right, Whooped. We checked your tower, and you were missing the lone temps.
All right. Well, that was that group of 3. Nightcrawler and Thonix getting the W. That gives Rage and Jim G, Nightcrawler and Thonix, a 2-1 finish. They're all solid.
It happens to us all, Whooped. It really does.
So, yeah, it does happen to us all for sure. Okay. Next question up. Who wants to play with Alpha Titan? I probably going to continue. So the Mecha Mini Masters is starting in an hour and 15 or so. Just a reminder. There we go. Blood Ninja is in. That's 2 out of 4. We need 2 more players. Does not matter if you are great at this game or terrible at this game. You can get in and have some fun.
Ragin volunteers, right, Ragin?
We will see. We will see. And Titan, if you'll organize a room with those folks.
Indeed.
Thank you. Send me an invite, and I'll just switch in. I mean, it's open. It is wide open for you. Thonix is in.
Okay.
Oh, nope. Thonix is not in because I managed to type Bang Hugh really close. Haha. I managed to to knock Thonix out.
Uh-oh.
Try it again, Thonix. Quick.
Blood, are you in right now?
Blood is ready.
I'm not seeing you.
He hasn't made it into the... Oh my god. Toast sniped Thonix too. Let's go. Okay, he's swapping over from the closed branch. It'll just be a minute while he downloads that. So while he's doing that, we're going to run a quick 3-minute ad. We'll be right back.
Yes. Toast, I need you to say something in the chat. I don't think I have you followed. Who am I inviting along with Toast and Blood?
Raging Jim G is next. Blood should be in blue team. Blood. Yeah, there you go. Raging's there, and we're looking for Thonix for the 4th, I think.
I thought you said Toast sniped Thonix.
Toast did snipe Thonix, but then said, get me out. Put Thonix in.
I see. Okay, Thonix it is. Perfect. So, spec delay,
Yeah,
where I'm going to be commenting in delay.
Yes, yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right.
I
Then
mean,
I'll,
you can actually like if Thonix and Ragen will step off, you can turn spec delay off. It's fine. Oh no, it's not because as long as you're not looking at stream, it's fine.
I'm not going to be able to watch.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm not going to stream snipe my opponents.
Did you turn off unit drop?
I didn't, or at least didn't mean to anyway.
All right.
That's
Thonix says do it without a delay. I'm not watching. That's fine. So take and you're not going to be watching. That's
Okay.
fine. I'll just turn off the
Perfect.
Discord streaming. All right. Voice of Alpha Titan, take it away.
All right. Well, Rage and I play all the time together, so this should be a lot of fun. I have to remember this is not the test branch, so doing a lot of testing over there has put me a little out of touch with the normal side of things. Let's see. If this wasn't a spider pack, I'd definitely take Badger here. So he's going to go Speed Saber, and I will go ahead and just have a Rhino. Yes, Blood, by the way, has basically been fully inducted into the school of Cat. He runs Speed Econ Aggro, and he does Cat justice. It's spooky.
That's fun. Spectator delay is on, so yeah, c'est la vie.
No,
Yeah.
could have swore I turned it off. That's bizarre. Okay. Alrighty. Then I will take your cues from what round it is on and comment accordingly.
Well, while we're on a countdown screen, let me call out a couple of other things. Did add a couple of icons to Tier 2 and Tier 3, so there are some things out there for some special emojis
Ooh.
for people in, you guys might enjoy.
Spicy.
Right? You've got different howls and a wolf that are out there. A couple of other things. There are some. I think we've got a couple of those. And of course, I'm bringing that up because the gift subs are 35% off at the moment. It's to celebrate the Mecha Mini Masters.
Very fun.
All right, round one beginning. Ragen says, "Alpha, don't hack me."
I was already thinking about it. Oh my goodness, my partner is feasting on the experience for these sabers. Holy smokes. Well, okay then.
Shira Jirajin says someone needs hackers or face doom. Okay, I think the hackers are requested there, buddy.
Oh, they've been redeemed by chat.
Those are off. We don't have chat redeems on until the end of season, but
I see.
somebody has verbally requested it.
That's unfortunate. I took a card that is. I was planning to Scorp him, and then Improved Scorp came up on round 2 as a card. Maybe I can. That's a good tower take. Ooh, are we? Who needs upshoot when you have fangs, right?
No hackers, no life. Ooh. Spicy drops. All right. Spicy drops. Ooh. Hmm. Whoops, wrong button.
right. This is a spicy game.
All right, so we've got double absorption modules for Raging and Thonix, Blood with Portable Shield, Alpha Titan with... Well, we don't know yet. We're seeing the start of round 5. It also took the absorption.
I'm playing in some uncomfortable and uncharted territory.
Thus the focus. I kind of figured I might need to take up some slack.
Well, I'm also not sure what to say when
Stream is behind.
commentary.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm attempting a Wraith defense.
Does look like Raging may be prepping a little bit of cross-border action or double tower take action, one or the other.
Right. Oh, I don't have my text fixed. Oops.
Ruh-roh.
I was going to do some flying Void Eye action. That is not an option.
Oh, dear.
Maybe I do my aerial worm. Is that a thing?
Titan and partner doing good that round. We go to round 6. Whooped is not currently hosting. Whooped was having static issues, local static issues. Titan is hosting, but has silenced himself because he's running about
I'm here.
he's running about 90 seconds ahead of us, and he's concentrating on an uncomfortable position against Rage and Jim G. Yeah, you've got Alpha Gaming, Amarok's voice.
Uh-oh. Abyss Gaming.
Oh, Abyss Gaming is
So-
happening. Ruh-roh. There she is. And with the efficient maintenance, of course, that was one of the big changes. There's still maybe some discussion happening about it, but potentially all Titan upkeeps are going to be reduced to 150 with the efficient maintenance, reducing them to 0. Of course, making all of your other techs cost 200 more. That just means that you're still coming out almost ahead by taking that. If it's on the board for 2 rounds, you've saved 300, and unlocking another tech has only cost you 200. So the only times you wouldn't want to take that is if you're kind of counting on it as a gut punch. I think that it is actually correct to balance the Titans around the idea that that there is no upkeep. I think they should be balanced, such that essentially 2 forts beats 1 or equals 1 war factory, right? Because if you've got a unit that doesn't require upkeep and a unit that does, then you balance the unit that requires upkeep based on the fact that it requires upkeep, then when it shows up as a gut punch, it is overpowered.
I can understand that logic.
And maybe you want that, but the way that each of these are styled, Abyss doesn't feel like it should be a gut punch unit. It feels like it's designed to be, Mountain feels epic enough that you're going to want to have more than 1 round to play with it. Production War Factory is completely different. Well, Yumizuka, it's getting changed on the branch.
Indeed.
So there are some changes coming. I'm not going to talk about those too much right now because the balance has been shifting literally day to day right now.
Yes,
So,
it has.
as they're testing out different things. So.
Boom. Hmm. Yep.
Haste module for everybody? Magician says their intent seems to be to shift the late stages of the game more towards Titans, and Magician finds that a bit disappointing. I mean, I can see that. But in the same way that we wind up with medium units against giants in some boards, and other times you had small units carrying against medium units, I think you're going to wind up with the ability to have giants that carry against Titans as well. So certainly Melter does its job against all of the Titans.
All right.
Now, I do want to point out, if you are thinking about picking up this game, it is on sale in the Steam Summer Sale, only $12 right now. For anybody who's relatively new to the game. And we are about 50 minutes away from the start of the Mecha Mini Masters. Just bringing you some in-house TV2 action between Alpha Titan, bottom left corner, Blood, bottom right, Ragin and Thonix. Everybody's under 1,000 hit points. We go to around 9. It's looking pretty darn tight. Ooh, minus 40% damage on the splash for the Overlords, but adding a ranged energy absorption melter. So, and a haste module on that one as well. So you're going to have the Overlords in the chaff clear roll, the melters in the finish off the Abyss roll. The Abyss are doing Dark Companion and range, but never did take the Swarm missile attack. Of course, that is really good when you've got a bunch of stationary units on the board, like slow-moving things like Fangs and these relatively slow-moving hounds. So, holy smokes, that was close. Abyss spam does tend to murder frame rates. Ooh. Titan swapping into the Wasps. Those, of course, will go down really quickly to the Overlord with Splash. But they do, the idea is that they should tank the Melters. Yeah, Thonix, so we thought no delay also, but then there was a 90-second countdown when the game started, so... It has put
I clicked the other button, but...
Titan tried to click the other button and instead turned off unit drops, and then turned unit drops off, turned them back on, and I would have sworn that I saw spectator delay disable also, but perhaps not. Perhaps I was, maybe there was a double click. I have no idea what happened there. Tight match. Win to Raging Jim G and Thonix. We've got 47 minutes till tourney start. So y'all can't do 3 more games that long. Somebody needs a quick win. You didn't make this invite only, so you're going to fill up awful quick. There we go.
Is
Are
the
people
correct
are people
alignment?
are people in the right seats? Who was your
Don't
partner?
know.
Who was your partner last game? Blood?
Blood.
Yeah, so this is correct. Onyx, you were
Okay.
facing Blood last round. Now you're facing Titan. Raging's facing Blood. It's perfect. And no delay this time. No delay. Get out of here. Go enjoy your game. Good luck. Have fun, everybody. And this time, hopefully, Titan can do a little bit of narration while he's playing.
Yes, I will be comfortable not spoiling everything in preempt. It's
Right.
honestly, it wasn't even the game that I was trying to play that was throwing me off as much as not knowing what to say when.
Right. Yeah, it's really rough.
Right. These are actually something I'm super thrilled with. Let's see, I'm up against Onyx. Just gonna take the Giant Specialist. It's flexible. Yeah, no chaff pack isn't great. Plan is to win. Well, Phonix is quick supply. So Phonix is most likely going to be quad sledging me. So no cheating.
Channel point predictions are up. No cheating. No cheating.
Oh,
Hey, look at that. It is a storm
that kind is
caller.
okay.
Love it.
I thought Raging was offering to check stream.
All right, I'm gonna go prep a dinner for myself real quick. So you've got this one all to yourself, sir.
Okay.
Hopefully, I'll be
Oh,
done.
so we're getting.
We're getting close. Yeah, it's 45 minutes out.
All right. So opponent added storms, but it looks like we win round 1 by bird. Of course, opponents are quick supply specialists and fortified specialists, so they have a lot of value round 1. Whereas Giant and Aerial have to get their value later. Where the Phoenix earned their keep with almost 60,000 damage on round 1. Hmm. take the 2 level 2 fangs. Like, I think they're just good. Yeah, Boom Rhino is a choice. How do I want to add this? You already got the unit drop, so I don't have to be worried of that. I think I want sniper damage. Case of Wasp, and then these marksmen can put in work on the sledges. Take heat on my storms as well, just for the value. That's gonna be a painful missile. Does it get ahead enough? No, it doesn't. But blue fangs are actually pretty solid here. Got hit by a bad value missile. All right. Got a high health starting point, so we are more or less on par now. Shield drop is probably too valuable here not to take. It might be ER Ray, I don't know. It's tough. Onyx, of course, is obsessed with a perception of one-dimensional play. Ironically, I am Giant Specialist, so that is a real line in this game. We're gonna do this so that way create a kill box for storms getting extra value. Double missile from Thonic, so super high on tempo. We are definitely ahead on Econ here. Ideally, I save my shield, which I think I do. Yes. Maybe? Oh my gosh, robbed at the last second. I have decisions. Do I take Orbital, or do I take Efficient Giant as Giant, or do I take Steel Ball Prod as Giant? That's a tough one. Orbital makes sense in the slow to keep him in it. I like that. Losing the shield when Orbital comes up at this second is terrible, because it would have been perfect. You know what? I'm gonna skip the deploy. I think his Vulcan got the experience and mine didn't at the last possible second. But if we take out his... Nice. Another giant item. Let's decide we have a monopoly on Milter. Let's ask partner. Any giants that you do or don't want? All right, so we have that communicated, and it's really important when you're giant spec to try and communicate that with your partner.
Welcome in, first time chatter. Hello, Aragus. We are about, 34 minutes out from the start of the Mecha Mini Masters. You've got some 2v2 action right now on the near side. Alpha Titan and Rage and Jim G. On the far side, Onyx and... Onyx is up this top left corner, and Blood in the top right. You've got a whole lot of oil on that far right side, as you said. How are you doing today? Welcome in.
Nice hold from Ragin. Good tower take. We keep my shield.
That's pretty big.
I got robbed on that shield a couple rounds ago. I don't know if you saw. It was so unfortunate. My shield device went down,
Mm.
and I absolutely want money here. Partner asking for oil. Time for temp range. This storm needs a level. We need some anti-missile. And get my unlock in time. Thonix is just trying to be giant specialist on a budget.
Ah.
And by that I mean he is paying for his own giants to be unlocked.
Right, he's doing it the hard way.
Ranged ER Rays absolutely putting in work.
Yeah, HE on the Phantom Ray is definitely a debatable choice, isn't it, Aragus? But it made it work for him last round. He has no other chaff clear, so he's basically decided to put the Phantom Rays into the chaff clear role. He's letting if they can clear up the chaff, then the fortresses should handle the steel balls quickly enough. He's got just an amazing chaff board. If you look at, if you're relatively new to the game, and kind of look at this as having 1, 2, 3 different timing layers of crawler, and then 1, 2 different timing layers of fangs arriving. Everybody has the oil landing. Jim is in good shape for having it on top of the oil, and Blood is going to try to dodge some of that with this little piece here. Why are you copying me?
As the guy who's playing giants into the giant specialist.
Phonix is of the very incorrect opinion that Titan only plays Vulcan Marksman because he observed Titan a fair amount when Vulcan Marksman was at its particular strong point, and has not updated his mental database to say that Titan plays anything else. Of course, Titan is the defending Mecha Mini Masters champion and ran 6 different builds, of which only 1 was a Vulcan Marksman, because the game is in a much better balanced state than it was when Thonix first observed you.
You play what you can get, and when you're Giant Specialist, and you're in a Standard v Standard, then you play Vulcan.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. That said, we kept poor Blood. We kept him oiled all game.
Yes, I saw that. That was pretty rough. So congrats to those who took a Rage and Jim G and Alpha Titan. We've got 26 more minutes till the Mecha Mini Masters. That should be time for one last game to finish out that best of 3. And
Yes.
while Titan is setting that up, I'm going to run a quick ad. We'll be right back.
And it is Thonix.
Thonix is your partner.
With me.
And Blood directly
And I
opposite.
am right. Perfect. All right, all right. Good luck, have fun to you, gents. Yes, the Mecha Mini Masters is an invitational tournament, and it's the finals of said tournament. So it's not like your typical weekend or Wednesday tournaments where you can just sign up and join on the spot.
Yep, we should have about
It's,
3 to 4 hours of coverage for it. It'll be
Yes.
4 best of 3s tonight to determine the title. There are the final 4. With 2 of them are unbeaten, and they're in the winner's bracket. 2 of them have lost once. They're in the loser's bracket. It's a double elimination. So we're going to start off with the 2 unbeatens, and then winner of that's going to have about a 2-hour layoff until their finals start, so hopefully they don't get cold. While the others, the loser's bracket heads off. And of course, if you can win your way out of the loser's bracket, you get to play 3 best of 3s in a row. Boom, boom, boom. So you can get on a hot streak, as a certain someone knows.
Yes. Yeah, I played back-to-back like 11 straight games and then had to win my last 7 in a row. It was absolute insanity. 6 in a row.
6 in a row it was, yeah.
Right.
But, I mean, technically, you could have afforded a loss in amongst that 6, honestly.
On the back end.
You just opted not to.
Right.
All right, welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We are in the final match of this little best of 3. This is just a little in-house, fun match. There's nothing on the line here. Other than bragging rights, of course. Alpha Titan and Thonix each have 1 win apiece. Blood has none. Ragin has 2. And that makes him maybe the favorite for the final. If he can win this, he goes 3-0. Wins a little mini title. If not, Alpha Titan, Thonix, and Ragin will share a mini title with 2 games, 2 wins, and 1 loss. We are locking in, yes indeed. Welcome in, Uncle Lazy. I've been streaming since a bit before 10 a.m. Pacific. It's closing on 6 p.m. Pacific, so, we're 8 hours into a stream. I did have a lot of support from Titan and whooped, saving my voice. I've got a bit of a a sore throat, and I could feel it going. I could feel the throat
I know
going.
that feeling.
Yeah.
Right. You,
And,
you get that like tickle, and you're like, oh no.
Uh-huh. So, and thank you very much for asking about the health, Uncle Lazy. We're definitely recovering. Managed to kind of keep up with the kids yesterday on Kiddo Fun Day.
Shield airdrop.
I was
is
a little bit
so
wiped out by
unfortunate
the
for
end
your
of it.
missile spec.
Yes, it really is. So nuisance.
They can both take it, and they're
Yep.
both going to protect both of those.
Yep. Wow, thank you. I appreciate it. So making some recovery on the health front, not all the way, of course. So a day like this is going to leave me pretty wiped out as well. Sounds like it
Blood
should be.
also.
Go ahead.
I was going to say blood almost always adds wasps now on round 2. I kind of want a missile here, but I want to see if the shield is there. It should break even if it is. And my partner at least has shield break as well.
Yes, exactly. Sit back, relax. Pull out some cool stuff. Let Alpha's pipes carry the lion's share is pretty much the plan for the night. You still planning on doing the intros for rounds and such?
I can. I thought that would actually be something that you've always done historically.
Yeah, it's what I've always done historically. So maybe that's the spot. Maybe the. All right.
Not a lot of shield break for opponent here.
Well, it also is kind of a reminder to give myself good posture, speak from
Right.
deep instead of speaking from the head. Yes, the show ring announcer.
Now, for lucky, we get both of these shields from opponent.
Now one of them's empty. Well, unless you get out to the tower.
Oh my goodness, we don't get the other one either?
Nope.
That's unbelievably unfortunate.
Uncle Lazy wants me to be the monster truck announcer guy. Give me the reverb. Hype everything up to no end.
All right.
You are paying for the whole seat, but you're only gonna need the edge. Ragin thinks he knew what you took out of the drop. What were the 4 options?
I think he's making a joke about the Vulcan, although it makes much less sense for me when I already have the arc lights on board.
So both of them are looking at that as a potential Vulcan marksman board.
Nah, I don't think that he should expect it to be Vulcan here. I think Ragen's played me enough to know better.
Right. I'd say Blood actually did play around you taking the Vulcan. Took 2 single targets and the 2 rhinos. And all 3 rhinos are on your side of the board. There's only 1 on the far right.
Please get that shield.
Oh,
Thank
nice.
That was a big part of why I took the
Took the scorpion and put it back
that
there.
positioning.
Yeah, it looked like a tarantula back there. I'm just here to clean up a crawler. But no. And the marksmen do answer the Phoenix. Well, it'll come down to a couple of fangs over there on the
round
left.
1, Siege Scorp. Yeah, the fangs will take care of the Phoenix there. And we get 1 shield.
Onyx was done with that shield. I took a level 2 Scorpion just to bring that shield down and gave it siege.
We both took.
Yeah, it was 2 rhinos, 2
We both get Assault Scorpion when we both took the blue Scorpion.
Oh my god. I mean, really, what are you gonna do? And he's already in siege mode, so it's great. Looking, I don't think it'll affect Titan's play, but Raijin has decided to mirror the Siege Assault Scorpions and figures that's his only hope.
Really?
Unless he controls these out of it. Maybe he's just trying to
That's
fake us all out.
That is kind of interesting to me. I really want this level on my arc light, but I'm happy with my decisions, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I figured there would be air. That was the thing that I was most afraid of, but the Scorpions are still too efficient.
Welcome in, Woot and Woot Raiders. Settle in, get your popcorn. We are closing in on the start of the Mecha Mini Masters. We're about 15 minutes from game time. Hello, Pabst Beer. Let's go. Hyped for this one. We got four very good players. 2 of them are in a two of them are in a very driver's seat position. They're unbeaten's going best of 3. And
Marksmen don't die.
the other 2 are in the loser's bracket and going to have to win their way up. Hello, Illuminati. Welcome in.
I'm gonna skip these. Great place for a shield. This shield break. Goes here, I think. Marksman become air.
Good day, good night, good morning, wherever you are. Okay, what's going on the screen at the moment? We've been doing some in-house 2v2s for the just to entertainment. We normally do that for Fun Friday. You get to do a little bit of game with streamer. Today, because we started so early with sneak preview content off the test server, showing the Season 4 stuff, which of course, you guys, if you are a follower, you can go back and watch the VOD if you're interested in that sneak preview. But yeah, we're looking forward to that a lot. Season 4 coming on July 4th for North America, July 5th if you're in New Zealand or Australia. But yeah, these guys are just finishing it out. Titan is near side bottom left. Thonix is near side bottom right. Raijin Jim G, who is the top right player, has gone 2-0 so far and is trying to claim a little bit of a title. We're about 12 minutes away from the start of the Mecha Mini Masters. So we will abandon this one if they aren't getting it done.
Yes.
Thank you for the shout out, Zalix. Much appreciated.
No, my marksman.
So Mecha Mini Masters is a invitation only tournament. You guys were not aware of it. It was happening 2 weekends ago. Started with 16. Went down to 8 on the first night. Went down to 4 on the second night. It's a best of 3 double elimination format. We are down to our final 4, so we'll be crowning a champion tonight. And I believe there is real cash prize money on the line.
Yes, there
And
is.
with me in the booth is the defending champion, Alpha Titan. So, very much looking forward to that one. As soon as this match is over, we do showcase some top talent. If you're wondering who that top talent is, we've got Codafly, Park09, Odyssey, and
Oh,
Red Scare of
there it
94.
is.
There it is. That is a win for Alpha Titan and Thonix. Congrats to those who made them the 6-1 favorites there. King Dark Turtle settles in with his popcorn. Let's go. Never done Siege Assault. It's fun. It is very fun. It is very fun. All right. I'm going to, we'll go. Let's get you the bracket. I believe we can do that real quick.
Yes.
We can kind of talk through how that tournament has gone.
And Clint will be making all of the rooms, so we will just be waiting for our invites.
Yeah, perfect. I don't need to just. I want that one. There we go. So that is the bracket. I'm gonna also take a brief moment, and maybe you want to do this too, partner. You might want to be. Whoops, maybe I don't. Yeah, okay, that'll work. You might want to restart client just so you don't have any hiccups. All right, so the round of 16 obviously knocked out 8 players, left us with the unbeatens. So Red Scare of 94 beat Blood, who we were actually just seeing in those little 2v2 round. Park09 beat Coldfire, Codafly beat Die, and Odyssey beat Ignatius Pennyfeather, whom I had tipped to go pretty deep. In the second round, Red Scare of 94 beat Park09. Odyssey beat Cody. On the losers half of the bracket, the bottom half of the bracket, what we had was Blood eliminated Coldfire in a best of 3, and Die eliminated Ignatius Pennyfeather. So that was a little bit rough. You've got Park knocked Blood out, Codafly beat Die, and that sets up the best of 3. We'll start with Red Scare of 94 versus Odyssey. Then we'll go to the losers semifinals with Park versus Cody. Winner of Park v Cody will face the loser of Red Scare versus Odyssey. The winner will have advanced to the grand final, and you'll have the losers final winner will come back up to face them. So that even could be Odyssey in a rematch of that first game, but they'll have been done it the hard way to get there.
I think that if I was a betting man, I think that it's going to be an uphill battle from the winner of the losers semifinal to beat whoever goes to the losers bracket from that top side. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Red Scare v Odyssey followed by a Red Scare v Odyssey in the finals part 2.
Right.
That said, Cody can lean into the heart of the cards and make ridiculous plays that you see coming just work because he has that 110% send it energy.
Right.
So if I had to pick a dark horse, I think Cody is my dark horse of these 4. with Red Scare, I think, being the standout favorite.
Yeah, Red Scare was the number 1 seed and the highest MMR invited. Tournament was invitation only, and Alpha Titan, of course, not invited on the winners are ineligible rule.
Yes, first and second are asked to let someone else take a swing.
Yep. So the idea of this is to give some people experience in the best of 3 format that is being used in Mag 1, especially if you are close to qualifying, that sort of thing. Give people that kind of experience and tournament experience over multiple weeks. And, the experience practicing to get in there. So that's the basic idea. Let's oops, apologies. I'm not supposed to be showing you guys the behind the scenes, right? But
Ooh,
let's
lots of buttons.
lots of buttons indeed. We'll be running an ad, so stay tuned with the Mecha Mini Masters coming right up. Titan, you went through the whole thing, right? You won it all
my
last
goodness.
time. So what kind of advice would you give for those sitting in those seats getting nervous tonight?
2 big things. I mean, I guess if I'm really thinking, there's probably 3 big things. The first is don't psych yourself out. Play Mechabellum the way that you are comfortable and the way that you are confident. You got to where you are because you can win and take a game off anybody. And so don't feel shoehorned into playing outside of your wheelhouse, because I think that is where you are prone to lose. If it's a one of, maybe a strange game can get you something, but especially in a 2 out of 3 kind of situation, if you're not playing comfortable Mechabellum for your style, then you're setting yourself up to lose. So that's the first thing. The second thing I would say is lean into every game. Mechabellum is a game where drops are powerful, the cards are powerful, the things that you get are useful, and be willing to adapt them into whatever strategy you have going into it. The games when I was trying to string together my comeback, I didn't have this is how I'm going to win the game this round from round 1, except one of those 6. Each of the others, it was just play good Mechabellum, play the cards and the drops that you're given, and making the most of what you have is a very good way to just win games. And the last is treat every game like it was one game. If you lose a game, shake it off, move on to the next one. And if you can do those 3 things, if you can play comfortable Mechabellum, use the cards, and not let any one game where you lose get in your head, that to me is the 3-step recipe for success.
Right, and you managed to pull that off. And we called out in that first tournament, when I saw Roxas appear to get knocked out of his style. He has a very distinctive style, where he's in the most comfortable position when he's in aggro and attacking, and putting you into very uncomfortable decision making. And when he got knocked out of that was when, he had done very well right up until that point, lost a first game against somebody, and really tried to get away from that his style, and it just really tanked his. It just didn't look like Roxas. Roxas scares me. Whoever that was in those 2 games did not. And
right.
I think that's.
And it's always tragic when somebody leans out of what their style is and what their strength is, and sometimes it'll happen to anybody. You just randomly go look back and say, "What was I doing that game?"
But also there's I noticed that I used to do that when I would queue into somebody, a couple hundred MMR above me, or a name that I recognized, right? I queue into a Poochie, or into Rat, and okay, now I am tense, I am whatever, and I would just get out of whatever Amarok does and try to play perfect bog standard, as if those guys haven't played against the standard player a million times, and all of a sudden I'm doing something that I have 30% as much experience in, to try and run it against the best player I've faced, and of course it doesn't work. It never worked. But when I go out and play my game, I am capable of taking a game off of them. I use Tapucci and Suri as examples because I've managed to take a game off of each of them on the test server. One for season 3 and one for season 4. So
Very nice.
of course, out of how many attempts, I certainly wouldn't have won a best of 3. Let's just put it that way.
And maybe they were trying out funky things because
Exactly, because it's the test server.
But that doesn't mean the game is any less interesting or like these are some of the best players in the game. So them experimenting is still dangerously competitive top
Right.
MMR Mechabellum.
Right. Okay, so welcome back. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We are getting ready for the Mecha Mini Masters. Starts in about 2 minutes. So real quick, I wanted to recap our the bracket that has gotten us here so far, which my window no longer wants to capture. Excellent. Thanks, game. Where'd you go? There it is. Okay. So Red Scare of 94 has made it to this winners semifinals by beating Blood and Park 09 in a best of 3 each. Odyssey, who will be the near side in blue, made his way to the winners semifinals by beating first Die and then Codafly. Also present tonight, you're going to see Blood and Die both won their first elimination matches, knocked out Coldfire and Ignatius Spinnyfeather, then to fall to Park and Cody respectively. So Park and Cody are going to be the second match that we bring you, the losers semifinals. Loser of that best of 3 will be eliminated. The winner will go on to face the loser from our first match. The winner of that match will face the winner of the winners semifinals in the grand final. It is best of 3. Now, there is a special rule. There is a bracket reset. The winner's side, in the case that the winner of the winners semifinal loses, they've only been knocked out once. The winner who's come up through the losers final has also been knocked out once. There will be a sudden death, best of 1 to conclude things. Wanted to give a big shout out and thanks to Clint Leetwood, who you see sitting in the seat there opposite Red Scare of 94. Clint conceptualized this tourney and did a lot of the work organizing it. Of course, has been supported a lot by folks like Free For All, who has also been behind the scenes making a lot of this happen. Alpha Titan was one of the tournament coordinators on the first 2 days. He's been released from that duty to focus on the casting tonight. So I am Amarok81, the voice of Mechabellum. With me in the booth is the defending Mecha Mini Master champion, Age of Alpha Titan. Alpha, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. Very much looking forward to this. It brings me back. I mean, I say that like it was yonder years ago. It was like a month and a half ago now. But I remember vividly playing my warm-up matches and gearing up for my top bracket and trying to see how it would go. And so it's fun. And playing with a match when there's money on the line and when you've had a tournament that had brackets over the course of 3 or 4 weeks, it has a different gravitas to the game. It's like that moment when you queue into somebody who's above your MMR by a margin or 2, but dialed up to 11. There's stakes on the line, and some people thrive under pressure, and some people kind of have wobbly moments, and so this is the do or die.
This is the time to shine, and Odyssey and Red Scare are in their seats. It's now on the players. We are waiting for Odyssey to ready up. Red Scare, of course, far side red. He's at 2397 MMR right now. Odyssey at near side blue at 2187. Of course, both of those are higher than my all-time high, which is currently 1940. That puts me in the top 1% of Mechabellum players, but these two are just on a different level. Well, Titan,
Okay.
what do you look for out of Odyssey, and what do you look for out of Red Scare of '94? Like, how do you describe their styles?
Red Scare to me is neither an aggro player nor a standard player. He is a plays the cards player. Um, at least that's my impression. He plays aggro, and he makes very good use of sabers when he gets them in aggro or spiders in aggro. But otherwise, he plays a very good defensive game, and so I think he's the nut to crack. I think he's going to play efficient answers, and he can beat you in 5 rounds, even in a 1v1, which he has done more than once in prior rounds of this tournament. So I expect basically I wouldn't say predictable plays, but I would say plays that should always be efficient. Odyssey, I don't know as well, so I can't tell you what to expect, but I know that they're a great player, and I think they've been doing more aggro than not. But it'll be up to them to kind of tip their hand and show their style.
Well, we have channel point predictions up. Fun fact about Odyssey: his road to the finals started with the very unfortunate draw that he had to eliminate his brother in round 1, and he says he's seeking revenge for that, seeking the title. Red Scare of '94, of course, the top seed here. His favorite is Typhoon Spec. That's been given to Odyssey, and Odyssey's favorite is Rhino, which he does not have optioned either. Red Scare is going to take the Speed Specialist with Sabretooth and Arclight. Odyssey, I kind of like that one.
Honestly, I think the Typhoon Spec is probably his best go. Yep.
He does go for that.
That said, this is looking very much like a headbutt, and I would say, generally speaking, steel balls are good into sabers. Speed is so good for the sabers, though. It makes up for so much of their general weakness. Of course, Odyssey has the Typhoon, which is a great chaff clear in aggro, although a little awkward with hounds, just because they kind of overlap somewhat. Honestly, this could be very, very how you play the game from here kind of decision based. Because I see a lot of, arcs are good into hounds, balls are good into sabers. There's a lot of each side countering the other.
Thank you so much for the sub, Diagroth. Says, good luck to all contenders subscribed for 5 months. Do want to call out that we have gift subs on 35% discount, and Diagroth has just jumped in and taken advantage of that with gifting tier 1 subs to Milos95 or Roku Boy, Senju, Azazel, Brozojo, Naruga Kriller, Lucky Wonder Boy, Exploding Pigeon, AA Cool Wrong, and Beef. Thank you very, very much for the support. So give a salute to Diagroth if you guys don't mind.
Legend.
Meanwhile, on the board in front of us, we've got a quick tower take from the steel balls. Of course, they are moving at 16 meters per second. Note that I brought this up to show that with Speed Spec, the sabers actually move 11 meters per second, and the Arclights move at 10. So it's not like facing your mom's or your grandpa's sabers, which are going to be sitting there and never moving, kind of fighting from a spot. Those can get in pretty quickly, especially if Red Scare takes Temp Tower.
Ooh, Imp Spider is so good in a headbutt. The innate splash means that you can delay taking the splash, and once you finally get it, they can hit like half a pack of mediums per shot at that point, or more. It's crazy.
And look at that, he is immediately into selling the Arclights. So some people would have skipped the improved Tarantula because of not seeing the, seeing like, well, I've already got the Arclights on. I'm not really on that side at all. But improved Tarantula increases the Tarantula movement speed by 3. That gives them 14 meters per second already. And
It's amazing.
yeah, and these are going to be legit speed tarantulas, but they've also got 9-meter splash. If he gives them HE ammo, they'll have a 16-meter splash. That is pretty much disgusting. He's also setting up this mobile beacon in the corner. If you don't know what that is, you'll see he's going to be drawing these steel balls and crawlers down into the flank rather than letting them have an unimpeded run at the tower. I thought it was really fun to see Rat in game today. Distracted my unimpeded run at the tower with a mobile beaconed Farseers that was like doing a hit and run, shooting away. Odyssey took the Wasp Swarm, has that on the backside. Wasp Swarm will beat a level 1 Fang if it's entirely facing the level 1 Fang, but that should slow it down a lot.
Looks like it's gonna.
It's
gonna split though, and some is gonna go after the tower, and what does split is likely to lose.
Yeah.
What I really want to say about this Tarantula though, when you're seeing hounds, I love the pivot, and this is what I said. Red Scare plays the card, and he is very good at producing efficient answers to the problems he has that create immediate tempo.
That is exactly what you called out, and exactly what I was thinking when he snap picked that card.
I think this is a great play from him, and I think it's gonna, the Wasps are going to win by air this round. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if everything else gets cleaned up first. These spiders are going to be a menace in this game. Yep.
It is exactly as you called. Odyssey wins round 1, wins round 2, and he is the 2.3 to 1 underdog in our local betting. Red Scare the favorite, of course. The number 1 seed ought to be the favorite. Red Scare taking some Phantom Rays. Odyssey took the level 2 Scorpion. Has a nice little clumped unit right there to put a 15-meter splash on. That could be painful.
I really think that Red Scare puts a chaff in front of that. I think he knows he's vulnerable to a big, bulky Scorpion, and I think the health on that Scorpion represents a lot of value.
It is going to come down to who's got better chaff clear and better chaff lock, better lock on the big beefs between the Saber and the level 2 Scorpion over there. And here is
establishing a quick cheeky flank.
And here is the flank pull I was talking about. You can see how the steel balls and crawlers are both turned already. Even the hounds will chase off the wrong direction. And Red Scare has a Tarantula back there to defend as well. Odyssey knows that's coming, so he's taken a mobile beacon to essentially instruct his steel balls to ignore that. I want you to go get the tower, and that is why Red Scare didn't just rely on that mobile beacon. He's got some new units back there. As you said, the cheeky flank from the Phoenix, he's got jump drive available or could sell out of it. I agree with you about Red Scare winning that.
I will say, with these crawlers being speed, they are not going to distract these Phoenix very well. They will have already run past the tower, as we can see. I will say, when you do these beacon or these flank plays, I'm a huge fan of leaving 2 tiles in front. When you don't, there is no world where you can leave it there. But if you do leave the 2 tiles, you can add a chaff, and you can really choose whether or not to commit to them or to pivot from them.
So you're saying the Phoenix flank on the back corner, you wanted to leave the space for the chaff in front of it. And that was the original 2023 meta, was a crawler on the line with a Phoenix right behind it. And Arclight to clean up any chaff that you tried to break that all up with.
Right. Whenever you put your flanking threat unit immediately on the line, you basically telegraph that it's going to be temporary.
It needs to either be sold or jump driven to get out of there. And there you see the jump drive. So every other Phoenix tech is more expensive for Odyssey now. One of my favorites in response to seeing something like that is to buy my own Phoenix. Because I figure at that point I'm going to be buying cheaper techs. If I can get them into a Phoenix mirror, I'm in pretty good shape.
Right, and in this case, Red Scare would most likely be playing into Ray, which I honestly think is really good at bullying Phoenix. The extra bodies is nice.
And of course, being able to
shield as well.
Stealth and shield, right? So you can get in close, and you get your missiles off before they can take you out. Odyssey continues the spell and tempo plays. Spell's very strong in the Season 3 meta. So, Orbital Bombardment now on top of Red Scare's clumped units.
He has speed. I wonder if he gets out of this orbital before the orbital is finished, or if the fighting will keep them locked in place.
Right, you can almost see Odyssey thinking about not hitting his own Scorpion by putting it too close, but you could have almost included the edge of your own Scorpion just to be hitting any chaff that has come too close to it. Those two missiles there were pretty brutal. Oh my goodness. The RNG really favoring Odyssey on that one.
Wow.
And that is a huge tempo round. Wins everywhere on the board.
Gets your free Typhoon as well to help push through that side with the beacon.
Of course, this series is best of 3. These are the 2 winners. If you're just joining us, these are the top 2 of the Mecha Mini Masters.
Now, Red Scare is playing a bit of a slower catch-up for tempo because he's sold out of his arcs, and he's only got a couple of Tarantulas as yet. So this is the price you pay of switching out of a starting deployment. Now, he does have additional deployment that he took instead of the orbital. So very strong position for Red Scare. Really needs to capitalize on that. The Rhinos are fast, and with armor, they're going to be zipping around.
Well, armor
Be
doesn't
very strong at taking tower.
armor doesn't speed them up, but you're right. With the speed specialist, they're going to be moving 19 meters per second, and they are tanky at 57,000 hit points and blocking 120 damage from each source of damage. So that would almost completely block the Typhoon, and dropping that 98 down to 1. You can hit them for exactly 1 hit point every time, no matter how much armor they have.
Right. You just need a casual 57,000 hits or so.
Mm-hmm. I have enough Mustangs for that.
That would be a very long round.
The whole board is full of Mustangs. Odyssey on...
I would love to have...
Go ahead.
I would have loved to see a vertical crawler from Red Scare in this shallow part of his own flank to potentially draw any missiles and to pull any chaff away from distracting his Rhino.
Right, a shallow out here.
Mm-hmm. You do get in on that tower.
Tower take for Red Scare. That is going to really help. And he needed that badly. He was down 4,500 to 1,740. So, does not want to go down 1-0 on a 5-round loss. That would be a very painful way to start the night. At least
he's taken a lot of temporary value, so this is definitely his time to justify it in the next 3 rounds.
2960 for Odyssey. Red Scare should be in the better build. At this point, he's got more invested onto the board. Here comes Incendiary Bomb. And
Very
of course,
powerful.
both players skipping the Efficient Light because they're recognizing that if you're into a 1,500 point swing over the last 2 rounds, we're each about 1,500. This game is going to end in 2 rounds. You're not going to get the value out of taking the Efficient Light. That's a card for when you're sitting there at 4,500, 4,000, 5,000 hit points, and you don't think the game is going to end. Red Scare using an anti-missile device to ensure that these guys don't get slowed down by a sentry missile out there. Odyssey, on the other hand,
It also does double duty for the Stormcaller. That's there because it could take heat ammo for some damage.
Right. Odyssey is not, in fact, sentry missiling them. Instead goes for the Incendiary Bomb to take all of their chaff away. The sentry missile is much deeper. And there's the Steel Ball. If there is no chaff, thanks to the Incendiary, Steel Ball should get a good lock. Now it's also got Suck, Energy Absorption, increasing its hit points and converting damage dealt to hit points. Welcome in. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow, Super Light Skin.
interesting use of oil here. Wow, so Odyssey is really going hard on the spells.
Trying to get the knockout, absolutely. But he's not committing to it. He hasn't taken rapid resupply for range and high mobility.
Right.
And see all the chaff
And the
gone.
sentry still lands.
The sentry lands
On the
because it's
Rhino.
so far deep. It's so deep into the board, right? And the Scorpion did a great job for Odyssey there, getting the landings that it needed.
That's had a good portion of his own winning units get torched. Not all of them. There's still a good chunk of damage. We'll lose the anti-missile device, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, Red Scare loses the anti-missile on that far side. The Rays are cleaning up a lot of damage, and that's important in terms of preventing hit point damage to the bar, right? Every surviving Stormcaller was 50 hit points. They cleared off 8 of them, so that saved Red Scare 400 hit points. You're at 1,000 for the favorite, Red Scare of 94 on
Oh my
1,002.
goodness.
Here comes the Lightning Storm. Is that going to be decisive? They put them opposite each other. Red Scare sells one of the Rhinos. Note that he is not running power armor, which would make the Rhino immune to slow, and kind of let him run right through those.
If you're Red Scare, you are so disappointed to see this. There has been spell after spell after spell after spell when you're trying to play a bit of a long-term board, and you know that you win if nothing interferes. Ooh, Spider Mine is spooky because Lightning Storm can blow those up in your own board and be dangerous.
Could be, yes, but as long as the Spider Mines, they launch a little ways out and then get to run, so they should be safe, you hope.
And here's the incendiary missiles to launch that oil on fire. I think Odyssey wins this. We haven't seen shields yet.
And true,
I'm really, really liking this.
Red Scare took a loan, has not taken temp range or temp speed, isn't
Oh
going
my
to.
goodness.
And Odyssey, 200 left. Similar, has not taken rapid resupply, enhanced range, or high mobility.
I think if you're Odyssey, you have to loan, you have to temp range, and you have to shield here.
2 shields,
Yeah.
does loan, takes the temp range. Great call. I think that
That's
will
game.
finish it out, right? Should.
Yep.
And he even calls where the storm is going to be. Desperation moments for the improved tarantulas of the favorite. But yeah, you can just see how devastating the connecting lightning storm is versus the shielded side.
Not temp ranging is absolutely. I think that's too much greed from.
It was
Red
a
Scare.
lot of greed from Red Scare.
And not shielding the storm. Like if you're Red Scare, you're super bummed that it was spell after spell. But Odyssey saw his line and just committed to a no let up. And I think he loses this game hard if it ever reaches a stable point.
Right. If he ever gets to the point where those spells aren't coming back, he doesn't have a spell up, and he doesn't get a spell dropped, he might be in trouble. But the Lightning Storm, devastating. Well shielded from Odyssey. You can see 2 of those shields went down, but they did their job at blocking 40,000 points of lightning damage. Odyssey is up 1-0, takes the first game off of the almost 2,400 MMR Red Scare of 94, the number 1 seed in this tournament. Odyssey getting it done. Someone needed to stop being undefeated, says Uncle Lazy. Grab your popcorn. We will be back with match number 2 after this ad break. What do you think of that match, Titan? What was your... I mean, I felt just so certain that Red Scare was going to win that off the improved spiders. And do you feel like that's something we're going to see more of?
I think this was not a game where the takeaway is improved spiders got beaten. I think it's a takeaway where Red Scare picked value cards in a game that had just non-stop spells and got tempoed out before he could stabilize. And I think he was too greedy in the last round. I think even if he shields in the last round, then he doesn't get knocked out there. And I think Odyssey saw, oh, my opponent is an improved spider, and I'm in hounds. This is going to be very bad very quickly. And just hard committed to taking every tempo advantage he could get, and I think it's a low probability win line. You need spells to keep dropping, but I think it's his best probability win line into those commits.
We
And
get
it worked.
Indeed. Congratulations to those that took Odyssey as the 2.3 to 1 underdog. We will have our rematch with switching sides. So Red Scare having to play from blue. What? That just does not seem right.
Purple Scare?
Purple Scare? Yes. And it looks like Westmoreland was the one to find. We added some new emojis last night, including the with a big thank you to Ocelotus Gaming. He originally made that emote for me. I had trouble getting it in at the time. He had to remake it in a different format. We never got that sorted. And now it is a Amarokable emote with attribution to Ocelotus Gaming. There you guys go. Enjoy that. We also have some emotes on the Tier 2 and Tier 3 for you guys to discover when you get there. And I do want to remind folks that you've got 35% off of gift subs tonight to celebrate the Mecha Mini Masters Finals. There are dachshunds everywhere. Chat is this is the happiest chat has been. This is going to be far and away my favorite, most used emote for the month of June by the end of this stream.
Is that a challenge? Because
No,
challenge
that's
accepted.
no, that's not. That's just a statement of fact. Yikes. Okay, welcome back to those of you that saw ads, and welcome to Game 2 of our Winners Brackets semifinal match. Chat having fun with the emojis. We are having fun with the matches. Red Scare of 94 Nearside Blue down 1-0 takes the Fire Badger Specialist. Now that was his original favorite specialist. He's got Steel Ball and Crawler. Odyssey, looking at Cost Control, Elite, Amplify, and Marksman. With me in the booth, of course,
Good cost pack.
Alpha Titan.
Hello, hello. That cost pack is tempting. Ooh, going with the Marksman. I wonder if there's going to be steel balls from Standard then. For Odyssey. Or if he's just going to leverage Orange Man either with Assault mode or in aggro.
Is he running Assault mode? Yeah, that's the question. He is running assault mode. Let's go! So he doesn't even have to wait for Orange Man to show up to reveal, to put that on, but I think it would reveal it. I think it would give it away to put it on now. So yeah, he puts on the crawlers. What you might see is four marksmen dropped next turn, Orange Man +3, and that doesn't let him tech the assault mode that round, but it does put him in a position where he's built what he wanted. We are going to have another Spiral matchup where they've each come out aggro, but don't create the headbutt. Red Scare of 94 on the left with a Fire Badger, Steel Ball, and Crawler, adding a pair of Hounds. Odyssey on the other side had 3 Hounds, 2 Steel Balls, and adds a pair of Crawlers.
I love, I think if you're Red Scare, you love this being rotational because Fire Badgers are really good at defending the side that you're being pushed, and you don't risk setting your own self on fire by mixing them with your pushing side. If this was a headbutt, then Fire Badgers, I think, lose some of their value, even though they're very good into that, by kind of avoiding the getting torched collateral damage, if you will. But this is just taking tower, and then nobody is going to go snipe the opposite towers. It's just a clash in the middle.
That is as headbutty as you could get in the middle at the end here. But at the end of the day, it's Odyssey's Steel Balls that survive again. Odyssey getting the early lead on Red Scare. 4150 for Red, 4300 for the dog and cat in the corner.
Laser sight, so good. Also very interesting. Improved melting point, always a potential threat. Very low cost commit. Well, the opportunity cost of no laser sight is painful.
Yeah, that's not something I like to see. I want the improved melter almost every time it comes up, but a lot of times you have to pick something else because there is a different option available that you just can't skip.
An orange assault mode marksman with a laser sight is a threat unto itself.
Brutal, and that is exactly what you have. And instead of going for the full-on assault mode commit with 3 more of them, he's added 2 more hounds to clear the chaff. We're just going to have a 10,000 damage, 90-meter range unit that, oh, by the way, has 30,000 hit points. It's like a what would you say? Like a mass-produced giant, almost, in terms of hit points.
Right, it's 30,000 health being added all of a sudden with 10,000 damage splash in a 9-meter radius is just an insane amount of value. The low range is obviously the opportunity cost there,
Now,
and the fact that it's a tech that can be disabled.
I will point out that ranged steel ball does beat assault mode marksman. It just does. As long as you've got the right set of chaff coming in, you can shoot through those just as kind of using the steel balls the way that you'd use melter against giants. This does assume we clear the chaff, and they aren't
Obviously,
ranged yet, so the first pack goes down.
We did use a missile, but one of the things that surprises a lot of people is how well Badger does into steel ball. That's what I think this tower timing is going to be quite strong. I don't know if these steel balls are going to have time. I think they will.
Oh,
my
God,
goodness.
the tower timing
Flash.
denied them. Well, let's see if Red Scare goes to the ranged steel ball answer, or if he's got a different answer in mind for the 90-meter marksman over there. And of course, remember, Odyssey, if he overcommits to answering this, Odyssey can sell out of that. He's only minus 150. And, he gets the laser sights to put on to whatever counters your answer. Odyssey goes for...
I would really like to see air.
Odyssey goes
as
for
the answer here.
mass-produced Scorpion. Red Scare takes speed.
And this is another reason, when you see the mass prod Scorpion line, I think that is efficient, but that's another chunky ground unit that can't shoot up well. And while Marksman can, the range loss from assault mode makes it particularly susceptible to birds, boats, etc. So I think this is going to be a sell out of the balls. I love the Scorch pickup. It will be your chaff clear. And then I think these balls end up getting liquidated into an air play if I'm Red Scare.
I was going to say, where's your round 2 Phoenix? We're not in season 4 yet. People don't have Farseers to counter that. I thought round 2 Phoenix was the meta.
Right.
Of course, these two showing that the game is well enough balanced. There are all sorts of different lines to take. There is no single dominant strategy at the moment.
These Scorpions are going to put in a ton of work, though. Red Scare also respecting tempo, using 2 missiles. I think these Badgers with speed are going to have a rough time of it. As they do split up reasonably well.
Now
And
you
Orange
get
Man
that
goes
Orange
down.
Man going down to the steel balls. Lots of experience for them. Those guys will have leveled up, I believe. Yep, there you go. They've leveled up. Ranged steel balls also do counter Scorpion decently well if you have enough chaff arriving. Steel balls, of course, are not currently ranged, sitting back at 45 meters. But the Fire Badgers have 70 meters, and Scorch, they're doing pretty well. 1 surviving Scorpion, no surviving chaff, really. So I think that'll be a... Oh, nice tower timing.
Also, the Fire Badger increased range really matters in these matchups. The extra 10 for being the specialist as opposed to just having the unit. Oh, and did you say Phoenix? Apparently everybody is on board.
And both sides on board, each of them looking at the other player and saying, well, you have no upshoot, so I will take the single target Phoenix that is a great counter to your steel balls. Halfway decent against your hounds. Very good against your Scorpion or your Fire Badger. And if we each wind up in them, we're Yeah, well, now you've got. It's very much a mirror. The only real differences being the Scorpion and Assault Mode Marksman on Odyssey's side of the board, and the Fire Badgers on Red Scares.
I really would like to see range on these badgers, or massing another badger. $300 left. Odyssey, again, playing hard for tempo here. Oil is likely to light this round. Both sitting at about 4,000 HP, so nobody in danger just yet. Takes tower attack and health 1 with the remaining money from Red Scare, floating 100 most likely. Ooh, that beacon is nasty with those blue steel balls, though. I think
And a great.
Phoenix will be able to clear it up.
But also the flank pull is so good to create that opening. Note that they stop when there is a crawler in range of them, but as long as there's no unit in range, they will continue to advance. 1 down, 2 down, the other 2 get locks, and tower goes
Almost.
down for Odyssey. That was a great use of the flank pull to create that opening. A very Rat-esque, very Miss Diana-esque. Who else plays that style so well?
I mean, that's just aggro 101, is pull the chaff and then beacon into the opening. And the oil did not get lit, so you'll get that slow again, and you can place the chaff in the fire line to light it this round.
Super heavy armor for Red Scare? Would you like subsidized Assault Mode Marksman now, Odyssey?
Where do you put that super heavy if you're Red Scare, though? Does it just go on a blue Fire Badger? It would be very strong if it does. That Fire Badger would survive 2 shots from the Scorpion. Steel Ball, okay. Just using them as a tank. I think I actually would have preferred that be on the Badgers, truthfully.
I like what Red Scare's doing. He's connecting the 2 oils.
Yes.
So that if that gets lit on fire, he's also going to light the backside for Odyssey. Odyssey, on the other hand, is committing to lighting the oil with Incendiary Bomb on his hounds.
I also really want to see range on these Badgers sooner rather than later. It's not going to be this round, but it's going to be really strong when he does click the button. Oh, yes! Oh, he's thinking about it. There it is.
That
Range
is
on
what
the
you
Badgers
wanted
and
to see.
heavy ar-
20,
Oh my goodness.
27,000 hit point Fire Badgers up here. They aren't going to care about that fire, and as you pointed out, they're going to take multiple shots from the Scorpion to take down. Let's go!
That makes me so happy. That also means, win or lose, I follow the same fate as Red Scare here. This oil was always going to be more brutal for Red Scare than it would be for Odyssey, given the original positioning. But in spite of that, it looks like it's going to be a round win for Red Scare, which is huge.
Is that level 4 Assault Mode Marksman down there? He's taken out one of the Phoenix before they get their round win. And at this point, Red Scare will win by air. Power timing notwithstanding. Drops Odyssey.
Ooh, and a Fire Badger survives, just barely.
Drops Odyssey to 37.75. Red Scare at 25.90. Odyssey up 1 game to 0. If you're just joining us,
Ooh.
this is the winners bracket finals. Or winners bracket semifinals, excuse me. Winner will advance directly to the finals. The loser falls into the losers bracket.
Oh, yep. We're gonna stonk. Does that go on a Badger for the stats?
Stonk to Steel Ball.
No.
And have it on a
Nice.
Phoenix for next round.
He didn't have any steel balls to stunk. He stunked a bird.
No, he has stonked a bird.
Oh, you're talking about Odyssey?
No, I'm talking about Red Scare. Oh, you're right. He didn't have any. What did he stunk first
Right,
before he wound up
He
on the
stunked
bird?
a bird. He stunked a bird, and then he leveled it on another bird. There was a bird that was next to his blue hound that isn't anymore.
And then we're replacing it. We're rebuying that bird here. Okay.
Right, so it's kind of a reposition with a financial upside.
Yep, got it.
We have Fortress AA, very strong here, and the birds don't have a lot of protection right now.
And then one of my favorite plays, you guys have seen me run this a lot, Absorption Module on a Fortress. And he is running, Odyssey is running my old build, Range and Launcher Overload. And I have dropped Launcher Overload for Elite Marksman so I can do forts from deep. But this is so much fun when they forts start popping off against whatever your rush is, Steel Ball or whatever. And boom, boom, boom,
I'm
boom,
sure
boom.
I'm a fan of this beacon, though, with the Badgers. I'm worried that these are your tanks. You're pulling them behind everything. And they're not doing much fighting.
I think he was trying to protect them from the Scorpion for a little longer, because they did go down to the Scorpion pretty quickly. I mean, I know it was 3
Yeah,
shots,
but that was because there was fire on the ground, because all his
Right.
chaff died, so I don't think that logic was in the right place, even if that was the rationale. That said, that timing to take the fortress out was huge.
right before his tower debuff hits him. And,
We still win the round.
yep, Red Scare winning the round. Odyssey goes to 3,200.
Those Badgers do level. Ooh, we get a blue boat. That's exactly what we want here. I'm a little unfortunate that he ranged the birds, although it was very helpful. But it wouldn't surprise me if he stonks out of the birds as a way of recuperating that investment and pivots hard into the Overlords. After all, Overlord stonking is kind of the creme de la creme of money you can get per level. Ooh, but we get 2 level 3 rhinos. Surely those take armor so that way they can brick the Badgers and just
Level 3
charge
rhinos.
forward.
The level 3 rhinos are for Odyssey. So, on the far side. And yes, he's got the mobile beacon straight in on the tower.
And I mean, these level 3 birds are going to do damage, but even at 10,000 a shot, these rhinos have 100,000 HP. And the Badgers aren't going to tickle them.
Well,
Doing only 100 and losing 180, it's going to be 1 damage a pop.
Yeah, the Badgers are not the answer. The Overlords with Launcher Overload pretty much are. And more importantly, those are going to be tanking the AA barrages from the Fortress to try and keep Phoenix alive. And once Red Scare sees the Rhinos, he'll have to answer those with something like Charged Shot or...
Energy Absorb Void Eye is so interesting. What's the logic there? Like, that's not going to be enough health to survive the Fire Badgers. And I know the tech is free, but it costs to deploy. It's very spicy. Ooh. Yeah, those rhinos are just going to charge straight. Oh, one goes down. The other one does get to tower. Boats are down. Birds are collapsing.
Yeah, it is a rough round for Red Scare of 94. Odyssey, by getting that early tower, you can just see how impactful it is to lose a tower. Even at level 2, you have 23,000 hit points. You're losing a tower for 7 seconds of debuff. You're paralyzed by... attack is down to 10% of its normal strength. In addition, you're taking plus 50% damage from all sources, and losing 80% of your movement speed. So,
Odyssey is in a really solid position here.
Odyssey is
The Mike launcher on the boats.
already up 1 game to nothing. Launcher on the boats didn't help last turn, but we've added range. Ion beam right over those boats.
my goodness.
There, and the mobile beacon is trying to dodge. I don't even know what. What are we dodging there? The
He's
Void Eye?
the possibility of the ion beam on the other side.
Hmm. But then why aren't we including our Overlord in it? I'm so confused. That is, alright, so Red Scare is throwing up shields everywhere. Okay, fair. That will
Not
help
gonna lose
against
to no
those.
shield.
Right, not losing this game to no shield, for sure. This Ion Beam, I think, from Odyssey is really, really good. And a little
Yes,
bit surprised that Red Scare skipped it. He seems to be undervaluing spells, or... I don't know how to describe that.
I think it is a little strange as well. Also, this oil obviously is going to light and torch the chaff on that side. This is going to be close. The boats, though, are very strong. As long as their protection in front doesn't die to the ion beam.
I'm worried about the boats themselves dying to the Ion Beam. They're going to move right up into it. Aren't they?
I don't know if they're going to move at all.
Yeah, that one got clipped by it. That one has not gotten clipped by it.
There's a lot of bird left, although the boats on the right.
Boats on the right having a great time for Red Scare. Are they going to get tower in time? Can we take out...
They are.
Can Red Scare take out the Rhinos? There you go.
Wow.
Does
Now
Launcher
the question
Overload...
is the level 3 birds.
One-
one's still alive? They're both down. Wow.
Launcher
Wow.
Overload... Launcher Overload really overpowers a single AMD for Red Scare's
Yes, it does.
Overlords. If you don't remember, that during Season 3, Overlord missiles were bumped up in hit points, so they are a lot harder to shoot down. Of course, that anti-missile device was from much earlier in the game, I think. Both sides take a laser sight. Again, that's a second one on board, but this time it'll be on... Nope, Red Scare thought about putting it on this Overlord here. Is he moving it to this one?
Gonna stonk.
He's stonking a boat. Stonking that boat. Yeah, that is a lot of value. And,
Yes.
still has 1,500 to spend after leveling 2 boats this round. That's amazing.
That's so much. And these boats are gonna basically completely shrug off Fort AA now.
Right. This... Surviving that ion beam, in particular not having this boat drive up into it, was huge. That
Yes.
ion beam barely misplaced for Odyssey. So it got the Fire Badgers, but didn't get the Overlord. And that, I think, might be decisive. I think if Odyssey
Wasp.
lands that ion beam on the level 2 Overlord that round, he wins. He's added Wasps.
A
Now-
little questionable into boat. Launcher Overlord boat really doesn't care about Wasp all that much. If there was single target, like marksman or sniping units, that might be different.
And Splash will absolutely obliterate those. Although maybe he's hoping to lure Red Scare into Splash so that they don't do as much damage to the forts. Especially if he's
Maybe.
thinking bubble next round.
It could, although level 2 and 3 boats do scary damage even with Splash.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Also,
They will buy time, and shield does matter.
yeah, the shield is making a big difference. So I think that's the play here, right? It might be the knockout and win the round for him, but if it isn't, I think he's trying to bait out Splash while going barrier on the forts next round. That is the line I'm expecting. On the other hand, maybe Red Scare does not feel he needs it after just straight up winning the round. And of course, he's got all that value from the Stonk module. If you don't know what we mean
They
by
leveled again.
if you don't know what we mean by stonk, pay attention to this boat right here, this round, as Red Scare. Well, Odyssey has taken the Melter.
Melter. Wow.
Yep, Snap Melter decision. Red Scare's going to think about it, so we'll be back out on the board. But you know, as Red Scare makes that decision, keep your eye on this boat, because what's going to happen is Red Scare gets to level it for free. Now it's worth 1,000. If he sells it, he gets 1,000 back, even though he has only paid 500 for the boat, with getting 2 free levels from this enhancement module. This turn, he might not even sell it, because he still
Right,
gets
he sold the drop from the unit round.
Right. He would still get the plus 20%, plus 20%, and he didn't have any other levels he wanted to use that enhancement module on. So there's no need for him to do that. But
Right.
he could have done that just to fund whatever transition he wants to make, right? And you can get some huge economy swings with that. And this is really good choice from Red Scare. Instead of going to the splash and reducing his damage against the forts, he sees the line I'm talking about. Doesn't fall into that trap necessarily. Takes instead Mustang range to have his answer to the Wasps in the Mustangs. We'll see if Odyssey is planning the pivot I was talking about, the barrier, or if he has decided he needs something else. I don't think he can
Also,
count.
these Mustangs
Go ahead.
make for great chaff into melters, which you have to be expecting with a melter drop, because
Right.
the boats outrange them even with launcher. So it's a way to add chaff, add your anti-air, or small bodies,
Right.
and it's just a really good call here.
860 for Red Scare, 800 for Odyssey. This is the decisive round of Game 2. Who's going to take it? Will Odyssey be through to the finals, or has Red Scare stabilized after losing the first game and turned it around to win the second? Tower down, those melters are locked on the wrong thing. It is Red Scare's game. He's showing why he was the favorite coming into this tournament. It's what looks like a dominant performance on the board if you only watched that last round. But Odyssey made it really close, won the
Yes.
first game, almost wins the second one, maybe 5 to 10 meters on that ion beam, I think, wins that game for Odyssey. And
Right.
that is why I say that ion beam placement is one of the true S tier skills in this game right now. Just being able to read where the board is going, and yeah, that was amazing work from Red Scare. Huge work from Red Scare on that one. Titan, what at the very end there? What lines do you see for Odyssey that we didn't get to see played out? How would you have turned that game around to close the door for him?
By the time you're on the last round, your opponent has been stonking boats. It's really hard. Melter is tempting, but you're already in ranged EMP bird. I feel like it's really hard at this point. I'm trying to think through the possible lines. The Fort AA is a bit dead. As far as techs are committed, the Scorpions way outscaled at this point. There might be shields for the fortresses to try and protect, but the boats do so much burst. The fact that we're in Teched Phoenix and we went with the melter, I mean, we got the free melter off the drop, so it makes sense. I think you had to range the hounds in order to help them clear the chaff more consistently as a starting point, so that way your melter can clear the boats. And ranged hounds are also good into the Mustang, so it's probably a chaff clear.
For me, I was going to say chaff clear because we never saw anything to take care of a chaff clear roll on that board. The
Right.
only chaff clear really was the fire from the hounds. Freak182, welcome in, first time chatter, wants us to explain stonking again. I had to go at it during that game.
Yes.
Titan, do you want to give a better explanation now that we're
Sure.
not under time pressure?
The meme, of course, of stonk in the internet vernacular is to make lots of profit. And the way you stonk with an enhancement module is you place it on a unit that needs a level. You get that level for free because that's what the enhancement module does. Then you sell that unit, and so you profit off of the level. But then you can place the enhancement module on a second unit in the same round and get another free level. And so, in theory, you can get 2 levels per turn if you sell the unit that starts with Stonk module.
And in
Which is where the
particularly,
nickname comes from.
it works because if you have let's say you have a fortress costs 400, right? If you level it up, it now costs 600. When you sell it, you get 600, right? You might think that if I leveled it up with the Stonk module, I would only be able to sell it for 400, even though it's level 2. But no, the game is perfectly willing to give you the full 600 value despite the fact that you didn't pay for the level upgrade. So
Right.
you just get straight profit. That
And
yellow
it's a
plus. Go ahead.
it's a very good way to create a unit pivot in the middle of a game because usually it's difficult to switch, but the ability to kind of profit off of the extra level and then still level something else up means that you can fund a unit switch, which is how he went from ranged birds into boats and was ahead on econ despite the tech in a unit he sold out of.
Right. Okay, we are running an ad with all due apologies to those that see them. I couldn't run them. Twitch is just not letting me run them there. But we'll run one now so that they only miss round 1 of this best of 3. That way they don't miss the end of it. And we'll give them the welcome back when they get back. Whew. Channel point predictions are up. Nobody wants to bet without seeing the starting specialists. This is that well balanced. I love it.
I will say Odyssey has been consistently playing tempo. Red Scare has been consistently playing value, so I'll be curious to see if either of them switch that approach for game 3.
Fair enough. Welcome to game 3 of our best of 3 winners semifinal. Odyssey versus Red Scare, tied up at 1 game apiece. Odyssey back on the near side of blue, playing a speed specialist with sabers. Again, we talked about that. 11 meter per second saber is amazing. And the hounds are going 13 meters per second. So he's got his chaff clear, he's got his single target, he's got his tank. He's going to put pressure on that right side tower right from the off. Red Scare on the far side, a supply specialist. And you wanted to know if Odyssey was going to play the tempo and Red Scare was going to play the long game. There is your answer, Titan. Take it away, my friend.
Well, we have a saber. I was going to say a saber headbutt, but they have just consistently picked the opposite side of each other. So this will be our third spiral in a row to play for rotational aggro. Odyssey having speed is going to help him get to tower there and hopefully have that said, whoever takes tower first doesn't always have the advantage in these kind of cross-court battles. If you have steel balls, you can get there super fast, but with just sabers, I honestly wonder if that's an advantage or disadvantage.
We'll find
Your
out.
opponent can take tower and then you take it while they're just driving towards you.
Right, you take it right as they finish driving towards you so that these units are all engaged. And that is exactly what's going to happen here. A single shot brings that tower down, and Red Scare may actually win the round despite losing the tower first. I do want to say welcome back to those of you that see ads, and my apologies for running that during round 1 of this match. I just didn't get them off.
Oh!
Twitch wouldn't let me start them during the discourse between the 2 games, so I had to run that now so that you don't miss the end of this match, because I figure missing round 1 is way more painful than missing the ending, or way less painful. Sorry.
Look at all these cards. Redeploy, intensive, underground, rhino. Like, that's a let me pay 200 and take them all moment.
Honestly, I want that. I want that ability. Let me bankrupt myself, because there are so many times. Like, I will hemorrhage 500 MMR by taking every darn card if you let me buy more than one bear. Like, give me that ability. Hey, we saw this before from Odyssey. Wait, was he listening to Arcast? Look at that. He left the 20-meter range you were saying to leave. 20-meter space. Nope, he's changed his mind. Just going to put them standard.
They do have redeploy, so I would really expect a tower take attempt. Especially when you see redeploy on round 2.
Right.
The odds of a Phoenix being in your walls is very high.
Right.
Now, of course, Red Scare has a side Fang here on the off chance and one in the back, so playing around it, but with Rhino drop as well as one of the options,
right,
it makes sense to play around it.
Right, and it is Red Scare, in fact, that is doing the 20 meters off. Sorry, I had that wrong. Odyssey has the Rhino on the back side. And this is one of the reasons why we run those fangs in the back corners, if you're relatively new to the game and just checking this tournament out, that they aren't necessarily going to win, right? They're not expected to beat the Rhino. They're expected to lose. They're just expected to buy a ton of time. Kind of unfortunately, they had bought a ton of time while we still gave up the opposite side of the tower, so this has gone very, very poorly for for Red Scare, except for one little detail.
Flying is cheating.
Flying's definitely
But there's
cheating.
a lot to kill.
Birds aren't real. Birds aren't real. You heard it here. They can't possibly hit. They go, what's shooting us? What's shooting us, guys?
Honestly, one pack of Phoenix wouldn't have had time to shoot all of this. There were that many crawlers left.
Red Scare wins round 2 on air. The gorgeous Sakura Phoenix. That skin is 100,000 combat power. If you haven't hit that milestone yet, you've only got a couple of days. I'm going to point out that the tournaments coming up this weekend are exceptional combat power value. Enter
Yes,
those
they are.
tournaments, baby. Those are the season-ending championships. You got to figure out which one is in your time zone tomorrow and play that one. Red Scare takes a pair of wasps. I like that. Again, Odyssey had no
Mhm.
upshoot. And if his answer to Phoenix is marksman, you're going to punish the marksman by having wasps. Also, the wasps are a halfway decent answer to the melter. Less good answer to the phantom rays.
I'm curious to see how the redeploy gets used. I almost want to see a wasp put in front of this Phoenix or a crawler put in front of this Phoenix.
Odyssey also
There is gonna
takes
be-
the wasps and is going to play them defensively, right in front of the potential Phoenix spots, and then kind of has them in what was the traditional crawler slot, right on the line, and able to run off once those Phoenix have moved. Red Scare used the redeploy on something that is not that level 2 Phoenix, doesn't sell out of it. Maybe a little bit of mind games there.
Keeping your opponent honest.
I don't know, with how close these games have been, I'm not sure I'd have done that. I don't think I'd have had the stones. Maybe that's why the guy has 500 more MMR than I do.
I think keeping them there wanted to add a chaff.
Yes, that's the
Don't
play I
think
was
that can win
expecting.
by themselves.
Like either chaff in front of them or run them away. And in particular, I was kind of thinking a chaff where they had been and small mobile, small redeploy on that flank, so they have a more unobscured run to the tower would have been kind of what I
Right.
was thinking.
Tower timing is going to be painful, and we do have wasps now to take these Phoenix.
Odds is all in on his brother, full eight token bet. Love it. Betting on his brother winning.
Very nice.
And Odyssey does in fact win the round. Oh my gosh, it is hard. It is hard bets on I'm not going to get into that one. And we will hide the chat window so you guys don't get spoilers or anything. We also have, of course, the prediction modesty bar up there. That's why it says select on oarsement. It actually says select one reinforcement, but I figure you guys all know that. And it's more important to be blocking the predictions button.
Right.
Both players take the Wasp Swarm. Both players play it in Odyssey's back line. They'll fight each other, and we'll get a little bit of random number. RNG will determine who wins that one.
When there's a wasp call in, or when you have wasp v wasp violence like what we have here, it's really valuable to take the tower attack and defense. One, it lets your call in beat your opponent's call in and can be incredibly important. Also, in a Hound Mirror. Speaking of, Red Scare ranges and then unranges and then goes with Fire Missile. Fire Missile the better tempo play, but the less strong long-term play. There is oil to light, obviously, so that's going to be strong this round. Adding Mustangs, I want to see those good added to the not.
Yeah,
Oil
the not
side,
on
so they don't
the
drive
not
it
on
to the
fire
fire.
side, please. How many times have we done that mistake? Is like take something and then forget, place it and then forget what you've just done that changes the board and makes it the wrong place. He's actually sold back out of them.
I saw
Control
that.
Z'd back out of them.
Yeah.
Levels that near side tower. And
Takes the attack enhancement as well for the Wasp duel.
yeah, I don't think the Wasp duel changes a breakpoint on this one. And as you can see, well, he does win it. He's got 3 surviving Wasps. There's a level 2 Wasp coming to visit. And
Uh-oh. I think that might be enough to save the tower.
that one wasp is going to get there and save it. Ah. Meanwhile, the level 2s are
unreal.
also taking out the Phoenix. And that is a round win for Odyssey in the defensive side. 4,200 MMRs. Or sorry, 4,200 health. Red Scare
Hero
on
Wasp just
3,015.
killed both birds as well.
This
Holy
wasp,
smokes.
these guys did not get that promotion. This wasp is the one that earned that promotion right there. That is when a unit deserves a close up. Come on, not because it's the one unit left on the turn. No, track something like that and zoom in on the hero unit. Elite
Red Scare rewarded for
Stings.
you're rewarded for delaying, and now it gets level 3. Baby.
That is grand. Absorption module for Odyssey? Or what do you think? No, he also takes the Elite Stings. It's Elite Stang with range already on the attacking side for Red Scare.
I think there's a really, really powerful oil here from Odyssey into Red Scare's push on this left side. We have this distraction crawler that is very strong, although Blue Wasp will clear it up relatively efficiently.
They're not even getting dragged out of position with the way that beacon is going. Obviously, the one saber is.
Right. I love the fact that Red Scare ranged the Mustangs. I feel like when you play Elite Mustang, you're tempted to put 2 of them, but you're going to add them in the future, and if you both take the card, the person who ranges them is more likely to get the level and deny the level on your opponent.
That is a really good
So
point.
it's a unit.
Mirror.
It's a unit that you want to tech your first copy of before you add 2 of them, kind of unit.
And that is a huge exception to the rule vast majority of
Yes.
the time. It is a huge mistake to tech one copy of a unit. You kind of want to...
Honestly, this makes the not ranging the hounds even better, because now level 3 Mustangs can chaff clear and kill hounds very efficiently.
Odyssey is not running Hound armor, so he doesn't have that as a change-up to throw.
These tower takes.
Tower on that right side, despite it being level 2 and only giving away 7 seconds, Odyssey is putting on a ton of pressure with that.
Yes, he is.
And Red Scare again. 3 games in a row, Odyssey getting the early tempo, putting the tempo pressure on. Solid 4,200 hit points to Red Scare's 1,440. Can Red Scare stabilize, or is he headed to the loser's bracket?
What do we add here? I think it's rhinos for Red Scare again.
Odyssey takes the Farseer, level 3. Is that the best just because it's the best sell value? No, he's got it on the board. Keeps it on the board. He also has his Rhino Assault, which...
I think Farseer is good damage. I think Red Scare has a Sabertooth problem and hasn't answered it yet all game. He's got untechted birds, but you gotta commit to an answer that can clear the chaff and then let you kill these sabers so they don't just keep driving up and blowing your tower up.
Red Scare takes the Farseer. Odyssey is going to use the Rhino Assault as a Goomba Stomp out here to try and take out the level 2 Phoenix. You want to quickly explain that one for the audience, Titan?
Sure. I mean, basically your Rhino can drop, and if it hits an enemy unit, then it loses health equal to the unit it hits, and the unit it hits loses proportional health. So if the Rhino has more health, it survives. If it doesn't, then it's basically a tactical nuke. Now, this particular positioning, I don't think is going to hit the Phoenix, and I don't think it's meant to. I think it's meant to draw the first wave of fire into his own board from the Hounds, because I think that these birds aren't going to move forward with the positioning of these crawlers. It will still squash things here, though, and it'll be a massive chaff disruption.
You are right. It misses the Phoenix. It gets deleted by the Saber. So very much what looked like a waste to me. Just slightly mispositioned. He positioned it as though the Phoenix were going to move forward, which is kind of how I read that. But to make that Phoenix move, he needed to sell out of the crawler.
Did kill the Sabers, But we're still kind of getting run over, and there's one thing that level 3 Mustangs are really good at doing, and that is feeding hounds if you're not winning rounds.
And that is exactly what's happening, although this round, nowhere near as bad as the last one for Red Scare. So he is a lot closer to stabilizing, I think. Red Scare dropping to 587. I can't
Better,
afford
but not-
another round like that, buddy.
Mhm.
Odyssey on the brink of knocking the number 1 seed down to the losers bracket, advancing to the finals. All he's got to do is manage 587 more hit points. What's the best card for him? And what will Red Scare do with intensive training?
Blue Factory is brutal here, and that's got to be what the intensive is for. Basically saving you the price of having to click Elite.
Saves you the 100 on
You
that.
Right, you basically paid 100 for the spell, and now you have it in future rounds, as opposed to eliting this round.
I think it's launcher
you blew-
overload instead of armor, but what do you think?
I think it's armor. There
Yeah.
is a DPS check here, and I think
Yep.
he has the speed, so it's a durability tech.
It's
not
neither.
armor.
It's photon coating because the EMP
And it's
Farseer
an
is
EMP
over
Farseer.
there.
Mhm.
Huh.
So one of my things that I've been saying in the balance conversation is that I want War Factory to lose armor. I think that photon coating is more in flavor of how to gain tankiness when you are a unit that produces units with your techs, because it protects your techs.
Right.
I think it is a healthier direction for durability, and it's more honest about your hit points than just getting a massive 50% flat rate increase.
Right. I actually really like the way that the mountain armor works. We got to show that on the stream earlier today as part of the curator program, where mountain armor is 1,000 damage straight reduction and no hit point increase. So if you've got a big damage dealer, it does do the damage, but just kind of tanks the Mustangs aren't even scratching the paint. I kind of feel like that's the way that armor should work on probably on War Factory, even maybe on Fortress and Fortress and Melter.
I like it being unique to Mountain, and I also worry that 1,000 may be too much.
Oh, 1,000 would be way too much for a non-Titan, obviously. But
yeah, this War Factory is going to get the job done.
and that means Odyssey has gotten it done.
Wow.
7 rounds. You guys had him as a 21-1 underdog here, and
Whoa.
the in-game betting had him as a huge underdog as well. But Odyssey upsets number 1 seed Red Scare of 94. Red Scare of 94 will have about an hour wait, as this has taken us an hour 10 to get through this first set of games. But we will be on to the losers bracket in just a moment. I know Clint is setting up rooms. We're going to run an ad now so you don't miss any part of the next match. While that's happening, I'm going to show the bracket.
This game boiled down to Red Scare having a damage problem, and there's no thing that bullies a lack of DPS quite as efficiently as a War Factory.
Yeah, you said he had a Sabretooth problem. All of a sudden, he had a blue car problem.
Yep.
You
I
don't.
do wonder if the Phoenix has got charged, if he's able to hold there. Obviously, that means he has to reallocate resources. But the Photon was a really good call.
The Photon was a great shout from Odyssey, and it's so easy to miss that little, oh yeah, somebody just ticked the 100 for EMP. Now Odyssey was on top of that and got it covered.
Gonna briefly step away and grab a drink.
Fair enough. If this is your chance to go make popcorn for the next match features Park 09 and Codafly. Cody, of course, a longtime friend of the channel and one of our moderator emeritus. Doesn't actually show up to do much moderating anymore, but and might wind up downgraded to a VIP at some point. But there's no reason to take the sword away. He's been a great friend of the channel. If you don't know, he's Croatian. He works on the Talos Principle 2, which launched this year in 2025. Actually, I think did it launch late 2024, guys? I don't remember. I think it was late 2024. I got it out in time for the winter season. And then Park 09 is Korean and shows up here as Who Watches Watch in Twitch. So really looking forward to that one. Nah, Ms. Diana is here to back the 101 for no reason at all. Let's go. What is the bracket reset? Great question, Karen Warren. I'm happy to explain that one. If so, in this point, no matter who comes up through the losers bracket, right? If whether Park or Cody wins this one, and whether the winner of this match can beat Red Scare or not, let's say whoever winds up in that yellow spot underneath Odyssey, whoever wins that one, even if they win 2-0, they will not be the champion, since the winners semifinal winner is still not in the losers bracket yet. So they have 0 defeats. It's double elimination. The only way to knock them out is to beat them twice. So if the losers bracket wins the final, then they have to win a sudden death best of 1. And of course, Alpha Titan, when he gets back, can tell us what that felt like, because he had to come through that route last year to win the Mecha Mini Masters. Last time out, I guess it's not a full year ago. What is the 101? Sure, we can answer that real quick. If you're not familiar with the regions, 101 is a catch-all by language. It's split by language. So if you are speaking Spanish, Korean, Japanese, Polish, or French, these are the places for you. There's also Swedish, Italian, and Dutch happening in that chat. The 201 is primarily Mandarin and also has some Mandarin. The 301 is primarily German. There are some English speakers in it. The 401 primarily Russian, a little bit of Ukrainian, a little bit of English, and the 501 is primarily English. There we go. So, if you see people cheering the 501, that's what they're talking about. Now, the game does not have the 601. The 601 is a fictitious division consisting of only Finnish. So we don't have that yet, but you can switch divisions. I think if I remember, you can do that once every 24 hours, something like that.
I thought it was once a week.
I think it's down to once every 24. Yeah, you can switch once per day now. It got reduced.
Okay.
And a number of English language speakers, if you just get frustrated with 501 public chat toxicity, you can switch over to the 101. They're much more polite. But some
also,
of us,
you can just click report on some of that chat. As a mod from the Discord side of things, we are very visible and try to screenshot things we see, and we've passed that on to the dev team, which can filter those people lower in chat. So we are active in that regard, and it's substantially better than it has been.
Yeah, there's been a whole lot of improvement in that regard. Now, this feels like a throwback. Last season's loser semifinal was won by default because our 601 player, Nightcrawler, who was going by the name Baller at that time, fell asleep, set an alarm, failed to wake up in time for his match. Cody, wake up, brother. Wake up. 2 years running? Two tournaments running? No way.
He was literally talking about having, first of all, Cody is in Croatia, for those who don't know, so it's like 4 a.m. for him, or something like that right now.
Yeah, closing on 5, I think, if I remember the time zones, but, yeah. Ouch. Not again. Can we get a can we get a not like this in chat for Cody?
Right. So much for my dark horse.
I know. So Cody's play. He says describes his play style in 3 words. He says he's hopeful and greedy and idealistic, and
That tracks.
yep, says he doesn't have a rival. He's scared of everyone and anything, especially a super good player. But a 1,000 MMR player can also scare him.
Cody is the king of making memes work.
He really enjoys it. I mean, he'll dive into all sorts of stuff and make them pop. He was the one that convinced me to switch into my extended range elite marksman forts and dunk from deep with those. So about Park is getting his wish though. You know, in that pre-tournament questionnaire, the question for Park was, "Is there a participant you're hoping to face?" And he answers, "No. I'm hoping to avoid them all. They're all too scary." So this is one way. This is one way to do that, apparently.
I'm gonna check in with Clint. I don't know, like, in the unfortunate event that we don't have a match now, do we just run the next match between Park
Right.
and Odyssey right away, or are we gonna give them a down set?
I'm going to take a moment to give a shout out to that girl Tam, who says, "Here lurking, Slay King." Thank you so much. She and I are in a slight race to get to 2,000 followers. I'm only 13 followers away. She is, I think she's just over 100 right now. She would need a big swing tomorrow. I'm hoping to close that out tonight. But if you enjoy the kind of positive attitude that we do here, the kind of building up of other streamers, building up of other folks, and she really does that. She really, and it has taught me a lot about, you know, ways to engage with you guys. If you guys are enjoying, for example, the Words on Stream comeback, that was inspired by that girl Tam. She'll dual stream with Mortar Mike, who I've talked up to you guys before, and really. Just a really good person. If she's much more variety. So if you're looking for this kind of vibe and energy, and you're like, why can't I find that in a lot of other streamers? I'm going to say that you probably want to go jump on over to that girl Tam and give her a follow, please. Just good peeps through and through. No. Speaking of, thank you very much for the follow. I'm going to point out also while we're here, we've got a couple of things. If you wanted to support either the hardware development, the art channel improvements, etc., or provide coffee, provide coffee service. Someone call Croatia. Do we know anybody in Croatia? Can you go down and knock on? Wait, if we knew anybody in Croatia, they'd be asleep. Can someone call him? I don't think I have his direct number, but we could Discord call him. Is a plausible...
I did try that, actually.
Okay, good, yeah.
Not that that's working. I'll do it again really quick. Just
it is.
Open a pray.
It is on 7:20 p.m. This is the time. This is the time that Clint Leetwood said. This is not the way you want to see somebody go out of a tournament, but it is 5 a.m. for him, and it is just impossible to schedule something that suits folks from both the 201, the 501, and Europe, and Australia and New Zealand. There is no great time. He's here! Breaking news! He's here! What? Last minute break in the news! Cody arrives to play. No time to warm up or anything. Just jump straight into the match. Alpha Titan's second Discord call wakes him up. He's unfortunate for Park. He says he wished to avoid all players, but he does not get that opportunity. What?
He accepted my call at the last second.
Oh my goodness. Cody making it dramatic. Here we are. A little bit about Park. I mean, obviously these two are matched evenly at 2019 for Cody, 2064 for Park, and both of them, I think that they are underneath that a little bit. Underneath their all-time high by a little bit. I think I've seen both of them in the 21s and even 22s. Park, it says he's a 6 foot tall, almost 6 foot tall Korean nerd with glasses, thin, thin but tall, loves StarCraft, strategy games, and big stompy robots. So, as do we all, right? That's why we're here.
He's in the right place.
He's in the right place. For Cody, what do you? I mean, yeah. Anything you want to share about either of these players in terms of style, please?
So, I know that both of them are unconventional. Park likes to do aggro, likes to play interesting. I haven't played Park much. I have played Cody a lot between our matches on channel with 2v2 games. And as I said earlier, Cody is the king of picking a meme and committing to the bit 110% and making it work. He will absolutely live in your flanks with Wasp and Wraith and Steel Balls and Shield Forts and just commit 100% of what he's doing. You can see what he's doing and you can absolutely have a simple answer, but he's going to keep doing it, and you have to really make sure that you have all your cracks ironed out and like have a seamless defense, because Cody will just attack you relentlessly. And Cody loves to use the cards. He loves his intensives. He loves his stonk modules. Cody is very greedy and absolutely loves to play these like crazy scaling comps.
I will say we talked with Sir Limbo a little bit earlier today during the countdown timer to this tournament, and he said that he's been scrimming with Cody this week, and that Cody is definitively better than he is at this point, and that is a big compliment coming from Sir Limbo. Park09, you know what? I have bet against you in every single round so far. I'm gonna say I think Park wins this. As my as my thing. I have been wrong. I have been wrong again and again and again, and I'm not gonna be wrong again this time if the man keeps winning. Cody, near side and blue, fortified specialist with fangs and sledges. Park 09, far side red, debating his starting specialist. We'll see that pick in a moment. Channel point predictions are up. This is game 1 of our best of 3 losers bracket semifinal. Loser is out. The winner is on to the losers bracket final, where Red Scare of 94, the number 1 overall seed, awaits.
Alrighty. So if there's a round to beat Cody, that round is now, because he woke up 5 minutes ago when I called him through Discord.
Oh my god.
So his round 1 may be a little rough. And honestly, Park coming out with a spicy opening. Even though he has arc lights, he's adding tarantulas in a no chaff start. Now, Spider Saber is strong, but using your quick supply money to add chaff clear when you have chaff clear, when you have no chaff. This round, I don't think these marksmen are going to get much done.
Hey,
even though there's only single targets.
We got these arc lights. Oh no, we don't.
Maybe.
Nope, we've ignored the arc lights that we could have handled. Oh dear.
Wait, this might actually be best though. If the spider dies first, you might still get the arc lights.
We knew what we were doing, Amarok. Why'd you doubt us? Because how many times have we all had units pick the wrong thing to target on? Park wins round 1, 3,900 hit points for him. Cody, 4,300 left. And of course, if you don't know, this image is a Go board, a real Go board, and Cody is a Go player. So,
yes, he's a little smitten with the game at the moment. If you happen to DM him at any given time, he's going to ask if you want to play.
He, in fact, asked me if I wanted to play during the tournament cast, during the round 1 matches. I was like, do you have any interest in Go? I'm going to give the answer now that he's involved in a match and he can't hear me. No,
Right.
no, Cody. I have decided that Go and chess, I've zero chance of ever being at a high enough level. I'm just not going to even try. I know myself too well. I had too much of a competitive streak at a young age to enjoy uh, not being able to become very good at a game, like compared
Oh
to
my goodness,
certain
Park
levels.
is just Park. He adds another chaff clear. What is going on? Typhoon. This is.
Park.
I've never seen a board like this. This is wild to me.
That is interesting. And
Cody
Cody,
should just add sabers and just or hackers and just swallow this board either
I mean-
by killing it or by stealing it.
is that the play? Are we trying to bait Hacker? Because that's what it looks like. Of course,
I mean,
this
you're
time
so deep. This is no longer bait. This is just like you playing into it. Although Cody isn't much of a hacker player unless you rhino him.
well, you said he likes to lean into a meme. Maybe Hacker is the
That's
meme for
true.
this game. Instead, it looks like he's just playing a very I am going to play Vulcan Phoenix. Or Vulcan Marksman even, because he's got the 4 Marksman out. And
No chaff clear yet.
and a
I
Vulcan
will
would
say, as fortified specialist, he doesn't have anything that use that help hit points very well.
Arc takes the Rhino Assault. Cody goes for Amplifying Core, Advanced Shield, Enhanced Range Phantom Ray.
Yeah.
Cody takes the Amp Core. What are we putting it on? Nothing yet.
He's got to add something tanky. He's adding steel balls, it looks like.
He's unlocked the Steel Ball. Takes a Crawler.
Cody?
Takes a Fang. Just adding his chaff. Just building a
Gonna
solid
mass
board.
recruit Something?
Nope. Float my
As I
250.
said, Cody loves to be greedy. He's like, ooh, this is a good item. I'll have a unit for this someday.
It's fair. I mean, he will have a unit for that someday. Whether it's in time to win the game is a debate, right?
Yes. One of the games that Cody lost in the winner's bracket on the previous week was one of the rounds that he got five rounded because he picked 2 items and then tried to go boat with improved boat on like round 5 and it just wasn't enough. He had taken way too much damage.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping it's not a repeat of something along those lines.
I mean, this looks like Cody is playing something safe, tried, true that he knows he can make work, and he hasn't needed to add a chaff clear because there's a
Floated
ton of
250.
yeah. He floated 250. He's going for the round 3
think he
mountain. Wait, round 4 mountain.
Tell him I was gonna say the patch isn't live yet.
What? What? This is all on season 3? Oh no! I've got to go redo all my text. Like I mean,
This is wild.
might have been dreaming about mountains. You never know.
This has got to be a fort play then. If I know Cody, he loves his forts. So I'm expecting us to see 2, maybe 3 forts next round.
Yes, indeed. That is where I'm expecting this to go. We know the man loves his his forts from deep.
Oh my gosh, Cody, please.
Oh, it is. No, it's actually going to be the Vulcan. All right, so it's Vulcan Marksman. He's left himself the little 4 gap, and this is something I should point out. Right, this is classic Vulcan Marksman positioning. You leave yourself 4x4 so that you can fit the Vulcan into that right in front of the tower position, and he levels it up right away.
They're
So
so good here. Yeah, these Stormcallers are great because they just do such concentrated damage, and Cody is slow and concentrated in a line. I honestly wish the Storms were even scooted forward because I think that you are able to like potentially even kill tower quickly. And of course, Storms are one of the best answers right now into Vulcan Marksman because the heat 100 cost ability just gives them so much damage, and Vulcan is so slow to get online.
those high explosive anti-tank shells cost only 100. They double your ATK and only decrease your attack interval by 15%. So, yeah, sponsor us. That is exactly what I'm saying. Like, it feels like Cody is just waking up on an autopilot, playing something he knows is not terrible because he's not feeling awake enough to be hyper creative for game 1.
Right. These storms are gonna be brutal.
Still, it's a lot of hit points to get through. A Amplified Core, level 2 Vulcan, 118,008 hit points. I'm sure the 8 will matter.
It's a breakpoint somewhere.
It's a breakpoint to somebody.
I said these blue crawlers will get in, will proc the missile. You almost wish they eat that storm caller though instead.
Yes, you'd really rather have them get the storm there. Tower timing.
Speaking of storm,
Tower timing. Oh no. The big Vulcan is down. And Park wins round 4. Cody on 1906. Park's at 3900. We'll go to round 5. Improved firepower control for Cody's other Vulcan. I'm sure there will be
if I'm
another
Park,
Vulcan.
I want to see him take jab, and I want to see him land on this double marksman where he knows this Vulcan is supposed to be.
Right. Just because he knows what the build is, right? You can't kill
Correct.
this. You can't kill this Vulcan because the Jav does 70,000 damage. It
Right.
would leave it with 48,000. But you could just kill this one outright if it's level 1.
And
Right.
And blowing up these marksmen along with it with a good placement means that you can take this tower quickly, and with temp range, I think you win the game if you do.
Whoa, that's a bold statement. Wow. Lone temp range, Jav that side, count on winning it.
Yep.
Wow. That'd be something to test on this replay, wouldn't it?
It would. I think I will, because I think Cody loses to a predictive jab here.
Right. To a high value, high tempo. And you said that, right? He's greedy, he's playing the long-term game. He loves the long-term scaling comps, and he's got one right in Vulcan Marksman. Vulcan Marksman, of course, not your win in round 5 build. It's a win rounds 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And
Right.
it's just run away with the game at that point.
And in this case, he wins the Chaff War completely. He's got crawlers surviving to reach these storms.
Again on the left side, no missile this time. Yeah, the Vulcan is down, but the Vulcan's no longer needed. Marksmen hang out at the back, the crawlers go chewing, and Cody starting to stabilize. He's not supposed to
Oh,
win
he
round
loaned.
5. Oh, he loaned for it, fair. So he's at 1906,
But he
Park
didn't
at
take
3200.
jab, so he's still definitely ahead on Econ in the game overall with all of these crazy greedy plays.
And
Intensive is also
more
back
items. More items for an intensive. No, he rhinos it. All right. Range on the marksman now. We've also ranged the Vulcan, by the way. Adds a pair of crawlers. Crawlers will generally live right about here, I would imagine. No, he's got one way up front. Oh, two. Of course,
Ooh,
of
I like
course.
the Wasp.
Of course, to draw the early high explosive anti-tank storms. Park, this is bold. This is what you're talking about, and it's not just wasps. It's wasps with ground specialization, so they should
That is not the
chew
tech I
through
would take,
stuff.
but that will, and they're eluded, so those will do level 6 Wasp damage. If the Fangs die to the storms, then the Wasp will do a boatload of uncontested damage. That's a very greedy positioning on that anti-missile. I like the anti-missile, but I would have liked it to be safer placed. I worry that that's just straight up going to get locked early.
Might get locked early, but it's under a shield bubble, and it will protect that level 3 Vulcan as deep into the round as it possibly can. Ground effect wasps took care of the Rhino drop on the back corner. What you were talking about is happening over here on the right, where the Fangs keep going down to the Stormcallers. And the Wasps are even taking care of the Marksman. It's not going to be game, but it's definitely a round win for Park and a new problem for Cody to have to answer.
Well, maybe. This level 3 Vulcan is not dead yet.
It's a round win for Cody, just like I said. You all heard me say that, right?
He
And
protected the greedy storm anti-missile, which is amazing
yeah,
for him.
actually, you said you didn't like that positioning. I actually really did, because I think it's, he's behind, he's taking a bit of a risk with it, yes. But if he can have that offering protection for as long as possible and then he used this crawler with the mobile beacon to protect it from the storms
Right.
for the early part of the round. Park going to forts, then it would definitely be my answer against Vulcan Marksman. There are three more anti-missile devices range on the Fangs. So we've
Like that.
talked a lot about how you anti-wasp, what kind of things you need in a build. You want some chaff, which obviously the Fangs and the Crawlers. You want some chaff clear, that's obviously the Vulcans. You want a single target that's capable of handling an air unit like a Raiden, Overlord, Abyss. That is the Marksman here. And that leaves you with basically, you need a tank, but we've got our tanks in the Vulcans here. That leaves you with one vulnerability. That one vulnerability is wasps, and that is why the Vulcan Marksman build includes Fangs. It includes them all the way to the, if you do, instead of assault mode, if you go shooting squad on the Marksman, that is one of the things, right? That is why it's part of that build.
So Park has extended range Stormcaller. That's why these storms have been doing so much less damage.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been why he's been not killing the Vulcan like he could have otherwise.
Right.
Also, he has 3 half clear units, and while you can't tech range on the Typhoon, he doesn't have range on the Tarantula or the Arclight, so he is relying exclusively on these Stormcallers. And with these anti-missiles,
yeah, his chaff clear is suddenly negated.
Is really strange.
Yeah.
I think that Park's kind of made some very strange deployment picks, and Cody is one of those, if you give him an inch with his greed, he will come back and just scale out of control.
All right,
And Marksmen are also getting levels here.
Solid round for Cody this time, no doubt about it. All 4 anti-missile devices and 1 shield survive. He's on 1900, Park's at 1400, and Park is in a ton of trouble. Cody skips. Park, thinking about these options, takes the laser sight to try and put it on the level 2 fort. If that's gonna work, he needs some kind of tech on that. I mean, Park's board has he's gone for launcher overload on the storms, trying to overload the AMDs. That is a surprise to me. I thought it was time to start maybe even pivoting out of the storms. Oh god, he's going for a triple elite recruit them. He's just committing to overwhelming the AMD. I was absolutely looking at the other units on the board and thinking a tech on any of those big guys could be very helpful.
If I'm Cody here, I actually add 2 more anti-missile devices, anticipating this. If somebody has already taken heat and has 3 or 4 of them and has the ER card for them, I don't think you're afraid of anything else. So you add a couple more anti-missile devices to guarantee that you don't fall behind in that arms race.
Well, Cody has fallen behind in that arms race. The 4 AMDs should definitely be overwhelmed by 7 storms with rapid reload.
Right.
Can we bring down all the wasps before that happens? That's one question. And then the second question is, what happens after the chaff is gone? The wasps have died for Park. The Vulcans are both level 3. Even without increased health, that gives this guy 124,000. The Amp Core one is 177,000. This overwhelming the AMDs has not worked out for Park. And that is game 1. 2, Cody Fly wakes up, shucks off the sleep, plays Vulcan Marksman, and gets it done. Now, I think you are spot on in calling out this formation as unique. When have you guys ever seen that build? But it does not, in fact, beat Vulcan Marksman.
I think, this was a attempted tempo win by just trying to play a collection of durable units that don't die, but it never really had a chaff board, and it never ranged any of the units that were trying to push in. I don't know. It's definitely interesting. I think that there could have been a line here where you double tap the sabers, you take speed earlier, and you beacon them in. It locks the Vulcan before it reaches level 2 and level 3. So I think I would have liked to see a saber commit or a saber sell into a giant pivot if I was Park.
Well, here is the for those of you who were wondering about the behind the scenes. Here's from Cody's. Park says, "I thought I locked you up. I was so looking forward to getting a buy." And Cody says, "Yeah, sorry about that one. 4 a.m. took over me. Thankfully, Alpha Titan's direct call woke me up." Park says, "Don't worry, I only had like 100 minutes of sleep." He's playing from Korea. Cody says, "The adrenaline of realizing I'm late completely woke me up now." Game 2. Ready when you guys are. Park will be in blue this time. Cody will be playing from red.
Yes.
I'll get the channel points up while you tell us what you think. What do you think Cody tries to do this game? What do you think Park tries to do this game?
Park usually has more stability in his board, so I think Park plays a comp, because what we saw last game was more of a style than a comp. I think that would be really valuable for him to pick a unit composition and to kind of tech into that direction. I also generally discourage trying to spam missiles into Cody. It's something he does a lot and is good at playing into accordingly, because you know what beats him when he does it.
Right.
If you're Cody?
That 7 Stormcaller board almost looked like a Cody board.
Yes. If you're Cody, I think he plays aggressive. I think he played defensive because it's the pack he was dealt, but I think Cody is at his best when he is aggressive. I think Cody is a decent Vulcan Marksman player, and he certainly won with it. But you saw he was very greedy and very slow, and I think he left windows to be punished. And so I think that Cody is a better aggro player than he is standard player. Also, if I had to make a side prediction, Cody plays Wasps at some point in this set, either in this game if he wins, or if there goes to a game 3. But like Cody and Wasps are kind of like Baller and Mustangs. It feels like he almost always, if not always, has them. So ironically, trying to play Stormcaller Wasp into Cody is ambitious. And Cody dropping the 5 gifted subs.
Whoa, that's amazing.
What a gentleman and a scholar and a multitasker. He is also like Baller, where he will listen to the stream even though he's in the future, so it's not very helpful. We haven't even seen the game yet, and he's just dropping the gift subs.
Thank you very much. For those that don't know, gift subs are on discount tonight. We've got those 35% off to celebrate being here for the Mecha Mini Masters. Cody with gift subs to BN Joe C, Victor Von Dude, Redinculus, Domka, and Sneaky Turtles 17. Welcome to Game 2. Park down 1-0 to Cody Fly. Cody woke up, adrenaline took him through a Vulcan Marksman game. Now he's got training. And if I know Cody, it is trained forts from deep, or possibly even trained forts on the flank sometimes.
Yes. If I'm Park here, this speed specialist is looking mighty tempting. There it is.
That is a great shout. Speed specialist with Tarantula and Fang. Cody training specialist with Fang and Storm. And just sets up deep as though there's nothing to pay attention to. In fact, this is the same Fang formation he used for that Vulcan Marksman. And the Stormcallers are in the same position that the Sledges were at the start of that game. So he's got his little Vulcan position right there. So he is at least showing Park a Vulcan Marksman start. Whether that's something he commits into is completely different.
The fact that he went Arclight here actually really surprises me, because I think if you see spiders, a blue marksman can be surprisingly strong. You've already got storms to clear what you see for the fangs, and I feel like if Vulcan Marksman worked the last time, this is your round to get in on a single target that is efficient
Yeah, in fact, if
Um,
you're Park, that might be the tell that Vulcan Marksman is not what Cody is planning, right? And
Right.
it's only because we know Cody so well, right, that I think he's potentially thinking Fortress. And there is Doxson with the subwoofing. Let's go! 5 subwoofs
Very
for
nice.
Doxson, from Doxson for Cody. Woof, 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 woof. So that is still a round for Park. We've got Cody down to 4086, Park's at 4800. Both players take the haste module. Haste goes on the arc light on the near side. Haste goes
wait,
on the
these are
outside's Tarantula.
16 meter per second spider, wherever the haste module spider happens to be.
He hasn't decided yet. He decides to put it on the left side, which he's not showing any aggro on. And it's slightly back, right? I actually like having that one even further up, possibly even establishing a Tarantula flank this turn and dropping the haste module on it next turn. But
Right.
Doxson says, I was away. Who won game 1? Cody, and he was celebrating the round 1 victory. He barely made it back in time. Kind of reminiscent of somebody's Mag 1 debut that I might not mention any names about. Barely made it back in time, but did in fact show up, stabilized, and turned it around and won with Vulcan Marksman. We've got the haste module Tarantula just bullying that left side full stop for Park 09 as he tries
This
to...
is gonna dodge missiles too. Like, you're 16 meters per second. This spider is just coming to say hi.
And it does, in fact, clean up the round. Did you level, my friend? Not quite. About 5/6 of the way.
So not only do we enjoy best of threes that go the distance, but like a speed tarantula with haste module is just fun. Phoenix here is so strong. You have to be a little worried that Cody goes wasp. So there is that, but I feel like when you're showing spiders like this, the saber makes too much sense, which then means the bird is really, really strong as your anti-saber answer.
What it'll be is a level 3 saber to shut down that heavy, or the haste module Tarantula. Level 3 Phantom Rays for Park, and Park adds a 5th Tarantula. It's a much more standard Tarantula board, almost building the spider cage. It adds the AMD. Spoiler alert from chat. We believe that is going down to Cody this round. Park doing a little bit of a chaff pull out here with the flank crawlers. I was surprised he didn't add especially with a level 3 saber available. I'm shocked he didn't add a chaff in front on this side, but Cody was covering that with the arc lights and gave the arcs range. Talking about that level 3 rule for getting some kind of tech on your chaff clear. Cody playing that directly.
That said, with this much speed, the range is less important. I don't know that it would be as much of a priority as maybe Splash or something else.
Right. Yeah,
But this saber is going to have a day.
the
one
Phantom
crawler.
Rays. The Phantom Rays will actually win this eventually. The crawlers go eat the AMD. They eat the tower. They've done their best, but eventually the Phantom Rays win it for Cody, or for Park. Cody down to 3577, but Cody has the economic advantage again, right? Again. Deployment module for Park, that is grand.
Elite Phoenix. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
So strong.
Elite Phoenix it is.
Can't believe you skipped that as the spider player. That's so good for you.
Spider Phoenix is amazing, right?
I said moving this Phantom Ray to the other side and being level 4 is going to absolutely body this Sabertooth.
That thing did a casual 73,000 damage last round. The Saber has 53,000 hit points, and there's a new Phantom Ray in the back. That is going to feel very unfortunate when he finds out that there are Elite Phoenixes to answer it.
I'm actually, when I play Phantom Ray, I don't mind seeing my opponent in Phoenix. I find that the extra body really makes a difference, and they can get close and can honestly give Phoenix a really hard time. This Saber doesn't even get to shoot the spiders because of the Phantom Ray. That's huge.
Great job on the positioning for that left side Phantom.
Yes.
And Park,
Base module spider also levels.
Park gets that left side's tower, continues to put the pressure on Cody. Just like last game, it is a early tempo board for Park, with Cody playing the greedy long-term game. That has definitely been the dynamic of the day. With her.
That was true in the first set as well, where Red Scare kind of got iced by Odyssey in the 2-1.
Right, but I mean, it does create the really fun matchup is, what if the two greedy players wind up in the losers brackets final? We
Right.
get 13-round epics. There is a second Phoenix, and he positions them to split. One coming out to defend the flank, one coming forward. That is great positioning from Cody. Sixth Tarantula, and taking the levels on the Tarantulas for Park.
I'm not actually sure that you want your birds to split. I think you need them both to be looking at the back. I think 3 level 1s have a very good shot of killing one of your level 4 Phoenix. And that would be very sad to get backstabbed if that's what happens.
Park
So the
also...
Saber is uncontested again. I'm really surprised Park is just not putting a DPS answer over here.
Right, he jumps the Phantom Rays, because they're basically jump drive Phantom Rays with the deployment module item, and jumps them back over to attack the right side.
Level 5, by the way, so these are insanely high.
Yeah, they're doing 6,000 damage per missile. Shoot more than one missile per attack, of course.
Right. 15,000 HP apiece.
That'll tank a Phoenix shot, even if your Phoenix is level 4. Cody has underground threat back here. Oh, Park, that is just rude, man. No underground threat for you. I have a tarantula for it.
Smoke is rough. But the birds do not care, and they are sitting at the top, and it does take down these Phantom Rays. This is where birds being birds is just really powerful, and I'm actually worried this late Tarantula is going to get stuck in the shield and cost the shield. But it's fast enough to waddle out.
All right. The shield is safe for Park. Rest of the board, not so much. Cody is winning this one by air, with level 3 Phoenix becoming level 4. They'll have level 4 Phoenix defending each tower, so Park is going to have to adjust to something else. If he wants to win this one, he needs to provide a problem that Phoenix can't answer. Efficient.
And that's tough because Fort AA is not good into this level of a Phoenix.
Right, high-level Phoenix survives Fort AA, for sure. Efficient tech research for both players.
Wow.
There's the greed, as Cody says he takes. No, sir, level 1s are not going to do it. At least, I hope this is eluding them. No. Okay, they're level 1 with anti-air, but they need to be level 2. Into level 4
Right,
Phoenix.
I think that it's going to take 3 shots from a level 1, even with aerial. Per bird. And of course, if you're Cody at level 4, then elite on these birds is honestly really high damage. And again, another thing that is hallmark Cody, he doesn't run charge because he wants to have Giga Phoenix, so he runs elite on every unit that has elite.
Yeah, that is the quote he gave us, was, I run elite marksman on every unit that has it. And in fact, using it here, where, some people would just almost autopilot click range enhancement for the plus 20 range. Why don't you click the plus 20 range instead of plus 40, but for plus 20% attack? So now these level 4 Phoenix are doing a casual 22,000 damage per shot. not much on the board that's going to tank that. The only thing that can is the level 2 tarantulas, and a pair of birds will bring the level 2 tarantulas down really quickly as well.
Yes, they will.
The Phantom Rays are now getting one shot, so their day is done, I think. In fact, right this round, all they did was feed XP to a level 4 Phoenix.
That Saber is doing so much work.
Tanky, tanky, tanky boy. And can you imagine it with field maintenance next round?
Yes, I can. And that is a tech Cody likes to click, and I think that it should be clicked more often than it is by many players. One of the side effects of High-End Mars is that fewer people run EMP on units than you would otherwise see, because you generally try to kill things as your EMP, which means healing techs can actually get a ton of value.
4 level 2 hounds, an overlord, a sandworm, and a Raiden are the drops. Park takes the 4 hounds, trying to add single targets. This is kind of trying to add single targets that the Phoenix won't be great at killing. So kind of slow them down a little bit, which is decent in thought. Also adds the spider mine. There was a time when I thought of, basically thought that running launcher overload on the Phoenix was a great answer to spider mine. Cody's not doing that, but he does have quantum reassembly to bring these bad boys back if you ever do answer it. It'll be 3 more level 2 tarantulas to go with the 3 level 2 hounds for Park. But, sir, you're now just relying on the marksman against the Phoenix. You've got 2 of them.
And we have a level 6 Phoenix now, which then is getting 30 brains from its elite, and it's doing 40,000 damage a shot, one-shotting these blue tarantulas with a single bird.
And that's why you let your birds split up.
I mean, once you reach level 6 birds, like, a lot of conventional wisdom goes out the window, and here's Cody's forts.
Here's the forts.
There's the healing saber. I would not be surprised at all. Yep.
I want to say I called
absolutely a Cody.
I want to say I
well
called it
called.
with the forts from the very start of the game, but obviously Cody just went with what was working, and that is probably one of the hallmarks of 2000 plus MMR play, right? He came into this game with a plan. The plan was not what he needed, so he went with a different answer that was what he needed. In this case, the high-level Phoenix. He just kind of followed the heart of the cards there. Now, those spider mines are pretty dangerous. They're doing a lot of work.
Yes, they are.
But
and they're
so
distracting the birds.
So is that saber. That saber has done so much tanking over there. It doesn't go down until the tower does. But now Park wins around, and with this many surviving tarantulas, that's a lot of health on the hit point bar.
Yes,
Watch
it
Cody's
is.
health go away from 2,900
Wow.
all the way down to 1,100. Big damage for Park. He's at 3,220. Cody down to 1,100. And we go to a round 8.
EMP is big here, of course, to turn off the elite on the birds.
And
You've got to beacon that away. You have to read that if you're Cody, I think.
Cody doing everything to slow down the weak side. He's got oil and EMP both landing over there.
Right, so there's no way to really efficiently shield it.
Apuchi's comment from chat is that the fort play was super weird, just very expensive bubbles. Kind of see that
Yes.
for sure.
It's a Cody play, though. Cody loves his forts.
Cody is going to oil the front, slow everything down, and oh, by the way, your AA marksmen are going to take some shots at these guys.
Why do you take the oil if you're also going to oil your rays, though? I feel like that's kind of an expensive button. Oh, and there's fire. Spicy.
Suddenly we're in Firehound Oil Ray. I don't think either player anticipated that. Since they're coming from the opposite side. Mark adds...
Cody is playing some interesting buttons here.
It is true. Now remember, the guy did wake up at, 5 in the morning after sleeping for 60 minutes. Tough to maintain focus for 3 games in a row that way. It's the Heat Stormcallers from Cody trying to get or from Park even, for a second game in a row, trying to provide that to do the extra damage against both the Saber and the Fort Bubbles. It works. The Saber goes down on the left before the right side tower falls this time, and I think that is going to be GG's with Park getting the W in game 2 and evening this series up at 1 game apiece. Nice turnaround for Park. He really needed that one, I think.
Very fortunate that oil didn't light.
And yes, a little bit fortunate that didn't light. We get game 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the decider. Thoughts on that one from Cody? Do you agree about the Fort Bubble being very strange? I feel like that is...
was 200 to unlock, 800 to buy them, and 500 to tech them. So he basically paid almost $1,200 for 2 forts with Bubble. When he also clicked field maintenance on Sabers, I feel like he could have elited Sabers and tried to line them up if he wanted some tankiness, or he could have sold the Saber to fund that pivot and had more... I feel like in this situation, range on the forts is more valuable than bubbles, honestly. But when you have Elite Bird, what I like to have seen is just another couple of birds. And
yeah, why didn't we get some more birds, please? Now, I am going to point something out. Cody is not running Elite Marksman on the fort.
Oh my.
Now, 2 questions there. Was that a bait and switch? Show the forts don't have it and then run them on a future game?
No, that's Cody woke up and did not premeditate his tech picks for this. He's running what he's running. Honestly, that is surprising though. I wonder
it is
what
a shock to me.
Because it's that's like his darling tech.
Mm-hmm.
He's notorious for taking it as his first tech on level 1 fort, which I don't endorse.
I thought I was notorious for that.
You are as well.
I'm trying to figure out if he got that from me or I got that from him, or if it was independent development based on the thinking there.
I saw him do it first. I don't know if he was your inspiration or not.
Yeah.
It may have just been independently decided upon by both of you.
Cody says level 1 Elite Fort Elite First is underrated in my opinion. I agree. But you are higher MMR than I am, so I might have to defer to Titan's opinion if I am not punishing the board for the ladder even, or not.
It's so unless you get a blue fort drop and you're counting on it leveling, I could see Elite making sense there maybe, but even then, 40 range versus 5. Is a really big difference for only $100 extra.
Plus 25 range, and it does not change the range breakpoint on a bunch of different units. Ocelotus Gaming, one of our longtime VIPs, and the creator of those Dachshund emotes that you guys have been enjoying this evening. Comes in with a huge set of gift subs. Of course, gift subs are 35% off tonight. Those gift subs are going out. Thank you so much. He has gifted 130. So thank you very much. Yente, Eco the 8th, Visari Prime, Quiche, Mr. Pinky, Hi Happen, Yakago, Argus. Argus was here earlier. He was a first-time chatter tonight. Are you still around, buddy? You've gotten a gift sub. There you go. Sloppy Peeps and Babadibashi. Bedabadash. You take over, sir. No. We've got, so thank you very much for the gift subs, Ocelotus Gaming. Third and decisive match. Welcome back to those of you who saw ads and the 10 of you who will never see ads again. Well, at least for a month. We've got the third and decisive match of this best of 3. Winner is through to face Red Scare of 94. Loser is eliminated. Park near side, aerial specialist in tarantulas again, adds the crawlers, or with crawlers even. Missile specialist for Cody, with storms and hounds in different hound positioning. And
I was gonna say, I was hoping Cody was gonna do something that I've seen him do before, which is run these from an aggro storm position. I think Cody is at his best in aggro, and I think this would be a fun one for him to have done that with. Ooh, round 1 bird. Icy.
that is a great use of aerial specialist, of course. You've got all of the air units that normally cost 50 to unlock because they are flying. Park is using it you get the unlocks for free. So he's got that to get a round 1 Phoenix out instead of a round 2 Phoenix. Chat, of course, still debating about the value of Elite on a round 1 fort. And I'm just going to say plus 25% damage, and it changes certain key breakpoints. Anyways, focusing on what the match in front of us, rather than the chat discussion there, this is the tiebreaker. This is the decisive match. Let's go! Get pumped! Make your popcorn! Of course, with me.
That tower timing was absolutely brutal for those poor spiders. And will the Fangs get the job done? I think they will under tower debuff. I'm not sure. Gotta be close. Only 5 for 10 left. Ooh.
One
Fang
thing!
survives.
You get your close-up, sir. Congrats. Yes, you deserve your close-up, for
All
sure.
the camera.
Speak of a hero Fang. Cody, of course, gets his missiles up in round 2. He's going to, of course, hit the Phoenix if he can.
Right, which is part of why, as air spec, I'm not a huge fan of going the Phoenix round 1 into missile spec. It makes it too easy for your opponent to have a clear position to punish, unless you plan on taking jump, which Park doesn't even run.
If it can get the level and you can level it up from tower, then you're immune to that basically for the rest of the game. It got 1174 out of 1300, missed leveling by 126 experience. So a little bit of a gamble that Park took and didn't pay off. This round he's going to take two more tarantulas. This game I'd love to see him. This is what he did last game. He's come out to attack the other side. I'd have actually loved to see him establish that shallow flank. It does pull a whole lot of chaff and creates the wedge opening that gives you some late game flexibility at hitting that tower in a different way. Instead, he's just flat across the front. The Phoenix goes down. All right on cue.
It tried to level. It shot one thing. Wow, so these are storms that don't even have heat yet, and yet they melted those 2 spiders with no chaff in front of them like it was nothing.
Long dog too long got auto-modded. It did. Cody wins round 2, and this is different from the first 2 games where Park was putting on the early tempo pressure. Now, we both get the forts. Is it? No, Cody has not changed the bar. So still running range, rocket punch, barrier, and anti-air barrage. This is what I would call the, actually with Fang production would be the real mass-produced version of this bar, where all
Right.
of the things that are produced are not level dependent. So Cody not going back to his elite marksman. There is Park on 2 forts. Right, again, very much like that first game where he's just counting on having a bunch of tankiness right up front. Again, the Phoenix is going to get into the missile strike and go down.
I'd like to see Cody take the level on this storm and possibly take the high explosive as well. it melts the spiders, and I think that with a fort showing as a possible drop as well, it's a great way to have efficient damage. That way your marksman can be, strictly speaking, for upshoot.
Uh,
Wow.
Instead, he
Ranging
takes
the marksman on round 3.
right range on the marksman, no range on his chaff clear. Just relying on those three untacked hounds from the start of the game, and the stormcallers, and that is in getting it done right now. And
Unranged
Park
rounds
is-
into spider is spooky.
Park is not punishing him for not having a good chaff clear, and that was again what he
Yes.
did in that first game, the one that Cody went on to win. He just didn't have the great chaff board. In game 2, he had built a much better chaff board to go along with the tarantula pressure, and then of course had the spider mines as the coup de grace chaff. But again, unlike the first 2 games, Cody is putting the early tempo pressure on Park. How is Park going to respond to that? And will he be able to stabilize? What do you think, Titan?
I think that these forts really want range at this point when you're the pushing player. I also think temp speed should be a button that Park should heavily consider. I think you really also want to try and have. Okay, I like the range here on the forts. I think that's valuable. Cody loaning super early
And
to
sold
get this double Vulcan out.
the fort to go double Vulcan, and
Mhm.
that is potentially where he was going with the range on the
Love that
marksman.
flank. It distracts the marksman in the corner really well.
Yep, you'll see that guy turn, and yes, I've got this, guys. I'm a level 3 marksman. Those crawlers cannot beat me. We're still doing it one shot at a time every 3.2 seconds, 3.1 seconds, really. So he is not the right answer to that. No, adding another marksman to that answer is not going to help Ford. Oh, dear. Luckily, the Vulcan does turn around and protect him. But at this point, those ranged forts, this is a matchup I love as a Park. I'm looking at this going, I've got
Yes.
ranged forts, he's got unranged Vulcans. One of my forts heals every time it shoots.
He can also take launcher on these forts, and they are starting to get levels, and he can take temp speed, and he will absolutely get crazy value with them.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a disaster. I agree with the Pucci there. Park wins round 4. He's on 3,300. Cody at 4,450. You've got a
And
heavy
another fort
armor.
item.
Heavy armor for a fort. You've got a amp core for a Vulcan. Now, I do think Park should possibly have taken the amp core instead of the heavy armor. The reason for that is increasing the damage. He doesn't have any other source of increasing the DPS for the fort other than launcher overload.
I actually like armor here. It's more health, although not by much, but it's also cheaper to take, and a level 2 fortress is already killing what's on board very efficiently. So I think that it's cheaper and more tankiness, both of which could matter.
Fair enough, but I'd take the plus 50% damage over the plus 30% health, I think. Agree to
Okay.
disagree. We run different forts. We use them in different ways.
I do want to see range on these tarantulas soon, though. That's going to really help complement. And honestly, I would have
Love.
liked to see Park click temp speed instead of the safety missile.
Yes, that is one of the things. This is somebody who does not frequently run hyper aggro fort. You really want those things moving faster than the pathetic little 6 meters per second that a fort's default speed is. The speed specialist fort at 9 meters per second is way better. Temp speed can get you that 9 meters per second, and of course the speed specialist fort can run a whopping 12 meters per second and suddenly start to move around the board like a real unit.
Right. This heavy armor fort, by the way, is just shrugging off the cares. And an amp core would have survived here, so
Amp
that's
core
not a
would've.
unique thing.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 3,300 now for Park, 3,400 for Cody. All Park's forts are level 2. And there is
Stonk module.
Stonk Module, Ion Beam, EMP. Which one do you want? They both take the Ion Beam. Ion Beam, very good.
I think that is a good choice, and I'm proud of Cody for not taking the stonk module.
Yes, Cody, normally the greedy one there. What? That positioning. It's a little
Cody
bit of a
is-
hedge against barrier.
Right, but
Fort
the
will
blue
wind up
fort
here
is
and
gonna
stopping.
basically be okay into this.
Right, Cody being able to stonk
solid.
out of the storms could have been really good for him. There's the spider mines right away instead of range for Park.
Don't agree with that. I think that's just going to be killed by Vulcan fire.
He's also added a second wasp, so he's got wasps in flank screening positions to try and prevent any kind of air cheese, but also to tie up the marksman late. And Cody has basically might have felt forced to click range on the fangs there as his wasp answer, just to try and make sure that those fangs stay behind a little bit.
Cody has a lot of money in range into a board that should be pushing and pushing fast. I think Marksman would be much better served with a DPS tech, although he doesn't really run double tap to leverage that. But there's $600 in range that I kind of disagree with at the moment. This Ion Beam is going to be really strong. In particular against Cody. The spiders were able to push forward and get out of it. And the fort, it lost half its health, but that's not a huge loss.
Level 1 fort
forts
even
are-
survived it, so Park in very good shape right now. And this time that left side fort is just sitting there. It doesn't need the plus damage because it's shooting chaff units all day long. And had way more than enough health to survive. It's not like it needed either the health or the DPS. Park winning with 4 surviving forts drops Cody to 2,000. This series, best of 3 series, tied 1 game apiece. Loser goes out. And it feels like this is becoming the fulcrum point, especially when you get a unit reinforcement. We won't get one next round. And it is Farseer, triple level 1 Farseer for both players. Cody willing to spend the 100 on free MP right away. Getting EMP for a very, very cheap value. Park takes a pair of forts to add to it.
We get temps finally, which I like. And we get temp range as well. These forts are going to be absolute monsters.
Well, if you liked the amount of range that Cody had last round, you're going to love that he has added range to the Vulcans, right?
Cody. Oh my goodness.
No? Is that a no, Titan? I'm surprised.
That is a $500 paycheck that I would much rather have seen invested into DPS, because we did not meaningfully add DPS. And there are level 3 forts that heal and have 250,000 hit points. And we're going to try and kill them with level 1 Scorched Vulcans.
What beats the Vulcan sniper comp that Cody is doing? Forts tempoing it out quick, which is exactly where Park is at. Also, the Wasps are going to be running into trouble against the Farseer. It is possible that we're EMPing the fort range if we can ever get to the point of hitting the forts. But, even over here, the Farseer winds up tanking on a fort. And this one, these two at least handled that side.
That said, I really would have liked to see range on these fighters. I think the only place that Park can lose this right now is that his chaff clear dies too soon.
And that is
late fangs from Cody and some extra DPS goes a long way.
Yeah, that actually is exactly what happened. The chaff clear went down, but Park does still win 3 forts instead of 5, surviving this time. Drops Cody to 950. He can't survive another round if 3 forts survive, and he does not have anything that is killing the absorption module level 4 fort now, which could even be a level 5 if Park had wanted. Sentry missile to take out the wasps that were handled, not the wasps that weren't, is an odd choice. Love to have seen that over here instead.
Okay, we have a level 6 elite marksman. That is damage now.
All right.
Park doesn't have
30.
range yet. Oh, wait, going both into the marksman already established. Okay. Let's take a minute and breathe. That's probably
we
not the
thought
line.
about it. We're rethinking it. We've sold one of the wasps. This one was being heavily countered.
when you have level 4 fortresses and level 3 fortresses, bubble now makes a ton of sense. If he has a DPS check problem,
Right.
just shield
Just make it
your line.
worse. 40,
Sold
100.
out of the missiled wasp. Unsold out of the missiled wasp.
Ah, oh my god, Park is indecisive right now, but making
Wait.
really good use of the undo button to explore different lines. He's still got 30 seconds. He has turned Mechabellum into an APM game. Takes the
Okay.
bubbles, takes the levels, not selling out of the Wasp. Of course, he doesn't know that that's getting missiled out the way that we do. He is taking some late fangs. Still hasn't ranged
That's
those.
good.
Still hasn't ranged the tarantulas. Doesn't forget the temps.
I mean, he doesn't have chaff clear, but the opponent doesn't have anything that can kill this kind of health. Even an eliteed level 6 marksman, I don't think can get it done, but if there's anything that's, like, there's a bunch of things on this board. For Cody,
Right. Cody
I
had.
can really see the fort's having a problem here.
Cody also added Scorch on the Vulcan, so he's going to win the Chaff War harder, but that also helps against the fort bubbles a bit. Not tremendously, but you can see that, like, the level 1 fort, for example, went down, like, pretty quickly. And again, the Chaff Clear is gone for
Shielded
Cody,
Fangs.
or for Park, even. The Shield Fangs are just going to tank them all day long, but I think does that one in the middle live long enough to win this for Park? Not win the game, but win the round?
Around.
It feels like it might.
I don't think so. I think
No,
the
it won't.
elite marksman is going to get the job done.
Yeah, the elite marksman does get the job done, and it's only four surviving marksmen. But does that mean that the marksman Vulcan board is stabilized and Cody's the one going through, or can Park find a line to close out 950 hit points? Both of them take
Park
the
just
Typhoon for the cell, I would
Wow.
presume.
I could see Park keeping it. He needs a chaff clear badly. He needs to range these spiders and splash them. He doesn't run splash on spider. Oh my word.
There's Park's answer to Chaff Clear. 2 more forts and Launcher Overload. Now, the Launcher Overload is going to make the fort heal a lot more.
Yeah, it will.
And it does mean that we're shooting every 0.9 seconds. We've got 3 of them now. If you've got enough forts, are they chaff clear? We're about to find out. Apucci said,
Launcher overload they might be.
yeah, Apucci said, okay, wait, I think we need to finally admit that chaff clear is important and take the arcs. There were arc lights in that drop and Park skipped them. Dubious. Dubious.
Oil would also go hard here. Now, Cody, by the way, is not selling the Typhoon. He's flanking with it.
Red
In the back right corner.
Ooh, and with a missile drop to take out the wasps, and a crawler that will eat this sentry missile without slowing down the Typhoon. That is spicy. Red Scarab says that the launcher overload forts do chaff clear about as well as an arc light.
At this point, yes. And when you have this many launcher overload, just kind of wins, I think.
But do they
A
win when
tower
there's a
timing?
tower down?
I've been watching that fort we talked about with armor versus ant fort, and it has never shot anything all game that it didn't one-shot, so the health
Okay.
has been more important.
The health
than
has
the
mattered
damage.
more.
Not that it's making much of a difference in any round, but I was just curious.
1154 to 950 after Cody wins that round with the flank. Now he sells the Typhoon after skipping these two. Park goes for Fortified Overlord. That's not going to survive those the level 9 marksman, man. It doesn't help. It's
Oh
not
my goodness, that's... You just spent money instead of skipping. Or taking a card.
Tries to answer the Typhoon with a level 1 fort back there. There's nothing back there anymore. The Ion Beam is going right over just a zillion bubbles. Cody goes to Abyss. We know that Abyss is
That's a
very good against Fort. There's no real upshoot.
That's really strong. Literally into this. I think that's just gonna win.
There's just nothing there, right? There's no. This is
Right.
why.
The
This
chaff
is
is gonna evaporate, and these swipes are gonna clear like 4 forts in a single. Oh. Maybe the boats do get it done. Oh, photon boat is spicy. That's a lot of tankiness.
But we could have photoned out of the farce. Oh, we don't. We couldn't have photoned out of the farce
What?
here. Who doesn't
I'm
run
running
photon?
Park is running his own special breed of tech bars. I think Cody has this. And he takes fart on the on the abyss.
Oh my goodness! All right, maybe the ion beam will be the chaff clear. That's not copium, right, Titan?
It's doing a surprisingly large amount of work, and the boats are helping a ton against these abyss. But the Giga Marksman survived, and it has reached level 9. It now does 60,000 to damage a shot.
Boats win against the air war goes to the aerial specialist. The high level healing fort is down, guys. I think that's about it. All she wrote for Park.
Yeah, he's
There's
super
1,100
Marksman, just to
left.
Get the job done.
There's 1,100 100 in
goodness.
fangs. The fang damage matters. And Park is eliminated. Cody squeaking by. What a game. But yes, this game is all about the importance of chaff clear. And I do think Cody really identified that as a problem, punished it with the shield fangs, and we never got an answer. Park skipping those arc lights,
Yeah.
as Apucci called out, never ranging the tarantulas, as Alpha Titan had called out. At this point, like ranged high explosive tarantulas would just mulch these fangs, right? And they would
Yeah,
stay
they
in
would.
they'd stay in the fort bubbles for long enough.
Right, and that's the other thing. If these typhoons, sorry, not the typhoons, if the tarantulas stay inside the bubbles, then the fangs get mulched, and that makes a huge difference.
Right.
Instead, they walk forward and get insta popped by these marksmen.
Right. Yeah, even Mustangs, right? Even a set of Mustangs on the back line would have gotten it done. Well, Cody is through. Red Scare of 94 awaits. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And congrats to those of you who took Cody in the wagering. We'll be up with those the
Wow,
losers bracket final in 1 minute.
that was a crazy game.
That was wild. That was so much fun. All three of those games. That was a fun series. So, and then there were 3, right?
Right.
So, guaranteed minimum payout right now is $20. Third place finisher earning $20. So that win for Cody has guaranteed a $20 payout. Second place prize is $60. The lion's share of our $200 prize pool goes to the final winner, who will get $120. Cody says, well, okay, is the $20 worth not going back to sleep? That is the question for Cody.
I mean, why settle for 20, sir?
Yeah, if you're going to have to stay up for this, you might as well go win some monies. Now, you have sat in the exact same seat that Red Scare did, right? Where you were
Yes,
in
I
the
did.
winner's bracket. You made it to the winner's bracket final and lost that first game, then had they lost the first matches of the evening, then had that hour break before you had to come back in. How hard is that to keep your focus through? And what did you do to kind of regain that and get yourself back into the groove that Red Scare needs to do right now?
So in mine, I actually didn't have a set pause.
That's
don't think-
right, because of Baller's abandoned
Right,
by...
because Baller wasn't there. Like Cody, I saved Cody, or else Red Scare would have had an identical mirror to my experience.
Yes.
But substituting that, I mean, you know, I felt like the underdog going into the game against Doxson, and I think on paper that's probably true. And I had just lost 2-0 as opposed to 2-1. I think both of those things should, in theory, play to Red Scare's confidence, where I felt like I was definitely worried about, in game one, I was worried about, am I just going to have a flop and not get anywhere? And I tried to play a bit of a strange game. I got a triple intensive, never got the Stonk module, tried to make Wasp work, and it just fell flat. And I broke the advice that I gave earlier, which is don't try to get cute, play what you know, and play solid. I think that Red Scare is in every possible position to be strong and make good decisions.
Yep.
No, Doxson, you are definitely not always the underdog. Chainmail. Uh-oh.
The chainmail.
Am I being...
He's like a foot off
I'm
the
not the
ground,
one
but
that's confused.
give or take the chainmail.
I see
Welcome.
for his Doxson.
Exactly. Welcome back to those of you that see ads. Welcome to the Mecha Mini Masters Losers Bracket Final. One of these two goes home with a $60 paycheck. One of these two goes home with a $20 paycheck. The winner is guaranteed a $60 payout and faces Odyssey, undefeated so far, who waits in the Winners Bracket Finals seat. Red Scare of 94, a Sabertooth specialist coming out aggro left side with Fangs, adds a pair of Hounds. Cody, your quick supply specialist on the, also coming out aggro. So we get our first headbutt of the night, Titan. Spicy,
We
let's
do.
go!
And we get Upshoot into Fangs, also spicy. Also, Saberteeth into Sledges is a round one good for Sabers, but they can sometimes struggle in having to clear with multiple shots. So, honestly, lots of lines that can permutate from this starting point. I think the Fangs die this round, and the Phoenix win by air.
Cody says, thank Google's random number generator. It chose my side. I love it. Quish checks in to say thank you to Ocelotus Gaming for the gifted sub. We've got gift subs on discount this evening. And Ocelotus Gaming gave out a 10-pack. Cody gave out a 5-pack also during that last break of 3.
Ooh, I think with this debuff timing, the Fangs are going to get picked off by the Phoenix.
And fun fact for you two, Ocelotus Gaming and Quish are 2 of our former moderators. So, all right, Cody wins round 1. Red Scare wins is on 4,600. Cody's at 3,600. We'll go to round 2.
All right, we get a redeploy. Very strong. Especially strong if only one player takes it, and Cody not known for taking it. Often taking other options.
Wait, what is this? Cody is running the Amarok Sledge Flank from 2023, 770 MMR bracket. We've got the Shallow Sledge Flank trying to create the salient. This was my original. Now, at the time, you couldn't level up a tower, and I thought this was vastly underrated. As it turns out, the answer was just dropping shields out here and get the sledges stuck on the shields forever. But
Right.
be that as it
Also-
may, people at my 770 level were not.
Finding that line.
Yeah, they were not finding that line at all.
I
Doxson is
also
still.
have memories of people playing the Link Sledge to try and create this like wraparound health bar.
Oh my god, yes. Ocelotus is betting. He says, I bet on Red Scare. If I lose, I'll give another 10 subs. If I win, I'll give 5. Let's go.
Sounds like a win-win for me.
It's a win-win for me.
All right. I like this sledge flank in this position. It's well positioned to shoot this Fang from the side as well.
And it is actually also going to pick up the hounds, too. On the other hand, Red Scare sees an opening and drops a crawler on that back left flank, and that will get a tower here. So Red Scare getting the first tower debuff of the round. It's going to let him kind of clean up. There's not really much that should handle the Phoenix, except for, what is that, 7? Nah, about 12 things, maybe.
That's enough.
It'll be enough. It'll be enough. At the time, I was only seeing 3, so...
Maybe with the tower debuff it isn't, but it just depends on if the Phoenix turns to shoot the fangs.
All right,
Okay.
Treyon Walker. Now, there's a throwback. It says, during those days, each round you had to wait for spawn.
Oh, that's gross. No way.
Right? That's how you know somebody's been playing
Like,
Mechabellum for a
like,
long
it's
time.
Never worth it then.
That's
Oh
a
my
player who
gosh.
goes back to 2022. Predates me. It's brilliant. Cody takes the level 2 Wraith. Red Scare giving it some thought. He's unlikely to rush that. Wraith, very, very strong in a headbutt. If you don't really know what to do
Yes, it
in
is.
headbutt situations, try adding Wraith. And then,
That's so fortunate because he was also lacking chaff clear. The sledges are a good generic chaff with it as well, into the possibility of Phoenix. It eats hounds. Wraith is so strong.
there's the Wraith mirror. Boom, boom. They're, in fact, lined up 12 inches away from each other. I mean, I guess technically it's more like 60 meters, 80 meters even.
Plus,
But it looks like-
yeah, keep in mind, these are giant mechs, not little.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, if this was tabletop gaming, you'd be looking at that going, yeah, that's easily within 5 inches, right, guys?
Right. And Cody doing his favorite corner Wraith flank. If I was a betting man, I would say that in 1 to 2 rounds there will be steel balls accompanying these Wraith.
And if you've never seen it before, Cody's committed flank Wraith often ends up with a committed flank Fort too. But that was back in the
Yes.
Elite Fort today. We'll see if he's changed that strategy. I love this from Red
I love
Scare.
Red Scare. Mhm.
Go ahead and explain real
Anchoring the
quick.
chaff clear, with a new call in, so that the already established one gets an instant tower take.
And the reason that works is because he redeployed this one, and a redeployed unit does not pay the summoning cost if it is redeployed
Right.
to the same flank that it was already in, and you never placed it on the board. So he gets a very quick tower take. That's going to let his level 2 Wraith win the head-to-head. And
And then he's gonna float backwards and kill the level 1 while he's at it. That's amazing. Those are some pro moves.
that is a pretty gross round. Very, very solid for Red Scare. Puts him in the driver's seat for now. Cody, yet again under tempo pressure, but this is a whole nother quality of tempo pressure. And you talked about this in the pregame. And oh my god, we go we go absorption module Wraith headbutt. Let's go. But one of
Basically, they can almost never kill each other, by the way.
as long as they are mirrored for tax. Right now they're not, because we've got 8-gun on Cody's.
Oh, I love 8-gun first.
Especially into an absorption module, right? Like it doubles the healing as well as doubling the DPS. So, but what you were saying in our pre-game talk about Red Scare, pre-tournament talks about Red Scare, is that he is one of those players. He doesn't necessarily only play aggro or only play standard, but one of the things he is excellent at is putting you under tempo pressure from whatever situation you're in. And here he is.
Here is the steel ball.
You called it. They are lined up vertical straight into a saber there, where they'll get instant locks. And in theory, the saber has to kill them one at a time. By the time it's done, the steel ball will have won that. Also, it is degen beam for the Wraith from Red Scare versus the 8-gun Wraiths from Cody. So if you don't know the stats on degen beam, don't be ashamed. You're not the only one. The attack is reduced by 20%, and they take an additional 30% damage when attacked. So units that are being degened are in trouble. The real problem for Cody, though, is losing that right side tower this time.
Yes.
During the tower debuff, that allowed the level 2 Wraith to get a huge advantage. Of course, the healing Wraith has not was spending too much of its shots on fangs and other chaff for Cody. So Red Scare 4,600, Cody down to 12-12. Red Scare is in complete control of game 1 here.
And doing it off the back of redeploy, he took that level 2 crawler that was horizontal and used it to redeploy it to in front of this tower
To
for
give
that
it
take.
to give it the clear run at the, even though the tower is level 2, had the clear run and gets the job done. Cody takes the Wasp Swarm, plays it behind towers deep. For Red Scare, he's going to mirror the 8-gun because he can't afford to not do that if Cody takes Degen Beam.
Right. Degen, by the way, is sometimes referred to as 7-gun because it does about as much damage as 7 guns if the unit it is shooting is in the aura.
Very nice to know. We've got a anti-interference module on this deep Wraith for Red Scare, just in case something like this happens. Love it. Cody does,
Yes.
in fact, I think he took the loan for it to be able to afford it because he had 300 left. Took the loan to get to 500 and takes the 400 cost Degen Beam to get
And
back up
as
to
a
parity.
marksman, to win the mirror with a little bit extra damage.
Will it win the mirror before the tower take? It will. Not that was going to matter
Also-
against this guy.
Ooh, that's a painful tower timing, though.
That tower timing should allow the Cody to win the Wraith v Wraith on the front.
Yes.
He does. It's not enough to have leveled yet, but now he's got the only healing Wraith. He's also got some steel balls cleaning things up. He's also got a tower take, and that is rough. Now, he needs this Wraith to get a level, but I think it'll get it from, if it's the one that kills this Wraith over here, get that job done
Which is
quickly.
important.
Get
When
that,
they
there it
both are
does.
level 3.
It just needed to be the one that got the killing blow, is what I was
Now this has
watching
to be
there.
a photon boat for both players into this Wraith Degen headbutt.
No boat
No
in the
drop,
drop.
but I think you sell it for a boat. I guess you can play the Raiden because it's good into the steel balls. But I'd really like to see him sell it for a boat.
Cody, those are some rhinos. Cody goes for the rhinos on the flank. He took the 2 rhinos and drops it. Nobody's selling yet. Wait, the Raiden comes over here to take out the steel balls that are facing the level 2 tower. Both players have a level 3 absorption module Wraith that have each done almost exactly the same damage overall. About 250,000 damage. It'll be level 2 Wraiths in front of that, kind of backed up by the Raiden, pushing at this place, and of course the jump drive crawler. I mean, redeployed crawler has a free run as well.
I
And
do like the elite recruited Wraith, though. It's very strong, and there's a lot of crawlers here to kill. And this blue Wraith over here with 8-gun and Degen should be able to slow this push fairly effectively. From Cody.
Cody goes to steel balls and rhinos down in that corner. And I think his rhinos had his steel balls had energy absorption last turn.
They do. Yes, they did. Now, Cody has workshopped a whole bunch of different flank shapes. So, this is likely very intentional on his part. This Wraith is going to be absolutely overwhelmed by the amount of hit points in this corner. There is a protection missile. The question is whose tower goes down first. I think Red Scares will.
Red Scare's
It's
tower
very bad.
goes down. That'll let Cody win the 3v3 absorption module Wraith battle.
Yes.
Then Red Scare gets a tower.
This tower timing might be enough with the assistance of the Raiden.
And it is.
It is.
Cody in trouble, down to 532 hit points. Red Scare at 3640. We go to round 7. No drop this turn. It's an O'Chaney. Hey, welcome in, man. Long time no see. We are casting the finals of the Mecha Mini Masters. This match is effectively the semifinals. It's the losers bracket final. Winner will go on to face Odyssey in the finals For Cody, we talked about
There's the photon boat.
the Rhino drop. We talked about the photon boat. Here comes the Rhino right on top of the Wraith. Photon boat to turn off the degen for Red Scare. And does that just...
And armor on the Rhino, which I don't think is enough to kill this blue Wraith, but it's enough to really hurt it.
it is also enough to make sure that he survive his rhinos survive the Rhino Assault Jav drop in the flank.
Sure. Range on the Wraith is going to be huge. I worry that this photon boat may be enough, though. Although this is going to be really spooky. Cody not temp ranging, though, is huge. These Wraiths of Red Scares now have 115 meter range, as opposed to just 60. Cody not temp ranging is insane. Even, I know it's a headbutt, but you're dealing with 60 range units. On the cross-court cleanup, I think that range is going to matter a ton.
Cody banking on the photon. Red Scare banking on the range. This is the first place they've really diverged from each other. Let's see who was right. Cody winning the near side tower defense.
The boat going down to the Wraith because Cody's Wraith went backwards.
Cody's healing Wraith is down. That means this round goes to Red Scare. I don't see any other outcome possible, even though Cody gets a tower timing right there.
In fact, I think this is the game. Yeah, there's just too much Wraith left. Range on the Wraith is enough.
Red Scare gets it done in 7 rounds. Game 1 to the Red Scare. Make a good communist joke, quick.
I think if Cody ranges his Wraith, he is in a winning position because the photon boat is just so much stronger than the Raiden.
Well, I said take the Wraith into the headbutt. Red Scare did. Red Scare leaned into it more, and that ended up winning it. Big part of that, though, was blowing up the flank down there with the Rhino Jav and getting a whole lot of work done. Also had taken the tower health, so this Wraith survives the armored Rhino drop in from Cody. The armored Rhino drop in doing about 31,000 damage. Not enough to take down the Wraith at 34, so that was a pretty key breakpoint.
That Rhino drop was huge.
Ocelotus Gaming says, I was actually an exchange student in Moscow in 1994. Wow, that is that's amazing.
I would love to hear what that was like from a first-hand account. That's a cool conversation. Like, that sounds super cool, not gonna lie.
All right.
Yes, Cat Say Mew lamenting the lack of Boom Rhino for the Rhino drop.
For the memes. We're going to run a short ad break while we go through the 90-second countdown. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to miss a thing.
2 will be right back.
Wait, but I was going to say that. Okay, fine. All right. Channel point predictions are up for this. Red Scare, #1 seed. It gets through all of the first 2 days without really even dropping a game. Suddenly dropped 2 to Odyssey, fell down here to the losers bracket, looking to re-establish the mystique and bring it back against Cody. He's got up 1 game to nothing. Cody very much on the ropes. Ocelotus Gaming supporting the community now there. Holy smokes, I think we know all of those names. Blautalk, Happy Sack, Shira Jirajin, O'Chaney, and Berta, all getting gift subs from Ocelotus. Thank you very, very much, sir. He has given us 136 gift subs to support the channel. Deeply appreciated, sir. Without folks like
A
you...
gentleman and a scholar.
Indeed. Without folks like you, we would not be able to do what we do. Wouldn't you guys really keep us on the air? So very much appreciate it.
So yeah, I think despite the fact that Red Scare is the one who came from the winner's bracket down, I feel very much like Cody is more in the position that I was last game, where he is the underdog down a game in the loser's bracket, and he won his set against Park to get there in a 2-1.
Right.
So Cody now has to make sure that he locks in and plays his game. And I think last game was him doing that. That game was a lot closer than it looked. I think that the boats had a better scaling line, actually. And I think the rhinos on the flank were going to be really hard to answer in the long term. So Cody should be proud of that last performance.
All right.
Hello, Mercy. We have a Mustang crawler start.
Red Scare, near side Typhoon Specialist with a Steel Ball Hound start. Going to come out right up on the side that they just did the headbutt on. Cody, far side Giant Specialist. As you said, the very weak Mustang crawler start. Almost any chaff clear beats that. Red Scare adding a pair of crawlers of his own, switches sides for the headbutt. But Cody...
Also, this is super greedy positioning from Cody, splitting up his Mustangs and playing all behind tower. When Red Scare's been playing all aggro is really scary to me.
Right, and these are in that flank pullable positions, right?
Mm-hmm.
That and we know that Red Scare is very adept at that.
I do like at least that his horizontal crawlers are not behind tower, because if they were, that would be even more pullable. He has those horizontal crawlers on the inside of his tower, so they at least run forward, but adding crawlers when you start with crawler Mustang, I mean, I guess if you have just enough crawlers, hounds can get overwhelmed before they level, but to me, this is a very, very spooky place to be, and honestly, I think Red Scare is in a Wraith game right now that is ready to run away with things.
Cody
He also
takes
is a Typhoon Specialist.
Cody takes the fort unlock.
That is so Cody on round one.
Round
Like,
one,
Giants-
fort
My
unlocked.
fort. No fort for you.
Exactly. And that makes me think he might be thinking Fort Mustang. Of course, we saw him adjust his plans out of a fort build against Park 09 in the loser bracket semifinals. But that is what I'm expecting to see out of him. I'd love to see him in a big fort game.
I'd love to see him have a good big fort game, but I feel like planning fort when you see Steel Ball showing and you are weak to round one is low tempo. I fear this is Cody's weaker tendencies of being greed prone, potentially setting him up for a sad quick game. So I'd like to be wrong, but I hope Cody doesn't fall into that trap. He does have underground, which is good tempo.
Underground threat taken. He unlocks a Scorpion to put it right out front of that tower, and maybe willing to pivot to
What?
Scorp Stang. But trying to answer the steel balls with the Scorpion, I think.
That's so strange, given the fact that he's giant spec. Paying 50 to then play a Scorpion is like the last. Yes, thank you. That's kind of the last line you want to do if you're giant spec.
Yeah, maybe might have forgotten he was giant spec for a moment. It seems unlikely, but you know, it happened. Nope. He has committed to it. Decides he's just repositioning it. Also goes with crawlers behind tower. And no, that is Red Scare's crawlers defensively. Cody attacking on the far outside.
The Scorpion is good tempo. It's solid into hounds. It's great into Steel Ball. He has crawlers to protect it. So I'm not saying this play isn't good right now, but it's kind of ceding a lot of value from his specialist, I feel like.
Cody is irate in chat saying, "What do you mean? Why would I ever be sad about going Scorpion into Hound Ball?" And as you see, Scorpion doing its work over there. It's great against both units. And yes, indeed, he can always pivot, especially if he has forced Red Scare out of the steel balls, perhaps.
And as I say, I do think it's good this round.
it's definitely good this round in terms of the short term. And you know,
You're-
if last game Red Scare tempoed him out, and you felt like Cody was in the better long term board,
That's true.
not
I was
hemorrhaging
worried
hit points
about him
early.
being too greedy.
Mm-hmm.
So
That
this
was one
is
of the
one way to pivot.
that was one of the key lessons you taught me, and you know, my MMR is vastly different from where it was when you gave me that coaching session. So, and
I
there are
love the arc
a
light pickup here.
pair of arc lights for Cody, chaff clear to answer the crawlers. Now, if you are facing scorpions, a lot of times the answers will be a long line of crawlers that come in and kind of create problems. Make sure that the scorpion is always facing chaff. So giving each scorpion an arc light buddy to make sure it doesn't get stuck on chaff forever is a good shout. Red Scare leaving a suspiciously sized gap there
I saw
while
that
he
measure.
measured. Yep. Brings out the Mustangs, gives the Mustangs range. So he'll have ranged staying. Cody will not. And Red Scare has sold out of the one steel ball already, with that countered by the Scorpions, and is showing a level 3 Sabertooth. Level 3 Saber can be strong into a fortress later, but we will see if Cody stays in that line and goes into something else.
I'm curious what Titan he wants to play here. Obviously, War Factory is the classic choice, but when you see somebody in Mustang Scorpion, Abyss is incredibly strong because of the missiles and the ground swipe. So I'd like it to be Abyss. I think that would be a spicy play from Red Scare here. Ooh, the Mustangs do not get the level from that next arc light.
Cody, with the Scorpions getting the job done, puts the tempo pressure on Red Scare for a change, dropping Red Scare down to
Yes.
31-83. Both players pretty much snap pick the Mustangs. It'll be a level and range for Cody. So his improved firepower control is on a level 2 Mustang. Red Scare's is on a level 1. I actually kind of like Elite recruiting a Mustang to host that improved firepower control if I'm Red Scare. Red Scare thinking something else. He's got it on a level 1 that'll level next turn, and then he's got a Typhoon threatening this weak side. Maybe he can elicit a Scorpion response over there. Maybe it's a feint, and he'll just sell out of it next round. We'll see.
I like playing it away from the Scorpions. And I will say, remembering that Red Scare is Typhoon Specialist adds further value to the Scorpion play, despite being the Giant Specialist.
Right, true enough.
Red Scare being in a long-term position here, having taken 2 range techs on round 4, is a ton of money. Whereas Cody having a 300 cost unit on board is very strong with the Scorpions. So
Right. Of course, remember the Scorpions are doing 300 hit point damage. That was part of why that was such a big swing round. And Red Scare now has his hit point damage items units on the board in the terms of the left side Tarantula or Typhoon and Sabertooth.
we'll say if you can clear chaff, this Sabertooth can absolutely delete a Scorpion, which we see happening, popping them both before going down.
That is a really strong round from Red Scare. Doesn't even get the left side tower, which I thought was where he was headed that round. No, he wins the right side tower and mops up Cody down to 3,800. There is a round 5 super supply, but both players skip to take the Mustang item. Laser sights on them will be...
On this Sabertooth, that's what I wanted to see. You want to not have to tech it, but you want it to be able to connect with the Scorpions. Then you can sell the Sabertooth when it's time to scale out of it. I think that is a perfect decision from Red Scare.
And Cat points out that last round, the Fang range meant that the Scorpions lost the Stangs that had been the Chaff unit. That is how that Saber got the locks.
Yep.
So really good observation cat. Sometimes just auto-clicking the range is a bit of a mistake. Red Scare, 3 more hounds, elite recruited. That is going to be his Mustang answer. He's running a fire
Yes.
extinguisher, and he has undone it. Never mind. 2 level
Decided he
1s.
doesn't have the money for elite.
2 level 1s. For Cody, he's brought out the forts. As we can see, we kind of knew that was where he was planning on going.
Wow.
And now that he
I
has...
honestly thought that he had pivoted out of that direction because he's super abyssal now. Like, completely abyssal.
Right. He has driven Red Scare out of the steel balls, goes into the Fort Stang. We know that Fort Stang loses to Abyss. There is a 7 gap. There's a 7 gap. That one a 7
Yes.
gap? Did we leave 7 Red Scare? I'm pretty sure we did. Can't measure it so much.
Also, the double tap on this saber is going to be absolutely insane. With the hounds clearing chaff for it, that fort just
Oh.
dies, and then the scorpion's going to die, and then the scorpion. I mean, it may not even get to shoot them.
Nope. No, it
Hound
doesn't.
DPS.
Nope. Sorry. Hounds and Stangs getting the job done for Red Scare. And yeah. That's...
Fort, I think, was a huge mistake here. I think it's a little redundant with the scorpion. In terms of concept, it's a tanky body. It doesn't really add anything. The scorpion doesn't.
So guess how
I'd
much...
almost like to see range on the scorps and more scorps.
Guess how much Red Scare floated last turn?
Oh my.
450. So he's on 1650. Cody's on
Holy
1200.
smoke.
Farseer available and taken from the drop, so Cody could conceivably sell that. Red Scare's going to be thinking about it. Let's take a look at what Cody did. He just built out the Mustang board.
Gotta be a Titan play, right? He has $1,600 on round 6.
Yep, and more if he
And
sells
he
that
hasn't even
Farseer.
sold. Holy smokes! You could sell that and take 2 Abyss with Efficient, or triple tech 1 Abyss, or Elite and Abyss. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
I mean, or you could really style and float 1250, right?
I suppose that's
It's a
the
line.
realm of theoretical possibility.
It might not be the
In the
line.
multiverse, there's a Red Scare out there somewhere, but I don't think this one is the one.
Or maybe he just shakes a chaff and does 1050. There we go.
Red Scare? Maybe this is the timeline?
We'll go drill.
$900?
We took
What
temp range
possible
already.
tech-
Mech rage for the hounds. It's just leaning into those as the chaff there. So he is down to floating 250. But now he's got the drill on the underground on the back line already. So that is a solid for him. Cody went really quickly into armor-piercing bullets on the on his Mustang. So that is actually going to clean up the underground threat really quickly.
I mean, the Mech Rage Hounds are going to just put in so much work.
Yep. It looks like...
I wonder on this round, if Cody goes like 3 or 4 Scorpions with range, then it would be so strong.
The round coming up, you mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I mean this past round.
Round that just end. What? Yeah. The dogs are feasting well. Cody down to 1483. Red Scare on the verge of booking his place in the finals. Improved firepower control again. Both players took it. It goes on Cody's next best Mustang. He's going to try to win the right. And for Red Scare, it goes on the other level 3 Mustang. So the fact that he had left his best Mustang available, with the Sabertooth getting the laser sight, comes back to pay off here. Level 4 Saber. More forts and a rocket punch for Cody. Now, do remember...
That's a good tech here.
Do remember Rocket Punch is missile interceptable. And Red Scare is going to be in 4 Sabers already. Could conceivably missile intercept those. I'm not sure if that's the line
Fort
for him.
punches are so hard to intercept, and Saber AM is among the least efficient. I don't think that's a good choice of tech expenditure here. I think that honestly this is just further incentivizing air as the complement, although there is quite the Mustang presence, so it would have to be like Abyss with missiles, I think.
Right.
So these hounds are just going to town, but Rocket Punch is very efficient, and it kind of gets what I was thinking, which is like Scorpion with your burst. Like they clump up, so these punches are boom. There goes a pod of hounds.
And the reason the hounds going down matters a lot is because that changes the cleanup equation. If there are no hounds in the cleanup equation, then the Mustangs are deadly for Cody. You can see that happening on the right side. On the left side, the forts haven't even gone down. So Cody with a big round swing this turn.
Yes.
If it weren't for those couple of Mustangs and this one Farseer tanking, it would have been a lot of damage. But they get a little bit lucky for Red Scare in that regard. It's still a decent hit point haul, dropping Red Scare under 2,000. It's 1940 to 1483. We go to round 8. Is this the turn to pull the trigger on the Abyss for Red Scare? Raidens for each. It's
EMP Raiden.
all right.
Okay.
4 ranged EMP Raidens for Red Scare of 94, trying to shut off the port Rocket Punch rather than anti-missiling it. What if I just turn it off?
Intercepting it's definitely not I don't think that's viable, especially with the ability of Forge to scale numbers, but turning it off with Raiden is definitely spicy. There's a lot of Mustangs on this board. So, if the forts do their job, then the Mustangs will absolutely clean up. I don't know. Fort Punch is scary.
It's also given the Sabres both health and repair, so they can tank a Rocket Punch and then heal from it, or they can try to heal through some of the Mustangs.
That Saber is basically an unkillable brick of health.
Yeah, that far right Saber is really strong, right?
I really like healing on that Saber.
Oh, it is game. No, it is not. Barely. Cody is gonna
another one also
hold on. 94 hit points and a dream. Cody on the edge of elimination needs to both win this game and the next. Red Scare is up 1-0 and has Cody on the ropes. Enhancement module for Red Scare. That lets him stonk out of whatever he needs to. And he stonks one of the Raidens, levels it up and sells it. Moves the enhancement module to the next Raiden over. Gets that level for free. Takes a real level over here. Cody, it is shield bubbles now. We know Raiden is pretty slow at penetrating shield bubbles. For Red Scare, it's a little bit less valuable to just come back and rebuy the same unit you just sold in the same spot. You get the 2 level ups for free, but it's a little bit less of a good use of it. Less efficient use for you is what I mean.
These shield bubbles are a ton of value. Also, the Fort AA, there's enough of them. I don't know into level 2 Raidens if it's going to be worth it or not. That's a big investment commit. I honestly don't know enough about Fort AA into Raiden to say for sure. I will say that if the Raidens can turn it off, then obviously your anti-air goes away.
Right, but at least getting those shots off before it happens.
Sure, and it does soften them up, whatever else, which means that Mustangs won't be doing overkill damage, so every little bit counts.
And Cody making sure that things don't go down instantly by putting some chaff on the front line. So buys some extra couple of seconds of efficiency with his units under the shield bubbles.
And the Giga Saber get killed, though.
There's nothing that's going to kill that Giga Saber, right? The Mustangs are doing their best. It's close. It goes down. The Mustangs got the job done, but there's just, there is some on the outside. Tower down for Cody. Don't lock on that tower, boys. Oh, they did. They get the tower debuff.
Oh my god.
94 hit points and he stays alive to buy round 10 on the back of 8 Hero Stangs.
And this is a build where
Woo-wee!
the fort scaling matters, and the massive AoE EMP for the Raidens that you can't protect is brutal. Also, the Stonk module Raiden doesn't level, so you don't get the extra value there. Yes, this EMP hits a bunch of fort shields, but your air losing its ability to disable tech is huge.
And there's a big set of shields on the back line for Cody to protect the Mustangs that are
Yes,
now
which is
hyper
so
leveling.
important.
They're also covering any kind of tricky, like a shallow flank with an oil or something to try and catch them, maybe get them lit on fire at some point, anything like that. Red Scare does the obvious, does the Stonk module sell and buy over here, but
Cody, thank you. He hadn't
Puts-
clicked temp range yet.
puts
Don't
one
know
back
where-
into it. Lone and temp range, of course, for both players. Cody's got 400 to spend and 3 recruits. Is that just going to be more chaff? Run some fangs out in front, just barely in front of the bubbles.
I think you want your fangs just behind the forts, actually. That way they trickle in, because the hounds are going to devastate anything that's fast. I think crawler here is not what you want. I think you actually want fangs that trickle.
Yeah, trickle fang makes some sense. You want them arriving to tank the Raidens in the mid to late part of the round.
I also really would have liked to see the mass EMP on the side with the Giga Fort. The Giga Saber from Cody. That healing saber is the only thing that I think he should be afraid of.
Cody counting on the Mustangs to take out the healing saber. This round, the saber's had a pretty good round. Hasn't been locked as efficiently. The outside has gone down, and Red Scare is pushing through on that right side tower. Cody positioned that shield bubble to survive, even if the tower goes down, so the shield bubble does survive there. But I don't think that is going to matter, because I don't think there's going to be another round.
Yep.
There is still a massive healing saber to chew through.
That Sabertooth gets it done.
94 hit points, the dream ending. Now it is healing faster than the Mustangs are damaging it. GG's. Cody from Croatia knocked out at about, what time is it there? About 7:13 in the morning. Red Scare of
Alright.
94 will be through to the finals, where he will rematch against Odyssey. Congratulations, man. And Cody goes home with the $20 third place prize.
Both of these games that Cody played and lost, I think, were on the razor's edge of being a winning position. So, very good games. This fort game, I think if you EMP that saber, I think you just win this round.
I
Honestly.
think he was betting on that saber getting shielded, and Red Scare was
Sure.
a little bit greedy and didn't do that.
Right, but yeah, the fact that Red Scare didn't shield at all into the EMP to me was also wild, and he's done that before and lost because of it into the Lightning Storm against Daedalus.
Right.
So that's a theme of Red Scare, I think, maybe being too conservative with his shields, especially on red spell turns in the later stages of a game.
Right.
He gets the job done here, but it was very spooky.
Right. You have the con. We're running a 3-minute ad. Clint says we have a 5-minute break. So either
Copy
talk
that.
us through more of this or talk us through what you see in the finals for Odyssey and Red Scare. I'll be right back.
This game was really cool. Was really fun. And Ocelot is gaming. Wow. No rest, no chill. Just being an absolute star and being a hero of the channel. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Really getting his money's worth on that discounted gift sub package. Anybody who wants to chip in and show some love to Amarok, who has been a pillar of the community for going on 2 years now. Just absolute legend. Feel free. 5 subs right now goes a long way and is just wonderful. Also, he is fighting tooth and nail to get to his 2K followers. So if you're in the chat, you're enjoying, you're normally lurking, for a Mecha Mini Masters finals now would be such a wonderful opportunity for you to be a part of the channel and join just with that follow so that you can stay up to date. would be a ton of fun to have you around. So, just wow. No one more deserving than Amarok. He is such a gentleman, and he gave me the comm, so I have full liberty to brag on him, and he can't do anything about it. Yes, and actually bringing up Pig, I will very briefly say I've seen some of his YouTube videos and have been very impressed with his casting. I think that he has really grown in his knowledge of the game, and I've really enjoyed listening to him as well. So, and here you are jumping right in. Thank you a ton, Freak182, for the 5 gifted. We have a hype train. That is so awesome. Let's see if we can level this up and like make another 5 from Ocelotus. Oh my goodness. It's a party. Ocelotus is going to overtake Toast. Oh my goodness. That is bragging rights in and of itself. And Ocelotus is matching for the hype train. Anybody want a 2-for-1? That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Goodness, I was going to talk about this game, and I mean, props to Cody. First of all, bedtime for you, sir. I completely respect that. I'm glad that I was able to wake you up with my call, and we got the game in. You got your $20. You got to give us the games that we deserved. But honestly, the way you used Scorpion and then pivoted from Scorpion, I think that you had some really, really great plays in this game, and I was really impressed. And we have an invitation from Clint.
Well, thank you very much, Freak. Says, thank you for this. This has been super educational with great energy. I'll get back to trying to reach top 100 ones after I've reached my free-for-all top 200s. Love it.
Nice.
And Dues, welcome in, first-time chatter. And I do need to take a moment to say a bunch of thank yous where Ocelotus Gaming gives out 10 gift subs. So that is, let's see, there and gets the subwoofing. Those gifts went to Major Mayday, Harluth, Rotungere, Born to Devour, Dillian Scoop, Pyrotechnic, Saishu Heiki, all right, KM Peck, Leo Aspera, and Tugas, a whole bunch of familiar names there. And,
yes, indeed.
Then Freak182, taking advantage of the gifting to continue it, gave that out to Dues 56K, Hypergig, Alonfire, Lord Cole, and Renger Only GG. And then Ocelotus Gaming came back with the gift subs for one-time use only, Bizazedo, Stingy One, Jilaric, and Chief Kodo. Thank you guys super, super much. I really appreciate that. Major Mayday says thank you to Ocelotus Gaming for the gift sub. And let's go. We are ready. We are back. Ready when you are. Well, we are set up for an epic final.
Yes, we are. I was just saying, honestly, Cody, I'm really, really proud of you. Oh, wait. Is that actually the pig, or is that just somebody? Hypergig? I guess that's
Hypergig. We do have...
I see.
So, Pig and I have been chatting a bit in his stream. He does come over occasionally to catch things, but he's still does a lot of StarCraft 2 stuff, as you guys know. And
yes, he does.
Clint Leetwood.
Clint
now
we need the hype train.
We need to say some things. We need to say a thank you to Clint Leetwood. He says thank you for covering with 5 gift subs for BB Fire, Hotaru no Yami,
for hosting,
Sir Twiggles, Bungus Prime, and Jack BBJ. But if you guys don't know, Clint Leetwood.
Amarok, you have a level 5 hype train.
What the heck? What have you guys done to me? Excuse me, what? Level 5, okay. White Jaeger, Krubar, Wencelas, Amarni, and Cleansing Fire, you are the ones who have been struck by strays from Ocelotus Gaming. I am sorry, you will not get to see any of the ads you were looking forward to during this final. But we wanted to say a huge thank you to Clint
Oh
Leetwood
my goodness.
for both organizing this, also inviting us to cast, and putting this on back to back like this. It's tremendous. I love the fact that we get these kind of community community tournaments, and I love that you've the effort that you and Free for All and Uncle Lazy and and Alpha Titan, who was one of the co-hosts on day 1 and 2, all put into making this happen. Really appreciate it. Clint is using the 44 Magnum. I love it.
Nice.
Red Scare wants the red side. I love it.
You know what?
So,
I feel like that's fair.
I do feel like that is fair. But
for
no, he might actually be restarting the client. That might have been wise for me to do during that break, but we didn't. We'll just gut it out. We'll get through there. Now, I did want to talk through the path each of these has taken to get here,
Yes.
and we are going to start with not just the winners semifinals. We're going all the way back to day 1, where Red Scare of '94 had as the number 1 seed. Oh, we need a new room, guys. Need new room then.
Gotcha.
Red Scare reset client. I'm going to take the opportunity to do that really quick. It's behind the scenes. You guys won't see it, but we will be making that room anew. No worries. Don't go anywhere. We're still having a tournament. Okay. So day 1, Red Scare of '94 had a quick 2-0 against the number 16 seed. But Odyssey, unluckily for Odyssey drew his brother, Odds 01. The two of them wanted to meet in the finals. Instead, they met in the single elimination at the very start of the day, and at the very start of day 1. So Odyssey had to knock his brother out. He said the only way that was going to be worth it was if he made it to the final. Here he is, and hopefully he can win it all. Hopefully for him and the brothers. Red Scare for '94, of course, went on to beat Blood and Park 09 on day 2. Odyssey cruised with wins, an impressive win, I should point out, an impressive win over Ignatius Pennyfeather, and then beat Cody in the at the end of day 2. On day 3, we saw Cody beat Park, and Odyssey beat Red Scare 2-1. They were 3 very close games, with Odyssey playing the tempo pressure player and Red Scare of '94 playing the long-term how would you say it? The long-term scaling player. Odyssey managed to
Yes.
tempo him out twice. Red Scare won the 3rd game. We've got Red Scare now at 2357 MMR. Odyssey's at 2187 as they get that match started. We're, of course, still going to have a 90-second countdown. So then we saw, after Cody beat Park 2-1, Red Scare beat Cody 2-0 to set up our final. Now, this includes the bracket reset, so I'm going to want to explain this to you guys clearly. Odyssey wins outright if he wins 2 out of the first 3 matches. Red Scare does not win outright, even if he wins 2-0, because Odyssey beat him the first time out. They will go, in the case that Red Scare wins 2-0 or 2-1, we will have the sudden death, winner-take-all bracket reset final. So Odyssey can win it all by winning the next 2 of the next 3 games. Red Scare of '94 needs to win 3 times out of 4 to bring home the title.
Yes. He can technically win 3-0, but yes, he has to win the best of 3 and then win sudden death.
Exactly.
It would be awesome, as much as I'm not wanting to try and say that I'm rooting for one player over another, it would be fun to see another sudden death and let it be a history.
Let it become part of the game
Oh.
tradition. That would be amazing
Right.
to have the
That would
a tournament
also
that had
mean
gone.
whoever wins won 1 and lost 1, and so it comes down to that. That would just be such an even way for the game to go, and I think Red Scare has what it takes to take it to a sudden death match.
Well, Ocelotus Gaming keeps the hype train going with gifts to Hell Harry, Lord Frodo, Emma Trixie,
oh my goodness.
Idle Time, and DMK DMN. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but taking it over the top. Very, very much appreciated. Welcome to the finals. We just explained how that bracket works. That Red Scare needs to win 3. Odyssey needs to win, well, 2 out of 3, or even 2 out of 4. So Red Scare needs to win 3 out of 4. Odyssey needs to win 2 out of the next 4. That will determine our champion. Red Scare, near side in blue, has chosen the quick supply specialist with Stormcaller and Fang. Now, maybe remembering those first 3 games where Odyssey took the early tempo lead, he's taken a specialist that very much denies the early tempo lead. Odyssey on the far side, Amplify specialist with Sabertooth and Arclight. Gonna come out on a left-sided headbutt, it looks like. With me in the booth, defending, and unfortunately not permitted by the rules of the competition to defend his title, defending Mecha Mini Masters champion, Age of Alpha Titan. Titan, thank you so much for being here with me. It is a pleasure, and as I'm sure you guys can hear in my voice, it puts a huge smile on my face to be here casting this with you. Take it away, my friend. Tell me what you see. Tell me what you are looking forward to.
All right. Well, first of all, it's really fun to be able to cast this with you, having won the first one and being able to see it from the other side. You and I, of course, no stranger to casting together, and you will hear it in my voice as well, how much fun I am having with you and playing this. So in this matchup right away, Red Scare with the Stormcallers and the Fangs just having a ton of value, saving his quick supply money, and honestly, just the Storms is very strong into an Arclight Saber pack. These Arclight Sabers are not speed, which means that they are relatively slow and fairly easy to catch in a slow advance. I like the Fangs for that reason. Crawlers tend to run in and die, whereas the Fangs force your opponent to shoot them, which creates you a barrage window for your Stormcallers. Honestly, Red Scare has a lot of ways he can channel his money. There's a lot of flexibility on really good round 2 cards or round 2 drops. But when your opponent is a Saber aggro and they lose round 1, that's a very good sign for you, because that's one of the strongest openings in the game. At least for a tempo start.
All right, and the people were demanding Gamba. The Gamba is up, and right now Red Scare, the 1.4 to 5 to 1 favorite. Odyssey at 3.2 to 1 underdog. I went ahead and put some money on Red Scare so you guys can get started on the predictions as well. We've got Wasp Swarm for Red Scare, again keeping some of the tempo pressure going with the backside corner. Improved firepower, control, heavy armor, and mass-produced Sandworm are, of course, the other options. We saw Red Scare win that first round by a narrow margin, 2 surviving Stormcallers doing 100 points of damage, dropping Odyssey, who is, by the way, the European Region Advanced Group 2 2v2 champion from last week, dropping him to 4,800. Red Scare at 3,800.
I would really like to see Storms take heat this round. I think that it's super high value. I think adding an extra Arclight helps to clear the chaff. I also think you should put one of these Fangs back here with the Phoenix, exactly, in case of the Wasp call-in.
Right, he went with
The middle Wasp call-in has this kind of Fang to cover it.
Right, so it's it was a mass recruit to bring out an extra Fang to protect against the Wasp call-in, to protect the Phoenix specifically from the Wasp call-in, rather than heat on the Stormcallers. And a Sentry Missile in the back right corner to protect that tower from the Wasp call-in. Parity on those Wasp call-ins back there. There is 1 surviving Wasp for Red Scare. If he can kill the 2 remaining... no, it's 4 remaining Mustangs, I guess. Then he'll win the round on the grounds of no upshoot. Well, there we are. Our hype train has come to an end with a tremendous stir the pot. Let's go. And Mr. Pinky says thank you to Ocelotus Gaming for the gift sub. Love it. You guys have put a lot of rocks on this match without changing the odds much. It's about 3.18 to 1 against Odyssey. Still about 2 minutes to get that in. Odyssey wins round 2, dropping Red Scare down to 33.81. Odyssey's on 4,800.
Ooh, these are some spicy drops. The Vulcan is interesting. Obviously, you have your Phoenix for single target. There already are Mustangs. I worry that an Amp Core Saber that's showing a level could simply take that and really bully this Vulcan. I like that it's not being lined up with the level showing and better lining up with the Mustang for that reason.
Odyssey goes ahead and takes the free energy absorption on level 3 Void Eyes, using those as kind of a clear unit. Might as well take the free tech on it, doesn't prevent you from selling out of them. I've actually stopped running it.
Yeah, I have 2 different bars, and I'm not convinced which I want to run, but I think that there's a bar that uses flight and range and charge, and then there is a frontline sacrificial, and this one has energy absorb but not EMP armor. I'm just very confused by this bar altogether, I'll be honest.
Stead Eagle says, has any player realized they were on stream and done a 322 for channel points? No, it's Stead Eagle, since we tend to be only casting folks for the for tournaments. They tend to value tournament wins much more than channel points, honestly.
Right. Amarok is not quite so big as a streamer that his channel points are worth more than your MMR or anything else that may be on the line.
Especially since at the point that we cast them in tournaments, they're usually undefeated, at least on the weekend tournaments. So it would be very painful to abandon an undefeated run in a tournament for some channel points. It is doable, though. It is doable.
The upshoot is gone, so Phoenix will win by default here. And I'm liking Red Scare's defense.
Solid. He wins round 3, drops Odyssey down to 4,400. And we go to round 4. Berta does point out that MMR lasts a season, but memes are forever. It's true. It's true.
That's a very fair point.
If you don't know,
Ooh.
MMR does get reset between each season. Not all the way down. You lose something like 10% of your current MMR. So if you're at 2,000 MMR, you're going to start next season at 1,800 or so. If you're at 1,000, you're going to start it at 900. It's fine.
No.
It's fine. Nano repair for Red Scare of 94. Odyssey
I'd have liked to see it as absorb with Scorch, I think.
Ooh, that would have
Nano
been
is
very
really good
nice.
too.
Yes. Yes. It's Dead Eagle warns you not to Google Mechabellum inflation. Now I'm worried. Damn it.
Yeah, that is. Right, that's one of those brainworms that's like, don't think about,
Don't think about the pink elephant. Yes. I like the oil here from Red Scare. Oil abuse, of course, one of the best ways to shut down a push like this. And he's
Especially
using
one that's relying on a crawler staying.
He's using a running crawler both to distract these outside storms, but also to protect this tower from the level 2 Phoenix. They'll chase after those crawlers until the crawlers are dead. The Sakura skinned elephant Wen. Love it, free for all.
Goodness.
Of course, if you guys have been appreciating what we've been showing with the applets tracking all my stats and everything, we've shown that a number of times. Mech Free for All is free for all in game. He and Ranger are working on that, so give him a shout out or whatever.
A bunch of tempo damage.
Send a little bit of thanks his way. Red Scare at 3,300, he gets a bunch of tempo damage on Odyssey, as you said. Drops him down to 2,640.
Your Odyssey, you have to think hard about whether or not you need speed here. If you're Red Scare, I think another Vulcan with Absorb is just the correct answer.
Odyssey does take the speed. Yeah, I would love to see the Absorb Vulcan. I think you were right about that the previous time.
I mean, Nano is also good on Vulcan, so I'm not saying that was a bad choice, but I think Vulcans do consistent enough damage that, especially with Scorch, it will out heal with absorb than it will nano, and you get an extra 30%.
Well, mate,
with it.
welcome in, first-time chatter. And a Odyssey Better says, could we get around with a POV from a mech, perhaps? You, of course, can click on into the player perspective of any given mech. As you can see, it is a little bit difficult to follow the battle quite so well as it is from up here. But they are gorgeously rendered. If you haven't done that, it is very fun to do. And of course, it can be. You can just feel epic to sit on the board as your, overlord that's just sitting there dominating.
Right.
So,
unironically, watching from a Phoenix point of view can be fun.
Yes.
It's not exactly optimal, but it can be fun.
Yes, I was actually thinking we should do a ridiculous tournament where people had to pick a unit that is their command ship.
Hero unit, right?
No,
and they have to play it
command
through
ship,
its eyes.
right? You have to play out of that thing's eyes. And if that thing goes down, you got to look away from the screen. Honor bound, of course, but you don't get to move. You've got the command deck. You're the admiral. That's the one spot you got to look from. I think that would be a ridiculous game, but would also be ridiculously fun.
The range here surprises me. I feel like that Scorch would have just done so much more work.
Now, Red Scare took range in defense is very strange. Range on the, Scorch, I think does tend to work a lot better. I think what he was hoping was to outrange the Sabertooth with double tap. Now you get both Lightning Storm and Ion Blast. You're going to skip both of these in this kind of game with 2,600 hit points left. It's got to be one of the two spells. You can see that Red Scare is playing defense around that. He's already shielded. He's already placed his Ion Beam. And we've talked about that a little bit earlier, that I think the Ion Beam, or Ion Blast as it got renamed to when we switched translation teams, is one of the higher skill ceiling plays in the board, because you can do all sorts of crazy angles and stuff if you can correctly predict where units are going to be. One of my favorite all-time Ion Beams was taking out a whole bunch of backline wasps by controlling their aggro and knowing where they were going to be and being able to calculate it. Like, literally, I am Ion Beaming 3 packs of wasps to win the game.
And speaking of previous Mecha Mini-Master matches, I had one where I was defending against aggro and was able to take about $1,600 of value off with an Ion Beam, and I actually drew it backwards from what was standard.
Mm-hmm.
And the round was won before the Ion Beam could conclude.
Oh my god.
I was able to clear out enough units, so.
That is epic. All right, we'll see who chose wisely. Ion Beam or Lightning Storm? Both players.
I like both of these spells for each player, respectively. I think they both chose what was best for them.
Fair. I do feel pretty bad for those wasps flying into the storm. Really should have checked the weather report before dropping back there. Yeah, you can see here.
Here's those sabers.
Yeah, you can see here where that range enhanced Vulcan was just not getting anything done against the Saber, and that is going to be a round win for Odyssey.
He did spend more.
Drops Red Scare down under 2,000 hit points. He's down to 1815.
I think Scorch is mandatory here. I think that it goes so hard.
Get a unit drop.
That boat is super strong for the pushing player. I think Odyssey takes it every time. I could see it being right for Red Scare as well, although it could also be to be sold, potentially. There is the Scorch.
Scorch and sell. Oh no, he sold something else. He's kept the level 2 Overlord right here behind the level 2 tower. And that is looking like it might be a photon emission position to try and hit both of those guys.
I could see that. Also, I do think a blue boat is just generically good. Vulcans are good at killing Mustangs. I like the temp range pickup here. We already got the Scorch. We took the Vulcan levels.
One more.
Notably, Red Scare does not run Best Partner.
One more Phoenix to cover off any kind of Overlord angle through here. He's got the
Yes.
outside covered with this one. I do think if Odyssey wants to play something particularly clever, and Overlord and Mobile Beacon from this outside is the spot to do it. He's only got 30 seconds left. He spent 60 of his 90 seconds thinking about what he wants to do with it.
And sure enough, there is a boat there
With a
with a supporting chef.
crawler accompaniment to draw the Phoenix. No Mobile Beacon on it. Mass Recruit lone range speed. Well, no lone, just range and speed. Sorry, my bad. No Mobile Beacon
What did Odyssey
placed for
spend the
him.
rest of his money on? He had like $800 and he didn't tech the boat. Temp range is huge for the Vulcans, and Scorch is really making a difference. And all the Mustangs are going to be down before tower goes, which is huge.
That's not true. There's two whole. I mean, one. I mean, none. Okay, you were just about right. Yeah, down goes the Overlord during the second tower debuff. That flank,
nice.
without the Mobile Beacon, that flank just didn't get in fast enough. But if he had done the Mobile Beacon, then he outpaces the crawlers and gets locked by the level 2 Phoenix. He's in trouble
Orbital is
there.
so strong.
Orbital bombardment for both players, almost non-negotiable at this level. There's a sticky oil bomb for Red Scare. He places it in his own half so that you don't have the any possibility of a shield reaching out and blocking the center line that the oil emanates from. And then he's going to use that to trap a whole bunch of units in the orbital bombardment. Also probably using this crawler to pull as many units into that place as possible. It's pretty strong.
I'm still really confused where Odyssey's money went last round. Like, I keep trying to see what was different, and I couldn't see anything, which is usually a scary sign that you may have not allocated them optimally.
He was under a lot of time pressure at the end there. I was worried
Yes, he
he was
was.
going to
He
get
spent a lot of
in.
time thinking. For sure, for sure.
It could have been 1-on-1 range and speed as
He
possibilities.
did. That's 200 of it.
350. But yeah,
Right, right. I don't know. Did he loan last round as well?
he did not. No.
Okay. And
Right.
that was half of it. The rest of it was just deploys. Probably chaff.
Or levels. Yeah. 1815 for Red Scare, 1495 for Odyssey. This game